Welcome to day 2 of the Hunger Games. Is that right, Council Vice President? Okay. We'll call this meeting to order at 9:04 a.m. Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Certainly. Councilmember Perea. Councilmember Maxwell. Councilmember Vang.
Present.
Councilmember Richardson.
Here.
Councilmember Esparza.
Present.
Vice President Arias.
Presente.
And Council President Carbase.
Excellent, thank you. Next is the Pledge of Allegiance. Will everyone please stand, and our Council Vice President will be leading us today. Thank you. And as a reminder, this is an ongoing meeting, so there is no need to approve the agenda. Again, we did that at the last meeting yesterday, and we have a few notices, reminders that are going to be read into the record by our city clerk. Todd.
All right. First, I would like to request that council members please send your requests for information and your motions to the clerk's office via email after the meeting, and also copy Ed Chinevere, the Assistant Director in Finance. That will help us keep good track of all the motions and requests. Also, I would like to announce that we have Spanish, Hmong, and Punjabi translators available via Zoom, and we also have in-house Spanish translators, which will quickly let the audience know the services they can provide.
Thank you so much. Okay, so at this time, we will be taking public comment, and in standard practice, we do take public comment at the beginning of the day. For each day we have budget hearings. So is there anyone from the public wishing to comment on today's items? Again, today we'll be talking about the Capital Projects Departments, Economic Development Department, Planning and Development Department, Public Works Department, Department of Transportation and Facts, and the Animal Center Department. So I have some cards. We have, and forgive me if I mispronounce your names, Giovanna Morales.
Hello, good morning. My name is Giovanna Morales with Leadership Council. The city entered into the North Point Settlement Agreement in which the city committed to a number of improvements in South Central Fresno. Based on the most recent memo from February 2025, the city of Fresno has yet to complete the East Central Avenue improvements, which would include acquisition of some parts of East Central and South Cherry Avenue. The South Central specific plan and EIR have also yet to be updated and adopted by the city. We strongly urge the city to allocate the funds necessary to complete the East Central Avenue improvements and the South Central specific plan and EIR, and ensure the plan development is a community-led process. We ask that you engage in conversation with each other and to confirm allocation of funds for these priorities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before we call our next speaker, which will be Galvia Juarez, please come on up. We are taking public comment on the hearings today as well as the special closed session meeting that is called for later today. So public comment on the hearings and the special closed session meeting that's today. So Galvia, are you here? Okay, we're going to move on to, oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. I'm one of the older council members. My eyes aren't as good.
Good morning. My name is Galvia Juarez. I am a mother. I am a single mother. I live in southeast Fresno, McKinley, and Marks by the mobile park called Villa Fresno for 10 years now. I am here representing all the residents in Villa Fresno, asking for $3 million for the needs and that we have for general repairs.
She does have more time. Is that all she wanted to say?
¿Es todo lo que tiene para decir?
Bueno, los reparaciones, pues sí había unas poquitas cositas en específico, pero es...
¿Me las quiere decir? Sí. I do have some specific requests for general repairs.
El parqueadero es muy viejo.
The parking lot is very old.
Las trailers móviles son de 1972.
The mobile trailers are from 1972, so they're also very old.
Y muchas trailers ahorita ya están en muy mal estado y necesitamos ayuda para poder arreglarlas.
And many of the trailers are just in not livable conditions, and we need help in order to make repairs and keep living in our homes.
Viven muchas personas que todavía son veteranas de la tercera edad y personas que sufren de asma y no tienen aire acondicionado.
We also have a lot of veterans that live in the community. We also have a lot of people that are elderly and also need help, and a lot of asthmatic neighbors. So they need it's a big priority, and we need a lot of help in order to get these repairs done.
Y el recibo del PG&E lo compartimos todo, no tenemos un medidor por separado tampoco.
Also, we have a shared PG&E meter, so we have to divvy up the cost. We don't have a meter for each residence.
Necesitamos que nos apoyen.
We just really need your support. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for being here today. Thank you. Next, we have Juana Meza. Come on up, and you'll have 3 minutes. And if anyone else wishes to speak, fill out a speaker card or just come forward. That's the last card I have for the day. But we still are in public comment, and folks are welcome to speak. Oh, in this case, there'll be 6 minutes. Yeah.
Hola.
Hola.
Buenos días.
¿Se quiere presentar?
Sí.
Good morning.
Buenos
My name
días.
is
Mi nombre es Juana Iris Mesa. Vengo de la organización El Movimiento Infantil de Fresno.
My name is Juana.
I'm sorry. Let's get her another mic. Thank you.
Sí, buenos días. Mi nombre es Juana Iris Mesa.
Good morning. My name is Juana Iris Mesa.
Vivo en el Distrito 1
I'm in District 1.
y soy miembro de la organización The Children's Movement.
I am part of the organization of the Children's Movement.
Vengo porque el alto costo de las viviendas y las rentas están afectando hoy día
I am here because the high cost of living are really affecting us,
a las familias de clase trabajadora,
to the working class,
como lo soy yo.
just like me.
Hace un año estuvimos aquí en la lucha
A year ago, we were here also fighting this,
pidiendo que los alquileres estuvieran más bajos.
asking for lower rents.
También compartí con ustedes, hace un año yo sufrí un ataque de pandillas.
I also shared with you last year that I was attacked by gang members.
El vecindario en donde vivo regularmente cada semana está la policía porque hay ataques, pandilleros se meten a pelear con otras personas que viven en esa área.
The neighborhood that I live in is constantly patrolled by the police because there are a lot of gang member activity and different attacks.
Mi carro sufrió un impacto de bala y fue reportado con la policía.
My car was gunshot and it was reported to the police.
Lamentablemente mi sueldo mensual es de $3,000
My income monthly is only $3,000.
y no puedo pagar una renta más alta y tengo que vivir en ese lugar porque es de lo más económico aquí en Fresno.
I am unable to live in any other place because rents are higher. Therefore, I have to live in this neighborhood.
Les pido a los concejales que le den prioridad a las familias trabajadoras,
I ask the council to give priority to labor working families
y que aumenten el presupuesto en el programa de protección de desalojos,
and to increase the budget,
que incluyan 3 millones para la renovación de casas móviles
to include $3 million for the renovation of mobile homes,
y que incluyan 1 millón para lanzar el programa de oportunidad de compra para los inquilinos, conocido como TOPA.
and I also ask for the $1 million for the opportunity for renters to buy homes known as TOPA.
Estos programas son importantes para mí
These programs are important to me
porque soy de clase trabajadora y son uno de los programas que tenemos más accesibilidad como personas que ganamos un sueldo mínimo.
I ask for your support because this is something that is very important to me. These kinds of programs are very important because it makes homes very accessible to the working class who earn minimum wage.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for being here today. Any other speakers? This is your opportunity. Again, this is for the special closed session meeting and the budget hearings today.
Thank you. Brandy Villegas. On behalf, I know that the Homeless Coalition had sent some asks, I think to at least some of the council members, so want to share some of the asks that have been, that they've, including increasing the eviction protection program from what is currently on the budget to $2.5 million due to the very, very real demand that we have seen this year. $3 million for mobile home rehabilitation, and $1 million to start a tenant opportunity to purchase act funding for these programs are important, as well as funding to be able to have warming centers open all winter, as you guys have heard that in the winter time how much of a need that was and how much it saves lives and helps. With the Planning Commission, I appreciate all the work that I've seen in the meetings and the hard work they're doing, and every single dollar that we can put into planning and development, even moving from other departments, including police, would be helpful because we have so much of a need. And I also want to address the wording in the police, in the budget, because I know Heart Team is under is under planning and development, and it mentions that they oversee a compassionate response of the city to the unsheltered community, which includes facilitate outreach, service programs, and navigation. That's the planning, development, and HOPE team. But the team with the police and those who are and public utilities is continuing since every single year to not affirm dignity, as it says, not protect our unhoused, not not protect them and not help them actually get into housing, but actually impede it. We have told you that they have treated people cruelly, that they have refused services. Earlier this year, and this is one of many examples, I came upon someone who had their cart, had their partner's stuff already on the cart, and the Heart Team was there, and she had her cart, and they asked me to hold on to their the person's dog so she can move her cart. But when we did, they refused to take that cart that included all of his living essentials and a wheelchair. They asked to have the items stored if they couldn't take it, even though it was completely possible to pull it, and they refused. And we have seen people who've had had said that someone had their prosthetic leg taken and other documents. It is keeping people from actually getting into housing and impeding the work of the planned development, especially when they are purposely taking ID cards and other things. Thank you.
Thank you, Brandy. Okay, anyone else wishing to provide public comment on the special closed session meeting or today's budget hearings? I'm not seeing anybody come up, so going once, going twice. Okay, that ends public comment. We're going to move on to our first hearing, which is for the Capital Projects Department. You'll have 3 minutes. I'm only kidding.
I'm ready. Good morning, Council. Council Vice President, Council President, Council members. Nick Messia, Assistant City Manager. I'm here as your Interim Director for Capital Projects. Is there a way to put the presentation up on the screen, please? As we're getting the presentation queued up, I want to thank all of staff, the Capital Department, our assistant directors, and our budget manager, our business manager. They've really helped bridge the gap as we've tried to fill the position for our director and assisted me to help deliver the projects to the residents of Fresno and yourselves and your districts. Previously, the budget was, the Capital Projects Department was formed in fiscal year 24, so the first fiscal year, we really had to get on our legs and really consolidate all the different divisions into one area. We occupied the new building, and then finally in fiscal year 25, which is what we're currently in, we actually got some steam on us, and we'll see some metrics further in the slide on how well we're doing. Overall, we're comprised of 5 different divisions. We have administration, which encompasses budget, compliance, real estate, personnel, and our project management office, which is the glue overseeing GIS as well as the project tracking. And then there's 3 different divisions that we facilitated as we set up the department. Design, the design division specifically houses engineers in-house, so that we can facilitate the projects and create our PS&E, our plan specs and estimates. Then we have our Transportation Project Management Group, which is a group that project manages over consultants outside. And then lastly, we have utilities and on-site, anything within the public right-of-way for utilities and vertical construction such as parks or buildings such as fire stations or 911 centers. That group is the one that delivers those projects. And lastly, construction management, the life cycle of the project. They deliver the project in construction, your inspectors, your survey, as well as your closeout of the project. I wanted to hone in on that for the benefit of some of the new council members, as well as the residents, to understand really the confirmation of the department. Specifically, we are a consulting firm that works for your other departments, our clients. Within the fiscal year 26 proposed budget, as we stated, we're really getting on our feet. There's a lot of fine-tuning and adjustments that's occurring both from the operational as well as the capital side. Highlighted here before you, overall, there is a decrease in our fiscal year budget from the amended fiscal year 25 to the 26. You can see that drastic change and decreases in $16 million. Most of that's on the capital side. We'll get to that in one moment. But then drilling into the operational side, there's slight increases across the board on the personnel, non-personnel, as well as the interdepartmental. When you look at the slight increases, the personnel increases from fiscal year amended 25 to the proposed 26, we've got approximately $657,000 to accommodate the actual administration time required for onboarding and training. A lot of this is things that we've realized throughout this last fiscal year in making sure that we have the staff trained and appropriate. It's a lot of the overhead costs that's associated with it, as well as accommodating some of the MOUs and the increase in salaries. The non-personnel, a lot of that is contractual obligations, such as leases for vehicles, the building, and also increases to software licensing and various tools that we use that are non-personnel. That increases approximately $218,000 and some change. We also have interdepartmental charges that have increased $661,000. Those increases are due to the ISF departments associating their costs to us and supporting us, such as ISD, personnel, and all those other departments that support us as a department, as well as increase in overhead that occurred throughout the year. And finally, the decrease that you see is the capital side. Typically, the structure of the department is to not house grants or the funding or the actual projects internally. However, and they're housed in our client departments. As you'll see throughout the budget process, Public Works, Public Utilities, Parks, they have their projects. They're the keeper of it. They're the client. We actually administer those projects. In this situation, the capital that you see here, this is the IIGC and the GoBiz. That is our client is the city manager's office and the mayor's office as it relates to those downtown infrastructure projects. And we'll hone in on those because they don't really have a home except for us. So we're kind of marching them through. Switching gears to our vacancies, I think this was one of the biggest concerns when the department was stood up. Initially, we had, I think, 67 vacancies when we first started. A lot of it was new positions as we pulled positions in from different departments under the direction of the city manager. At the end of the first year, we had 67 initially, 32 at the end of fiscal year 24, and then lastly, currently we're at 20 vacancies. What you see here before you is a current amended of 139. If you recall, in fiscal year 25, we had 4 new positions that were budgeted at 0.75. Those 4 positions tallied up. We need to add 1 more full-time equivalent into the mix. It's not an actual new person. It's just correcting the budget from last year and making sure we're whole for this operating budget. In addition, we have those 20 vacancies out of the 140. That's a roughly 14% vacancy rate. That's well over the 6.18 attrition rate that has been a common thread throughout a lot of the presentations and the departments. Within those 20 positions, probably the hardest ones to fill for those vacancies are your licensed professional engineers. At this time last year, if you recall, we had 15 vacancies within the LPEs. We've been able to fill 5 of them, leaving 10 vacant currently. The other 10 that are vacant out of the 20 are your director, there's an AD, there's a personnel manager, so there's some pretty high-level positions that we're trying to fill, and those are occurring through attrition over the course of the fiscal year. One other highlight that occurred yesterday, you recall general services. There's 3 positions from general services that are going to be consolidated into our department. We're going to pull them in, and those are the larger complex projects that are being project managed currently by GSD. They're going to be housed. So what's going to happen is we're going to utilize some of our LPE positions that are vacant to fill those, and then you'll see the net savings on the general fund from the GSD side. So moving along, some of the operational impacts of the department. We actually submitted 4 Form 1 requests. We try to operate within our means, making sure that we looked diligently at our budget to ensure that we can reduce it. Of the 4, 3 were produced to the mayor and city manager for consideration. The first on the board is the increase request for $21,000 for replacement computers. As you may know, the replacement computers are typically budgeted in ISD. However, because we function with software that requires faster processing speed, we have to facilitate the increase in that processing speed. So these are beefed up computers so we can handle CAD and surveying for our clients. Originally, this request was requesting for 23 beefed up. We were able to fine tune it and bring it down to only the licenses that really need it, so there's down to 9. So we were able to reduce it down to the 21,000. In addition, we requested compliant software. This is a shared cost between our contractors as well as our in-house, so this is only the city's cost, the 12,000. This is in order to facilitate the project labor agreement as well as the national targeting hiring requirements, as well as our compliance requirements and certified payroll. Currently, we have a few staff that are functioning within an Excel spreadsheet. This software will allow us to expedite some of those reporting mechanisms and tracking and allow them to actually get out into the field and perform those needed interviews to ensure that we're having compliance. And lastly, there's a small uptick on maintenance and fuel costs for some of our vehicles. Some of the discussions yesterday were regarding the code enforcement vehicles. We were able to graciously borrow some of the vehicles that were idle, Andrew Jantz, and we were able to utilize them. We're still using, I think, 3 or 4 of them, and we're trying to work within our means and utilize some of those vehicles in order to facilitate the need for the public. So drilling into it, as we spoke before, we typically don't house grants within our department, but the 2 grants that are identified are your GoBiz, which was the $50 million grant, the initial seed money for the $250 that was allocated by the state, and then we have the IIGC, the $43.7 million. I'll drill into these a little bit more right now. Of those 2 grants, within this proposed budget, this is the allocated amount that we're looking to identify. The GoBiz has $7.8 million for the 8th Street parking structure, primarily, as well as the $27.6 million proposed for the first project with the IIGC, which is technically the second sewer and water project that's going to be happening off of Fulton Street in the northern area. The second project from the IIGC is your Tuolumne Van Ness street improvements. This is directly adjacent to the CVS and the future Fresno Housing Authority site. And then lastly, the North Fulton parking structure. This is for the 243 lot space structure that we're identifying. Hold on one second. My notes just flipped on me. All right, so that's pretty much the budget in a nutshell. What I want to do and highlight some of our achievements and some of the metrics that occurred throughout the department, throughout the fiscal year. These are key components because I think we get a lot of questions from council, from the public relating to this. As you look at the fiscal years, we've completed 48 projects in fiscal year 24, and then an additional 71 projects in 25. If you take the current project load as it's identified in the current budget, we anticipate 62 projects to be completed. So when you first look at that, that's a decrease compared to what's currently identified in fiscal year 25. The part that's not shown with these numbers is the fact that you have emergency projects that pop up. So failures within sewers, you've got elevator contracts, roofing, HVAC, things that pop up that considered under the job order contract that get added in throughout the fiscal year. And that's shown on those 2 numbers with the 46 and the 71. There are roughly 10 to 15 projects that are identified that are not your standard capital projects that are planned, they're unplanned. In addition to that, you also have the new projects that are currently being budgeted by the client departments. So Public Works, Public Utilities, all those new projects that are going to be coming in, they're not factored into that 61. In addition, you have your own council public infrastructure projects that we will identify throughout the fiscal year and deliver. Those are not also included in this. So at the end, when you take those 62 and you factor in those 15 additional projects, now you're up to like 77-ish. So when we're here a year from now, you should see that trend back up into that 77 and the number of projects completed. Previously, the mayor has spoke of over 400 projects within the city. Within capital, we actually manage and oversee 273 of those projects. And you can see from the bar graph identified here, these are our client departments. Most of them are your public utilities and public works. In addition, you've got parks. Those are the big three. And as we progress through, we're going to slowly pick up some of the additional ones, such as hopefully airports and FACTS at a future date. But at this time, a lot of the bread and butter is the roadway projects. Further down the list, you have your fire station and your 911 center. Those are your vertical construction, a little more complex, a little higher dollar amounts. Those are also identified here. So why is the difference between the 400 and the 273? A lot of that is there's additional capital projects that are housed within other departments that we just don't oversee. So obviously the various improvements that are occurring at the airport that are being led by airport, they're not included, or the smaller projects that are going to be maintained by general services. You know, anything that's a capital project that's not physically maintained by us or monitored by us as a capital. And finally, I wanted to touch base on delivery of projects and forecasting it out. What we've shown here on the exhibit in front of you is a snapshot. Again, those 273 projects, if you look at them right now as they sit in front of us, we've got 19 that are in project initiation, 143 that are in design and right-of-way, and then lastly, the 111 that are in construction. If you take that and forecast it out, where do we expect these to be? Now that we've got about a year under our belt with the department, we forecast a lot of projects moving over, specifically into construction, so that construction number bumps up to 150. Yes, I understand that 150 doesn't fall off with delivered projects, so the construction and completed are now all in one. And then finally, from 6 months to a year, we're at 170. So the thought process is to deliver the projects, get them into construction, and obviously try to avoid change orders, increase times, and really maintain and go after and fine-tune some of those processes. And with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have on our proposed 26 budget.
Thank you, sir. First, I have punched up Councilmember Esparza, followed by Councilmember Richardson.
Hey, good morning, Nick.
Good morning.
Great presentation, great snapshot of where we stand currently, the department. I was looking to get a bit more of kind of the long-term kind of prognosis of the department. I think we went out on a ledge, I don't know, at least 2 fiscal years ago or so, roughly, and another year and another breath of life for capital projects. But just looking out at the prospect of, I know we were originally supposed to get $250 million from the state. We've only got 50 of that. I'm not optimistic about the other 200 in the very near future, given the budget projections. Threats of federal funding being taken away from the city. My question to you is just sort of what is the long-term prognosis for capital projects department given current commitments only? How will the FTEs and vacancies be affected if we don't receive that much more funding here in the next few fiscal years? What do you see happening in the department?
Council, I appreciate the question, and Council or City Manager White, if you want to jump in, by all means, you have a lot more history on this. I think initially the department was set up focused on the current projects. We obviously don't have certain grants, we don't have certain projects that will be allocated, and we're always trying to be nimble. We always have to understand that there's a little bit of a fluctuation. I think that's the way we're set up currently with the vacancies we have, and so that we can pivot when needed. I think the hardest part is if we are that dog that catches that car and we do successfully get those funds. I think that's the harder question to answer, is how do we pull in the resources to facilitate those additional projects? And I think that's going to be the challenge.
Yeah, I think the plan was always, depending on the funding levels, we would attrit, and I think those round bar charts show, as we're tracking the evolution of the projects, design through construction. And I think as we start to see like the design work, that bar getting smaller and smaller, right? Which means then we'll have less construction in the future. That's where our planning on attrition to attrit positions and not fill them. I would add though, what is going to be a constant source of funding is going to be public utilities. Historically, we have not done a good job of keeping up with deferred maintenance of sewer and water projects. And DPU, this has been a problem for a long time, and they have expressed a lot of concern about that because in the past what has happened is Because DPU funding is ratepayer funding, there's really no deadline. Those funds never expire. Well, every project delivery, whether it was in public works or capital projects, we always prioritize projects that have an expiration date of funding first. And so DPU sort of always went to the end of the line, and they have been extremely frustrated about that. And frankly, what happens is we have we go into the situation where we're doing everything on emergency repairs. So that we do have the ability to step into that, and we are already working on that to be more proactive on the DPU partners project. So that's always going to be a source of funding that's going to be available. But we do need to watch very, very carefully that bar chart. And as we have less projects coming in for design, that's the key to we need to start and especially if we don't get any more money from the state. If we do get, another payment from the state, then we're going to be fine for several years, many years. But if we don't, then we'll watch that design line. And as that reduces, that's our key to let those vacancies remain vacant.
Yeah, I don't see us getting the state money, but it's a whole department based on intergovernmental revenues. What if the mayor is successful and is paid now, paid later? How long will that keep us going? Is that accounted for here?
That is not accounted, but that is one of those projects that if we can, we will fill the gaps and adjust as needed to deliver the projects. I mean, the Pave More Now initiative, we'll have a great discussion hopefully here on Thursday to kind of walk through that, and we're just waiting. Staff is asking every day, can we start? And I said, no, we don't have the authority yet. So that's a huge factor, putting everything else aside.
Yep, that would be another big funding source.
Okay, well, what I'm hearing is it's much easier to scale down than it is to scale up.
And we can see it coming.
Okay, good. What can the council do to ensure that, help you be successful in ensuring that our projects continue to be on time?
I think continue the open dialogue with the client departments. I think I've been part of that, working with the various directors, Mr. Mosier, Mr. Brockbuki, Mr. Aguirre. I think those are the key things, is working with them, identifying the scope of work so we can get a clear stance. I know things change and we have to be nimble, be able to pivot when needed. So I think as long as we have open communication, whether it's through the departments or through the city manager's office, that's probably the best thing.
Well, open communication costs no money. You don't have to be afraid, Nick. I saw you pause. The city manager strikes fear. I know, but no budgetary, nothing we can do on our end.
It's both. It's the one behind me too.
Yeah, because when our projects go off time, we throw you guys under the bus with the public. We go, well, we're the legislators. We fund the projects. We legislate them, and the admin is failing to administer. So. Here asking you now if there's anything we can do on our end to just keep things on track and keep them going smoothly.
For once, I don't think money is the problem here.
I mean, some good LPEs. I mean, that's really, I think, our hardest.
What?
LPEs, engineers.
The licensed professional engineers.
Sorry. I don't think that's anything that can. You've already helped us tremendously by bumping up the salary ranges for LPEs.
Yeah, I think you guys have done everything that we've come to you and asked for in speeding up project delivery. I think if you go back 2 fiscal years ago, this was a much different conversation. You guys were extremely frustrated with the delay in projects. And I think if you look at those bar charts, I think we're showing that you have given us the resources that we've asked for. We've raised salaries to get engineers, and granted, it still is a very competitive market, but we have been able to hire more. And you've given us the tools, and I feel like now we just need to execute. I feel like we are executing. Of course, we're not perfect. But we won't hesitate to come to you and ask for something if there is something that comes up that's a delay that you can help us with.
Yeah, and obviously in the last couple of years, it feels like labor supply has loosened up a little bit. What about on the material side? Any kind of projected wrenches, tariff impacts, anything like that kind of foresee?
I think that's going to be the new hurdle, is the tariff impact. Prices escalate because of the tariffs, but also it's the long lead items. And I think we've done everything we can to identify what those are and try to get ahead of the game if we can pre-order the material, if the funding allows us to do so, to try and reduce that lead time. I think that's the biggest thing. Again, but those are things that are out of council's control. It's just a matter of us staying on top of it and making sure we have those processes established to get to the goal line.
Just given, I mean, the slate of projects projected, the materials that we will need, do we foresee any them being thrown off budget because of price impact?
It's hard to tell right now. I think we're still on the
early.
verge with the tariff discussion. I think we're going to start seeing that. You'll see it probably in the next few months if it remains in place. I hope we don't. I mean, we just now have, the discussion on Thursday will talk about inflation, specifically as it pertains to project costs, labor costs, and I think we're just now getting ourselves, our hands around that. We're getting estimates coming in that are within the engineer's estimate. So we're actually in that point where our budget and our engineer's estimate are lining up with the construction contracts coming in. So hopefully, if things don't keep changing, we can start delivering
And
these
it kind of
projects.
comes back to our timelines. The faster we
Yes.
can get it done, the better it is, because even without the tariffs, we've gotten our ass kicked on some big projects here.
Yes.
With pretty significant increases. The mayor talked about senior center yesterday and other big projects within all of our districts.
Yeah, I think that,
Councilmember, make no mistake, the projects are more expensive now. Inflation has affected us, and we have just gotten better when we do our engineer's estimate of accounting for inflation. So things are coming in within engineer's estimate, but we have raised our engineer's estimate to account for the inflation, which I think previously we were a little bit on our heels of not including that. So projects have definitely gotten more expensive.
and I think the key with that is we've worked with the client departments through this budget to ensure that those engineers' estimates are reflected into the increased costs so that we hopefully are not coming back to council with AARs or changes or increases.
That's good, yeah. I mean, we live in a pretty volatile environment right now. It's hard to project, but you do the best you can with the information you have. All right. Thanks, Nick.
Thank you.
Next, we have Councilmember Richardson, followed by Councilmember Vang.
I answered my own question, disregard.
Got it. Councilmember Vang, you have the floor.
Thank you, Council President Karbasi, and good morning, Mr. Macias. It's good to see you again. The Capital Projects Department started in fiscal 2024. City Manager, is there any time to perhaps fill a permanent director position?
Go ahead, Nick and TJ.
TJ, we're in the final stages.
We have an offer out, and we're going
Your
through the
mic on?
background check. Yeah, your mic's not on.
Your mic's
TJ.
not on.
So, is it on? There we go.
Yes, we had an open recruitment. We had several different interview panels. We made a final selection, and an offer is pending.
Oh, that's great. So this time next year, we will have a permanent director presenting the Capital Projects Department. Looking forward to that, sir. You have right now 139 staff with addition of one for fiscal year 2026. The role that this department sees is design engineering, project management, and contract oversight. Of the capital projects, 111 is in parks. I want to focus on the 39-acre in Southeast Fresno, the parks on Peach Avenue by the railroad track there. My understanding is that there are 3 phases in this project. Phase 1 already started, 2024 going on to current fiscal year. And the reason why I asked that is because I came in, obviously, not too long ago. And during my discussions with my constituents, they have voiced additional amenities in terms of the design of 1, 2, and possibly 3 of that 49-acre park. And there is a reality in D5 that homes and the other facility remains, which is gym facilities, are not in District 5. So they're just right outside of District 5 homes and Romaine. And so there has been a demand or a conversation amongst the constituents in that area to perhaps look into the possibility of adding an indoor gymnasium to this 49-acre facility. Can you tell me, in terms of phase one, the initiation, the design, and the construction, where are we in phase one?
I think phase one is already under construction.
Yeah, too late for phase one. We are under construction plans 100%. Everything's done. I think if that's an amenity you want to look at for future phases, we should start having those conversations immediately. But unfortunately, well, here's the deal. We'd have to stop construction, redesign, probably find additional money, and I would not recommend that.
Right, I understand the logistics involved, what has been started. It's probably unlikely we can go back and redesign phase one. So phase two, in terms of the process, the project initiation of phase two has yet to be started. And so if that is the case, then the possibility of having that conversation of perhaps other amenities besides the gym, including in either phase two or three, is a strong possibility.
I'm not sure where we are on phase two. Anybody in this room? We can check with Aaron and Parks. But if we're not too far down the path, do you know?
Francisco is our AD over that division.
I know, Mr. Messias, I put you on the spot. This is a combination of perhaps even two or three departments coming together.
That's okay. No problem. That's what we're here for.
Mr. Aguirre from yesterday.
Yeah, no problem.
Hi, Councilmember Bang, Francisco, Assistant Director. So that phase two is currently in the initiation stages. I believe, again, it's probably more of a question for Parks, but I believe they are working through a grant process to apply for a grant and get additional funding.
Can you define initiation?
It would be the planning phase, applying for the grant, getting all the required information for the grant, and ultimately applying for it.
So I would encourage you to reach out to Director Aguirre ASAP, because usually when we apply for a grant, we have to identify the amenities as part of that grant application.
In terms of acre footage or square footage, phase one comprised of how many acres?
10. Approximately 10.
10. And then phase two, if we have an idea?
Do you remember? 10 to 15.
Okay, so at least we have about 39 more acres to perhaps put our ideas or put in amenities, if that is allowable in terms of the construction.
As I said, I would encourage you to reach out to Director Aguirre as soon as possible to start having those conversations.
Okay. I would do that. My team would do that. My office would do that as well. So at this point, the question that I do have is then, if it's allowed for us to amend phase two and phase three of that 49-acre park on Peach Avenue, I would like to make a motion to add additional dollars to the design, dollars to be determined, source of funding to be determined of that 49-acre park. The design in particular right now in its initial stage is a gymnasium.
Second that motion.
Thank you, sir. That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
I have no other council members punched up. Oh, Council Vice President.
Assistant City Manager, I have a few questions. Can you walk me through what is the status update of some of the major projects that have been delayed for several years now? Off the top of my head, I'm referencing the Senior Center. When do we anticipate construction commencing?
Council Vice President, I believe the Senior Center had a lengthy discussion yesterday. Where we currently stand is obviously the negotiations with the contract costs with the contractor. That discussion's occurring. Fortunately, they are still progressing through that design, submitting the plans through building, and I think we're getting close to start negotiating some NTP as soon as we resolve the funding gap. And NTP is notice to proceed, Mayor?
Yeah, and I think what we said yesterday was we would be groundbreaking in 25, not ribbon cutting in 25, but we'd be groundbreaking in 25. We're going to have to probably bring forward some sort of contract amendment. with the developer. As the mayor stated yesterday, they were under a guaranteed maximum price, and now that's going to be going above that.
I don't want to get into details of it. What I didn't hear yesterday, that's what I'm asking again, is what is your estimated construction commencing and completing?
Groundbreaking.
Best case scenario.
Groundbreaking, best case scenario would be July, so as early as next month. And then approximately a year and a half later, maximum, we could take substantial completion in a year, depending on how construction goes.
Thank you.
So a year after.
What about Radio Park? That's been on the queue for several years now.
Yeah, Radio Park, I believe we've had a bid that went out. It came back. We rejected the bids, and then the project came back. And now we're redefining that, working with Parks to identify the funding source to actually bring that back before council. We have a contractor in hand. They've extended the bids, so hopefully we can come together and identify an actual contract to award.
So I'm listening for estimated commencing of construction.
Correct. And the life cycle of the project, once council awards the contract, we typically have 2 to 3 months before we actually do a groundbreaking. And the reason for is because we have to go through and do insurance and bonding and get the contract signed and actually work with the contractor to get the NTP. So
when do you estimate commencing construction?
Fall. I'd love to give you an exact date and time, but there's always something.
Good enough.
Fall.
I just need to have something for my mental memory.
Assuming we get through those checks and balances.
Dolores Park?
That's the one I'm caught.
Dolores Huerta. Yeah.
Within the next month.
Commencing construction?
That's the groundbreaking within the next month. We've got a laundry list of groundbreaking that's going to be coming.
Yeah, I know the mayor's polishing his suits and shining his shoes for all these ribbon cuttings. I'm more curious about like the ones that we started years ago and have, for whatever reason, been delayed and have become more complicated. Additionally, the sewer line project that's kind of been a pretty massive, project off Olive and First Street. What's the status of that project? I think it was one of the ones that you referenced, one of the many emergency projects that you didn't have in the queue, but the breakage of the sewer line.
They've been at it there. If you drive, I drive through there every day.
Correct.
They've been at
Council awarded the emergency contract,
Very
and
fast.
they're actually under construction as we speak. So hopefully we can get that addressed, fixed, and covered back up.
When do you anticipate completion of that project?
I need to get the more details. My guess is because we have the contractor actually on site, depending on the severity and how deep and what remedies we have to do, because we did have a leak and we have to remedy the soil around it and recompact it.
It's going to be, it's not a short project because we have to build a bypass line, if I remember correctly. We'll get you an estimated date. I don't want to commit to something here, but it is not, it was not an easy fix. It's several months, but we'd be happy to get back to you with a more firm date.
Yeah, I figured it's not one of those where you guys show up over the weekend, fix it, and it's all patched up. It seems far more severe.
Correct.
That was the temporary fix, but frequently what happens with sewer lines is you have to build, I don't know if you remember, Councilmember, in your district, North Avenue, it's been years. And now, of course, railroads were involved with that, so that took time, but when you basically have to bypass the existing sewer line nearly above ground and then do everything underground, clean up the soil, and then start construction on a new line. And then when the new line is done, then you have to undo the bypass. And sewer's work is pretty complicated.
Yeah. No, the reason I asked that is that we've gotten complaints from residents, and they're used to you guys popping up and over the weekend, cleaning up and leaving. In this case, it seems to be a far more significant fix that's going to take a while. So.
Yeah, anytime you have the underground failures like this, it's really complicated, and it usually takes a little longer than anticipated.
Yeah, we should probably get some details so they can get information out to the constituents. I know it's kind of a little bit more of a commercial corridor, but obviously the traveling public, I believe, including Councilmember Esparza, travels that pretty regularly.
Yeah, he almost ran us into a construction site yesterday, so I'm a little worried about it being there for a while. If you could just get us estimated time of completion, that would be, and it can be a season if there needs to be versus an exact date, just to have an idea for the public.
Will do.
The regional training facility for fire, is that under construction?
No, that is not. We have, I believe, 100% plans. This project, we're coordinating with the State College and fine-tuning the actual MOU, the negotiation, as who's going to operate when and where. That's the city manager is leading the charge with our fire chief. In addition to getting those fine-tuned items, we need to submit to the state architect because it's on they have the authority over the city for submitting the plans. Hopefully, when we get through that submittal, I'm trying to get a timeline for that. The city manager actually asked for that. What's the overall timeline to deliver that project? I can share that with council after she approves it.
Yeah, the staffs at both the fire department and State Center worked for many, many months on the MOU, and basically they came to a stopping point between the respective legal offices, and so that's when I stepped in and got involved with the chancellor's office to sit down and see if we could resolve those issues. We had a very productive meeting about a month ago, and had a couple of things that we needed to send back to staff. So we definitely, I would say there's a lot of work over the last year. It got stuck for several months. I'd say it's unstuck, but we do have some negotiating that we need to do, mostly because it's going to be joint use. And we need to make sure, obviously, that our needs for the fire department are going to be covered. So we've gotten much closer over the last month, but it's been a very long process.
I do want to give you guys kudos on the Mariposa Plaza, on the Broadway Park, on the Les Kimmer Park. As you guys start construction, they tend to be very smooth. You guys have troubleshoot some of the issues, but I've also been impressed by the level of security and minimizing the theft and vandalism during the construction phase. I do have a concern, though. It seems to me like the police department, rank and file officers, and even our own public works folks do not understand what city property is. So when theft is occurring on these city property assets, the police department assumes that's private property, and therefore they shouldn't act. I continuously find myself informing city staff that these are city assets and public property. So I don't know how you guys communicate to PD or why they don't have a list of city assets, but that seems to be, it's almost like common sense, in my view, that these are city assets. On the other area, there's been a lot of conversation around the amount of money that we have set aside for construction of new parks. I know it's a Measure P Parks Department issue, but I think it would ultimately end up in your place. When do we have a discussion, or when do we identify the locations for new park acquisitions? What does that process look like?
I think that's a question better for the Parks Department.
Aaron.
They're in charge with identifying sites for new parks, so we can get back to you on the process for that. If we can submit this as an RFI budget team,
Sure.
the process for identifying new park locations.
And do we have a deadline when those acquisitions have to occur?
A deadline for what?
For the utilization of the money?
Which funding source, I'm sorry?
The Measure P, set aside dollars for acquisition?
I don't think so.
No deadlines.
No deadline, okay. Great, if you can just follow up with us on that. I also noticed on capital, you have some money set aside for, and this might be a public works question, but I don't know where it lands, because it seems to me like there's 3 departments that have money for tree maintenance. Public Works, I think you have about $1 million in Public Works for the 10 or 12-year cycle, or $2 million, I forget what that amount is. Then the Capital Department has money for tree maintenance, and the Parks Department has money for tree maintenance.
I don't believe that Capital Projects has money for tree maintenance. They shouldn't. They should have, as part of constructing something new that will require tree plantings by a contractor, they would oversee that, but I don't believe Capital Projects has any tree maintenance money.
Any maintenance?
Nope.
Okay.
Unless it's a capital project, but that's typically done in-house.
Who manages all the TCC construction projects? Is that under your operation?
Correct, yes.
Are we essentially at the end of that process for all projects, or what's outstanding still?
That does have a timeline to spend the money, and we are trying diligently to make sure we meet those deadlines. I believe.
We're at the tail end.
Yeah, October.
Courtney, are you in here?
Yeah.
I know we're at the
It's
very
October.
tail end, because I just signed something last week, and Courtney said this is going to be one of the last reports. So we're at the tail end of TCC.
So we're essentially almost complete with every construction project that we got assigned, right?
We have to be, based on the funding requirements.
Okay.
We have to have all the bills submitted and to get reimbursed.
Yeah, okay. And of note, I think the mayor and I got an email about a constituent requesting removal of trees that we just planted on the city right-of-way in Chinatown just want to be clear, my understanding is that we're required to plant that urban greening, so I don't want to see next week that we remove the trees because somebody doesn't like trees. They're on the city right of way. They were built with irrigation systems. They were built as part of the urban greening grant, and I think the requirement of the TCC grant. And I know some folks don't like trees because it does attract people to be under them, but I want to be thoughtful that they are city right of way and we have the authority to plant those trees. Those are all my questions. Thank you, Assistant Manager. And again, when you guys are on site, the project seems to be going very well. So I do not get much complaints about construction projects being done by the city. Those complaints are usually reserved for high-speed rail and Caltrans, but you guys have been able to do a really good job of managing these projects as they go. My only suggestion is figuring out how you notify the police department that they're city projects so that they can be vigilant as people try to, take the copper or whatever construction materials on site. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Okay, I have no other council members punched up. Great job, Director.
Thank you very much.
We're going to move on to Economic Development Department.
Good morning, Council President, Vice President, Council members, Mayor Dyer, Manager White, esteemed colleagues. My name's Cliff Long, and I'm brand new to the position, but I'm very excited to join the Fresno team. I've had a chance to meet a few of you, but my office is in the process of scheduling meetings with each of you individually, so hopefully can get to know you a little better and vice versa, and learn more about your thoughts and what's important to the constituents in your district. Our budget was developed prior to my taking this role, but it provides a good basis for us to move forward. Kelly Trevino, our Assistant Director, deserves a lot of thanks for her efforts to put this together for the mayor's proposed budget. And I'm going to turn things over to Kelly at this point and let her walk you through the mechanics of the budget and stand for any questions. Thank you.
Good morning, Council President, Council members, Kelly Trevino. Like our director said, I'm the Assistant Director of Economic Development. There it is, okay. There we go. Okay, so our proposed budget includes, for fiscal year 2026, is $2,875,500, which includes just under $1 million for personnel, a little over $1.7 million for non-PERS, and just under $157,000 for interdepartmental costs. This is an overall decrease of around $1 million from the last fiscal year. And we were able to save money, a good amount of money in our personnel category by keeping our economic development analyst position unfilled for this year. We are not proposing any new positions in fiscal year 2026. We have a total of 8 positions, which includes our director, assistant director, executive assistant, 4 economic development coordinators, and then again that 1 economic development assistant position, which will remain unfilled. We also just want you to know that we currently have a YJCP intern who is an important part of our team. And as a result of a grant that we recently received from the U.S. Department of State, there's no money attached to it, but we will have a foreign service officer assigned to work in our office to serve as our sister city liaison. So he'll be starting in July. We look forward to bringing him on board. He'll be here with us full-time, stationed in our department. And he will assist in formalizing contacts with international delegations and sister cities and advising on international economic opportunities. And we look forward to introducing him to all of you. And we just recently received that grant. Let's see, slide number 4. We were able to make reductions to minimize our operational impact by $46,000 in non-PERS expenses, primarily in marketing, public relations, travel, and training appropriations. Federal and state grants. We are currently in our final year of our local Immigrant Integration and Inclusion Grant, the LIIIG, which was from the state of California. This grant was received in fiscal year 2024, and that funding allows us to partner with the CIVIC, the Central Valley Immigrant Integration Collaborative, to provide entrepreneurship and digital literacy training and workshops to our Spanish-speaking immigrants in the city of Fresno who are looking to start their own businesses and need some assistance. We've had around 100 people who have completed the entrepreneurship training and around 130, a little over 130 who have completed the digital literacy training so far. Last year we held an immigrant entrepreneurship expo with this grant, and that was at the convention center. And this year we're planning a whole week of services offering both in-person and virtual training and networking opportunities for our Spanish-speaking entrepreneurs in the city of Fresno. The period of performance for this grant was extended to the end of the year. And for slide 6, program and project highlights for fiscal year 26 include the work that I just spoke of with CIVIC in regards to the LIIIG grant, and as well as our continued work in assisting our locally owned restaurants with grants designed to help them make operations more energy efficient and in turn hopefully lower their energy bills. To date, we have awarded 5 grants. We have 8 more on the cusp of being awarded. And we've received approximately 30 applications so far for that program. All of those applications are in various stages of submitting their documents and getting everything through. We did send out invitations to over 100 businesses to apply for the grant, so we're continuing to reach out to those businesses to ask them to get their documents in. Community outreach highlights. We will continue our outreach to local businesses looking to expand in the city of Fresno through events such as the San Joaquin Valley Manufacturing Alliance Summit, the Central California Women's Conference. We partner with local chambers with their events, several speaking engagements and trainings for our local businesses, ribbon cuttings, one-on-one meetings, etc. And then we also attend several regional, state, and national trade shows, including Semicon West, which is going to be happening in Phoenix this year, ICSC Las Vegas, which is the big retail show that happens in Las Vegas each year, Select USA, and that happens on the East Coast, and the World Ag Expo, which is more local but does attract businesses from throughout the world. And with that, I turn it over to you for questions.
Thank you so much, Kelly. Great job. We have first punched up Councilmember Maxwell, and then Council Vice President after that.
Good morning to you.
Morning. Good.
A couple of questions for you before I have some questions for the new director. We haven't had an opportunity to sit down one-on-one just yet. Can you explain exactly what the economic analyst does and why we felt that was the position out of the 8 positions to go unfunded?
So the economic development analyst position was actually, it was the position that I filled before I moved into the assistant director position about 2 years ago. That position historically has offered, data and research for the department, assisting the coordinators. We didn't always have 4 coordinators, so it was, it's kind of the scope of work for that position has kind of morphed and changed over the years, but because we do have the 4 coordinators who are doing an excellent job working directly with our businesses, we've decided to keep that position unfunded.
So who does that work now?
It's spread out over the coordinators, myself, and we do have an intern who helps assist us with a lot of that research as well.
So is there still a need for that PAR moving forward?
That would likely be a question for Cliff, but probably as he gets more into the role and decides what his needs are with the city manager.
I'm sorry, Councilmember, what was the question?
Well, it just sounds like the work's been spread throughout a couple of other positions. I was just wondering if that PAR would be necessary moving forward.
The PCN, the position. I think, we were planning, first of all, we have attrition savings that we need to hit as well. And since that position was vacant, that was one of the ones that we selected. Yeah, I think we're going to kind of get the lay of the land, and depending on what our budget situation is, if it is something that we want to keep and possibly fill in the future, or if we want to defund it. But I think we're just going to try and let the new director get settled a little bit and figure out what the staffing situation is.
And there's only one position for that, correct?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. I commend your efforts to go after and implement, immigrant-owned business programs. Are we interested or have any plans to move forward with things like Black-owned businesses or women-owned businesses, or where do we draw the line there in terms of who we're reaching out to in the community to help?
I mean, we work with everybody in all of our chambers, our local partners, to make sure that we are partnering with all of them and working with businesses in all aspects. We do have that grant, so it allows us the ability to specifically target those Spanish-speaking
And that was
businesses.
a grant that we proactively went after?
Yes,
Are we
yes,
proactively
in partnership with Civic.
Are we proactively going after other grants as well to serve other communities?
At this time, I'm not aware of any, but we're always looking for those opportunities. We did receive additional funding from the LIIG grant from the state of California. We brought that to you about a month ago, last month in May. An additional $45,000 and a little bit of an extension of time to get that spent so we could expand that program a bit.
Okay.
So, yeah.
7 filled positions right now.
Yes.
I'm just trying to figure out how much of this department's going to be grant-driven versus how much of the work we're going to try to initiate ourselves based off of our priorities. Can you or the director speak to that? How many grants are we going to be chasing, and how much of our work is going to start to be taken over as grant-driven?
Grant-driven.
Councilmember, I'm having a hard time hearing you. I'm so sorry. Could you repeat that?
Sure, I'll speak a little closer.
Perfect. Thank you.
That might be the problem. Well, we have 7 total positions for our economic development team. I'm just wondering how much we're going to let this department go after grants, and how much of this department's initiatives and energy and priorities are going to be grant-driven.
I personally don't like chasing money unless it's already in line with what our mission is, because I think that's how you get distracted from what your core mission is.
Correct.
And so I think, for instance, with the group that we're doing with Civic, the LIGGT, whatever it's called, that was in line with what the department does automatically. So I'll leave it up to Cliff to answer. But if there is a grant that is perfectly aligned with what we do in the department and it works for us, I think we should attempt to go after it. But just to chase money because grant dollars are available because we're tight on money, I think that just sort of distracts us from what our core mission is. That's sort of my philosophy on chasing
I ask
grant
because
dollars.
I share those concerns too.
Okay.
I don't want it to become like a majority grant funded and driven program within the city of Fresno.
Yeah, and I don't think, speaking on behalf of the mayor, economic development is a, core charter responsibility for the mayor as well. So we always need to make sure that we have kind of the core funding in order to be able to implement that. But I'll let Cliff respond,
But I also assume that 10 to 12% of these major grants that we've gotten are going towards overhead costs as well, right? And subsidizing some of the general fund.
I think is any of the one grant go to cover any overhead?
The LIIG, we only keep $2,000 a year, so a total of $4,000 is all that we kept, because we did want to make sure that we maximize the amount of funds that were going and being passed through to Civic, so that they could carry out those workshops and trainings for
I
who it was
appreciate that. I just wanted
for.
to make sure we weren't becoming too dependent on these grants to pay for our overhead costs.
No, not much of that LIIG is used for that
Perfect,
at all.
thank you. Just a couple of general questions for you, Director. I know we're going to sit down and talk soon, but in the meantime, can you just kind of speak to what your top goal is as the new executive or the new director for economic development, whether that's to increase the tax base overall, bring high-paying jobs for Fresno residents, or bring companies that enhance the quality of life for the residents of the city of Fresno? What would you say your number one priority is?
So to answer that, I'm gonna slip back to the previous question and just say that I couldn't agree more with Manager White. We are a very small team, and we do not have the, I guess, the wherewithal to kind of chase things that are far afield from what we should be doing. And that leads into the next question, and that is, what should we be doing? And I think that the very bottom line for economic development is pretty simple. It's about new jobs and investment for the community. And my goal is to learn more about the community, find opportunities to capitalize on the existing businesses that we have here, whether that's in their supply chain or their customer base, to find how we can support entrepreneurs and small business and help them continue to be successful here. And then to look to the outside and say, what is it that we need here in Fresno? What kind of businesses can we attract to bring the kind of investment and the new jobs that we need as a good fit for our community?
Appreciate that. How long have you been in Fresno for now, Director?
Week 3, I guess.
I suppose that's not a lot of time to...
Can I ask a question? Here's the question. What district do you live in? Where'd you choose to live? I'm kidding.
City of Clovis.
No, he's not in the city of Clovis.
It's probably a little too early to answer these questions, but maybe you have some insights in terms of whether you've identified any parts of the city of Fresno that might be ripe for economic development, or any industries that you'd be interested in bringing to Fresno that you think might be a good fit. I was interested to read about your work in Boise. I think you did a lot of work with, was it the tech industry? Have you identified any sort of industries that might be a good fit for Fresno that maybe we're lacking right now?
Yes, council member, I guess, again, and I welcome all your perspectives and to learn more about what you value and what you think is important. As an outsider coming to the community, I see a tremendous potential for manufacturing here and what that brings. We have a lot of amenities here and an economy that very few places in the world do. And we can take advantage of that and continue to build it. But I really am a believer in focusing on base economic development and letting things farther down the road kind of take care of themselves. So not so much work on retail, leasing, and attraction, but more work on, let's see about somebody who's willing to come in and invest in a new shopping center or invest in a new distribution facility or invest, ideally, in manufacturing here in our community.
Absolutely. I appreciate that. I look forward to meeting you and talking to you one-on-one, Director. I have the honor of representing the airport district on the city council, which is, I think, a neighborhood really ripe for opportunity. And I'd love to have lunch with you there and kind of do a drive-through of the neighborhood with you and talk about ideas moving forward.
I would enjoy that. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Welcome aboard, Director. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Council Vice President, you're up, followed by Councilmember Richardson.
Thank you. I'm going to stick to just a couple of areas here. I'm going to be very frank with you as an incoming director. I only hear from your department once a year, and that's during budget. And I have no understanding of what you do operationally. I've been here, this is my 7th year. The position has been let me just say it this way. You have 8 positions with the title of economic development. I have yet to see that in any way results in economic development activity in my district, or even address the areas of my constituency that have made it clear, for example, that they want a full grocery store in one part of the district. I don't want to get into additional. I still struggle with, and this is before City Manager White's tenure, but there was a time where we as a city funded the County Economic Development Corporation and the City Economic Development Department. And at that time, I was pushing for us to stop funding both because I didn't understand the intersection between doing both efforts. In my view, the county was busy using our resources to recruit employers to the county area and to other cities. So I didn't see any value in funding both efforts, especially since there seemed to be no alignment except for a vendor relationship. So then we invested in this department while continuing our relationship with the county EDC. I can't speak to what they do. We have a member who sits on that board. They can probably do that. But I'm still struggling with, we know that sales tax and property tax drives our revenue, and that economic development and business attraction expansion drives that revenue. I'm yet to see how there's a direct alignment in goal setting. What I do see is a mayor who spends a lot of time recruiting businesses, a lot of time trying to attract new businesses. I see that from him as an individual and from him as an office. I don't see how that's the work of the EDC, of the Economic Development Department. What I do recognize is you guys attend conferences, you go to Vegas once a year. Again, I have not seen the fruits of that labor, and I'm going on 7 years. So I struggle with understanding, like, I don't even know who are the 8 personnel members in your operation outside of your assistant director. And our interaction is once a year in this space. So I'm not understanding the value proposition in a budget year when we're flatlining or getting ready for decreases. So I wasn't part of your interview process. We've never met before. So I've never had the opportunity to share this with you. This is the only place we've been here, but it's also historically the only place our office interacts is in this place once a year. So take that for what it's worth, and I look forward to seeing what work develops out of this operation.
Councilmember, I'm not going to have Cliff respond, but I would encourage you to read the quarterly reports that get distributed. I will remind you that this department implemented the facade programs. I will remind you that they also deal with retention of small businesses. And I will also, when the mayor goes and does recruiting, those are from leads that have been generated by this department and by Fresno EDC. So I appreciate the fact that you don't think that you've seen any of the work, but I would beg to differ because there are a number of leads that get developed. And economic development work is not something that you get to see. There's a lot of projects that take years to come to fruition. So it's a lot of the being visible, being available, working with site selectors, which is a lot of what this team does when we do get contacted for particular businesses. As you may know, we have been completely stymied in this area by the lockdown of the South Industrial area. and with the South Central Specific Plan, which was recently obviously defeated by this council, because in order to be able to locate, whether it be manufacturing or export-oriented businesses, you have to be able to have the industrially zoned land to be able to site these businesses. Some of them may be heavy truck required, which I know you're concerned about, but some aren't. But I can tell you, because I do sit on the EDC board along with Councilmember Esparza, and what we hear from the people who are trying to locate these businesses is two things. One, we have been shut down. Our reputation is horrible because of the rejection of projects and the lack of availability and certainty in getting projects past this council because of environmental justice advocacy. I feel like the action that this body took, just less than a year ago in overturning the South Central went a long way and is finally giving some confidence back to the industry that we are open for business. So I hear what you're saying, but I do think it's somewhat unfair. I will acknowledge that any team in our city can always do better, and we're always open to that feedback. But I feel like this group has been hamstrung in that arena. But they haven't just been sitting around doing nothing. They've been focusing on the small local businesses via the facade programs, via the energy efficiency grant program, and a number of other, the civic programs. So that is what they've been focusing on while we have not been able to locate more of the large-scale developments, which are the very sexy projects that people get to do the ooh and the ah, the huge job generators in our community. And, I pointed out during the discussion on SEDA that phase one area of SEDA is 2/3 industrial land, which would be a huge win and which would give us an inventory of being able to go out and heavily recruit the types of business that are huge job generators while not forgetting our local small businesses that we do need to retain and help expand. So I appreciate your comments. We can always do better, but and I would encourage you to go to look at the quarterly reports that the department sends out about the leads that are being generated. And there are hundreds of leads. But leads take a long time to build, come to fruition. And we work very closely with the EDC. At times, there have been discussions about do we need both? And I will tell you, yes, we do need both. But those are my comments in response. I don't want to have Cliff respond to that because I don't think it's a fair question to put upon him given his third week in.
City Manager, I want to ring your bell and just clarify. Do it. Go ahead. On myself? Yeah, yourself. Yeah, just to clarify for the record, this council did not defeat the South Central Specific Plan. We simply sent it back for some more effective provisions.
Right. You're right.
That's
You're right.
all.
Good point. Good point. But that was a huge win in the community of industrial developers.
And if I may, Council President, I want to address a couple points that the City Manager made. So in my 7 years, I've learned a couple of things. One is, in order for a business to arrive to Fresno, you need zone clearance, which this body controls. We control land use, right? If the zoning is appropriate, if the zoning environmental work is completed, then that gets you through phase one. Phase two is getting through the permitting process. That is mostly administrative in nature. The complaints that I've gotten in my 7 years is the first step is a zoning that's necessary for businesses. We've dealt with that significantly across the region. The second phase, which we don't control, is what happens when somebody applies for a permit. That's on the administrative side of the house. We sometimes are asked to be consultants and unjam something stuck in the system, which I'm assuming your staff is also very privy to how a business permit and fire inspection, a building inspection, every single step in the process has to be overcome by a business. I do want to point out that in my tenure, we have approved several Amazon distribution centers in my district. We've just opened the Coca-Cola distribution center, all because zoning was in place and they got through permitting. As a body, we have not rejected these businesses. As a body, we have responded by making sure they have the right clearance, they pass environmental thresholds, and they adjust to the neighborhood that they're moving into. Like anybody, when people live in an area and a massive new operation wants to come in, there has to be adjustments with whether it's an apartment complex on Herndon or a distribution center in Southwest Fresno. Those are all business enterprises that have a requirement to mitigate their impact onto the area in which they're moving into. So to suggest we haven't been open to business, not the case. To recognize that it is a long, tedious process where both sides of the legislative and the administrative house are completely responsible for is more accurate. And again, I do read your quarterly reports. I'm very attuned to the fact that these things take years to develop. I've been here 7 years. I've been watching for 7 years to see these long-range projects come to fruition, and I have not seen the value return on investment for that body of work. No fault of yours. They've been here for 3 weeks. No fault of the city manager. She's been here, I think, 4 years, 3 years, for however long. But it is the only request that my residents have for business development in the district is a grocery store. And there has been no movement in that space. I don't attract grocery stores. The mayor is limited to being able to make the sales pitch if the zoning is right, if the infrastructure is there. We as a council have allocated millions of dollars to make off-site improvements to make it easier and cheaper for such a business to move into the area where it's desperately needed. In 7 years, I haven't seen the department or the EDC aggressively attend to that. I would argue if they had put energy into recruiting a grocery store as they have to a distribution center, we wouldn't have as much pushback from Southwest residents because we are providing them a business that is an amenity as well as a business that is a burden when it comes to the environment and traffic, which is a distribution center. So it's my only argument. I've been observing and watching for 7 years, and I have yet to have a team focus on a grocery store versus a drive-through restaurant or distribution center, which is not what residents are asking for in terms of business amenities. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. If I can respond to Vice President's comments. Very well taken. Again, I look forward to sitting down with each of you and learning more about what these kind of priorities are within your district. Specifically as the grocery stores at ICSC, which was my very first day on the job, our team met with 2 different grocery development teams to talk about the potential. So certainly we can do more, and in knowing what your priorities are, you know, we can work towards that. But I appreciate the opportunity.
Great, thank you so much. Council Vice President, you're good to go? Yes, thank you. Next, we have Councilmember Richardson, followed by Councilmember Esparza.
Director, good morning. Good to meet you.
You as well.
How are you? Welcome to Fresno.
Thank you.
Not a Seahawks fan, are you?
Yes. Sorry.
Dude, I was batting for you until like 7 seconds ago. Okay, hey, like I said, welcome. Do you have Janae on your staff? Yes. All right, you got John Lawrence as well? Mm-hmm. You got Mustache Josh?
Yep.
Good,
yep,
all right.
Yep.
I do know your staff, and they are great, and they work really hard. And I mean, it's not hard to get a hold of them, and I give them a lot of points. To their credit, would you mind speaking really quickly about the process that is going into Rivian and getting them established here in the city? I think it's fantastic. And if it's too quick to ask you, I can come back, or maybe you can speak to it as well. But very impressive so far. I'd just like to hear a little bit about that.
Yeah, so I'm glad you mentioned Rivian, because Rivian is one that we initially met back in 2023 at ICSC and started those conversations. It actually went faster than I would have anticipated. They are going to be opening in Northwest Fresno a service center. They, I believe, are in the process of getting their safe to occupy right now as we speak. So they had some snafus with electrical panel and some inspections and, you know, all the things. But they will be employing about 200 individuals. The average salary is $50,000 to $70,000 a year, so good paying jobs. But again, that was one that started as a little idea at ICSC or a little project and some outreach on, you know, on our team reaching out to them to see what we could do. This will be the only service center in the Central Valley. So we're really excited about it. It'll be open soon, so stay tuned.
Fantastic. My next question was how many jobs that was bringing. Sounds like an investment that was well worth it.
Yes.
Director,
yes.
not to quiz you in public, you're tracking the rough AMI that kind of we have here in Fresno?
Yeah.
That's all those jobs right there are at or above AMI. Fantastic. That's great to hear. Thank you. The question I had with the looking through the line item detail, looking around page 58, 653304, I'll read it off for you. It's the utilization of the $800,000 from PG&E of a charitable donation. Can you just speak real briefly about where that went?
So yes, we received $400,000 from PG&E. We matched it with $400,000 of general fund dollars from our fiscal year 25 budget. And so that money is going into grants for our locally owned restaurants in the city of Fresno who are struggling with their PG&E costs.
This is updating him, getting that more efficient HVAC systems,
Absolutely.
lighting, whatever have you.
Absolutely. We didn't want to just give them money to pay their bill. We wanted to give them money to invest in their business so that they could bring their costs down in the long term.
I know a lot of small business owners really appreciate that in the restaurant business specifically. And then the final question I had was a job that I wouldn't mind having either. The Sister City Liaison.
Yeah, that's brand new.
This is a position that I've seen in the budget a bunch of years, and it's been really hard to explain to constituents who have the free time to dig through a budget what that means and where it comes from. I'm assuming that's not 653302 on page 58, the $165,000 for professional outside consulting services, but I can't find where in the line item detail that job is.
So there's no funding for it because it was a grant that we applied for with the Department of State, Federal Department of State, and we just recently were notified that we were successful in that. So this is brand new, but it's not funded in our budget because it is completely covered by that grant, by them. We just get him. He'll be starting in late July, so you'll all have a chance to meet him and, you know, talk to him about your priorities when it comes to Sister City.
Great. I understand the time constraint in that we didn't get it in time to make it in the budget, and that's understandable.
Yeah, but
City manager, the even pass-through of funds that come through in the form of a grant still make their line item
There's
detail.
no funds at all.
Right.
Correct, and it's not a city employee, so it's not a PCN for within the city. So it's basically an MOU that's between us and the Department of State that they are placing a designee, I don't remember what the technical term is, you probably do, here in our city and through the Department of Commerce to be able to work. And we had submitted it for the purpose of sister cities because we are looking obviously at sister cities as not just cultural exchanges, but also as business opportunities as well.
Okay. On the basis of business exchange, I can pitch that to constituents and they'll be more okay with it. If possible, I'd like to meet with that individual when I meet with you and Director Nunu, once you get accustomed here. I'd really appreciate that. Yeah. And I think those are all the questions I have for now.
I just received word yesterday that he should be here to visit sometime in June, but he won't be starting. He's currently stationed in Seoul, so he's not going to be in the United States until later this month and looking for housing and not working for us until the end of July, and he'll be with us for 1 year.
He'll be remote also for...
No, he'll be here in our office. In our office.
All righty.
Yeah.
Okay. I think that's all I had, Council President. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Next, we have Councilmember Esparza, followed by Councilmember Vang.
Hey, good morning, Cliff. Great to see you again. We've definitely met. Appreciate our time together thus far. I will say, for the record, just with respect to my approach to economic development, I think we shared it, and that's part of what we've discussed here in the last couple months or so. Our primary purpose should be attracting jobs, attracting investment, and thereby raising the median income here within the city. There's always going to be a natural rate of growth as people become a working age and people need jobs. we have to find a way to meet that and exceed it in order to actually see real economic growth. I think what you're going to find across the council as you navigate the different meetings and find out the different preferences from different members. Some of us are focused, I think all of us in one way or the other are focused on kind of the micro interactions of, pounding the pavement with the coordinators and, making sure we support our existing businesses, particularly our local businesses that do tend to be the backbone of our city and have much more of a multiplier effect. But we've got to be able to walk and chew gum at the same time, and that means doing that while seeking out new added value, seeking out the next big thing for Fresno, whatever that kind of primary exportable industry is going to be. And for as much as this council has shown a propensity for supporting the warehousing and the manufacturing industry and the work that's being done to try to untangle the issues down in the triangle and such, we've got to continue to look even further than that. So that's going to add a certain amount of value, keep us afloat, keep us growing. But again, we got to find a way to accelerate that. And you are the man now tasked with the job in partnership with our friends over at EDC. And I think it's always been a pretty optimal combination, pretty optimal relationship there, where we've got the 1-2 punch. So we got our internal folks, and we've got the scope of the contract with EDC. So I know you've gotten to know them a little bit by now, I'm sure. So just keep up the great work. And I wish you luck with my colleagues here. But let's keep our eye on the ball, on the big ball, as we navigate in the micro and the macro of our city. Just a couple specific questions, probably for Kelly. When can we expect the business intelligence platform to go live? What's the department utilizing for tracking while the platform is still being developed?
Yeah, so we were working with ISD to develop a Salesforce platform. That was our goal. However, I'm sure it's been noted that the person that was in charge of Salesforce for the city left city employment, so that's been put on hold. So we currently use, an Excel spreadsheet that we track everything in. It's rudimentary, but it's working for us at this point. But it's a bit cumbersome, and we're hoping that we'll get to a point. We had been beta testing that Salesforce platform, and then we're almost there, tweaking it a little bit, and then it stopped.
Good old Excel, never fails. Maybe a little tedious, but never fails.
Yeah.
So how far away are we from being able to?
I don't know that I can answer.
I think we need to check, TJ, if you can check where we are in filling that position down in ISD on the Salesforce. It's not one that we're holding vacant, so we'll check on the filling of that position of our Salesforce expert, for lack of a better term.
Okay, and that has to be internal? That's not something we look to externally for?
I would tell you we were looking internal, but if for some reason we can't find something, I'm not opposed to bringing someone from a consultant or something that can help us through.
Sure. Very, very technical stuff. Kelly, switching gears over to the PBIDs for the benefit of the public, property-based improvement districts. We funded a few, I want to say 3 different ones last budget cycle. 2 within my district, some Blackstone and another on Belmont. What is the status? Where are we on the implementation and awarding of the contracts?
Right. So we did go out for an RFQ a couple of months ago for both the Blackstone and Belmont PBIDs. We got only 1 response for each, and they were higher than the amount that we have available. So what we're doing right now is we're working with that vendor to see if there's some way that we can find a way to get them to come down in their price a bit so that we can fit in under that budgeted amount of $100,000 each. We're almost there.
And I think we were working with your office to try and sort of understand and narrow the boundaries a little bit, which would reduce the cost because we sort of left it pretty broad and wide open. So if they knew, what the geographical area was, that likely would bring down the cost, and I believe Kelly's been working with your office
Yeah,
on
we
that.
got that information back to the vendor. They were able to come down a bit in their price for both. It wasn't quite enough, so we actually just had a call yesterday. We're still trying to figure out how we can work together to get that, and we're almost there. So I'm confident that we'll get those past that finish line.
This is coming back to me now. I agonize. Yeah, that's right. We had a conversation with my staff. I agonized over, what to recommend, just because the whole point of sort of the exploratory phase of it is to go out there and kind of find out what the most optimal boundaries are, right? And from an objective perspective. And so we really have to, just based on knowledge of the district and knowledge of the city, really take kind of the best kind of educated guess, if you will, as to where you might find willing partners. Because really what we're doing here, I see the PBID, I see this investment as an opportunity to bring these business corridors together and help facilitate an investment in themselves. That's really what it is in terms of the property owners and the businesses who are on these different corridors. So I do recall now, I did recommend some boundaries, and hopefully we can get there pretty soon.
And that gave us a good idea of the number of parcels, but I did make it absolutely clear to them that this was not a definitive boundary, that could shift a bit based on the needs of the property owners.
Yeah, we tried back in the middle of the pandemic to take on Blackstone, but it was just, it was tough. It was a tough time all around.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping this time around it's a lot more successful. And again, just another way for us to economically develop these corridors and just facilitate that activity. That's really the extent of my questions for now. Cliff, did you have something?
Oh, he was saying we also had the airport PBID, which was Councilmember Maxwell's, and that has been carried over into this fiscal year 26 budget. So it's in the council motions line item. $150,000 for that is still in there.
Was the RFQ for that one put out?
It was not. He had wanted to hold off on that.
Got it. Okay. Just out of curiosity.
Yeah.
Sounds great. Well, again, Cliff, welcome to the city of Fresno. We've got a lot of work to do, both on both our parts, on your side and on the legislative side. So welcome.
Thank you so much. Now we have Councilmember Vang, followed by Councilmember Perea.
Thank you very much, Council President Kirbasi, and good morning, Director Long. Welcome to the city of Fresno. I can say, at least during this presentation, I'm not the newest guy here, so you can have the title for now.
Okay.
Thank you. And Assistant Director Trevino, thank you very much for being here as well. As you know, I represent District 5, which is the Ventura, Cesar Chavez, Kings Canyon corridor, or I like to call it the O180. And again, similar to the Blackstone corridor, there's a lot of needs in terms of business enterprise along this corridor. My understanding is that in 2018, there was a pilot program called the Kings Canyon Creation Act, and I believe that was also renewed in 2023, which is to waive certain business fees in terms of development impact fees and business tax credits to entice business coming to the, again, Ventura, Cesar Chavez, Kings Canyon corridor. Do we have any numbers in terms of that program, in terms of its effective or expenditures?
Yeah, so I believe you're speaking about the one-year pilot program that was in that area?
That is correct, the pilot program, yes.
And I believe there was just one business that ended up taking advantage of it. So that is for impact fee reductions if you're building new. So that it didn't come into play for any other businesses that were looking for new development along that corridor.
Kelly, did you, I'm sorry, had multiple, did you say Taco Bell? Did you talk about
I just said there was one. I didn't name the name, but yeah, it was a Taco Bell.
It was a Taco Bell.
Yeah.
Do you recall which Taco Bell was it?
I don't off the top of my head, I'm sorry.
We can get back to you on that. Are you joking? Are you serious?
No. No, I believe there were two, I believe Taco Bells that came into the Kings Canyon, Cesar Chavez.
Maybe
Ventura
just
corridor.
one during that time. I'd have to look.
Yeah. Only
Okay.
one, I believe, was part of the
Yeah.
program.
Yeah.
But we can let you know which location.
Only
that
one
was.
business took advantage of that, the tax
Yes,
break
just
in a
that one
sense.
business, yeah.
Okay. I wanted to focus on the local immigrant integration and inclusion grant. I believe that was started in fiscal year 2024 and then to 25 and now the current fiscal year budget. The current proposed budget for that program is $165,000.
Correct.
Do you have the number for fiscal 2025 and fiscal year 2024?
I believe it was 185 last year. I'd have to get the numbers for you if you'd like, but we
So it's comparable to the proposed budget for this year?
Yeah, and then we did, as I mentioned, we got an additional 45,000 just recently, so we brought that to you to accept, but we will be bringing that AAR to you in the next few months to add that into the 45,000 to be able to accept it.
Addition, would that also sunset by the end of January 2026?
Yes. So the performance period ends in December, and then we have until January to do all our final reporting.
Okay. And this is to provide entrepreneurship and literacy training for Spanish-speaking only?
Spanish-speaking, yes.
Okay. The grants that was the 180 or so thousand, 2024 and 2025, was that also administered through CVIC?
Yes. We applied for that grant in partnership with them.
Okay.
Civic.
Then the next question regarding the energy efficient grants of $800,000. Was that administered through another agency or was it in-house?
That's in-house. We are administering that.
Okay. And as I recall, when the local immigrant integration inclusion grant was administered, we reduced $2,000 for quote-unquote in-house costs, or is it $4,000 if I can recall?
$4,000 total
4,000
over the
total.
life of the program. So a very minimal amount just to cover some of our staff time,
That's
but not much because, like I said, we really wanted that money to go to the programming for the businesses.
So for over the 4 years, up 3 years, 24, 25, and 26, 4,000.
4,000 total.
Okay. And I believe, let me just put this in there for now. The Sister Cities, a liaison, that is paid through a grant and as an intern, correct?
So the grant is
It's not there.
the individual. There's no money attached to this. That's just, they are putting an individual here in our office, but they remain a employee of the federal government.
I
They're
see, so
just
it's like a
stationed
loaner.
here. Loaner,
Like
yeah,
a
a
loaner
loaner
to the
person.
city. Okay, so anytime the city gets anybody for quote-unquote free, we will not close the door on that opportunity. Okay. Again, Director, welcome to the city of Fresno. I'm looking forward to meeting you and your team, and perhaps, we can take a trip down Ventura, Cesar Chavez, Kings Canyon, or as I call it, the old 180, and look at the development or perhaps a lack of development to see what your insights and your expertise in getting this corridor being developed in the next foreseeable future.
I look forward to it. Thank you, Council Member.
Okay, thank you. And perhaps, Taco Bell might come back to Southeast Fresno then. Thank you. Thank you, Council President Cabarsi.
Thank you very much, Councilmember. Councilmember Perea, followed by Council Vice President.
Thank you, Council President. Good morning, Director. We haven't had a chance to sit down yet, but looking forward to it. I know your department is called Economic Development, but every department in the city plays a role in economic development, from airports to public utilities, and so any criticism thrown your way, and even the kudos, we all share in that. So, first question is related to our contract with the EDC. What amount are we budgeting for that partnership moving forward?
We're budgeting for $175,000, but with an additional $50,000 that could potentially be used for special projects like semiconductor outreach and things like that.
Okay. And this is over a one-year term, or what's the extent of
Yeah,
that?
so we're currently finalizing that agreement with them, so that'll be coming before you, hopefully very soon. But yes, it's a 1 year. If it's like we did last time, it would be for a 1 year term with 2 optional 1 year extensions.
Okay, 175 per year. Okay, got it. And was that similar to the last contract we had with them?
Last time it was 175 a year, so it'll be the same this year, but like I said, with that extra additional option for up to $50,000 for those special projects like semiconductors.
Got it, okay. And then our sister city relationship, our budget for the sister city program, do you recall what we budgeted in the last fiscal year?
15,000.
15,000.
And we've utilized that to pay membership fees and then also to purchase a computer for the individual that will be coming in July, cell phone.
Did that go toward any travel, sister city travel?
No.
Okay. I thought we had set aside 50,000 for sister city.
There was only 15 in our department.
It's, the travel is in the GCP, the general city purpose budget.
Okay.
It was anything related, but I believe we used it for, mostly for the travel expenses.
And we expended most of that 50?
Not yet. We could, go ahead, Ruthie.
The total that was budgeted for the current year was 70,000 in GCP, and I'm looking to Santino or Ed to let me know what the expenses are to date.
Sorry, am I here? I don't have a record of any expenditures against that 70,000 to date.
For this fiscal year?
For this particular one. The full 70,000 is estimated to carry over.
Okay, thank you.
So did you hear that? We've had nothing hit in this fiscal year. Boy, time flies. It must have been the previous fiscal year. But we are planning, we did plan to carry that over into this fiscal year. So we would have, unless something comes through between now and June 30th, we'd have 70,000 for fiscal 26.
And that is going to be carried over?
Yes.
Okay. 70,000 for sister city relationship.
Correct. Travel, right. The dues
expenses.
are covered out of economic development, but it mostly is related to travel expenses or anything else that might come up that's not covered by membership fees.
And do we have a policy on how we touch sister city money? Is it first come, first serve? Is a certain percentage allocated for each council district?
It's been first come, first serve.
Okay.
We have not had an issue with not having sufficient funding that I'm aware of, unless a council member can recall that. So it's worked out thus far.
And then the grant-funded liaison position, how is that going to work? He's allocated to our city for 1 year?
For 1 year.
1 year full-time?
1 year full-time. He'll be stationed here physically in our office.
Okay, in your department?
Yeah.
Got it, okay. Some of my colleagues made reference to zone clearances, making sure our land is shovel-ready. That's very attractive to folks that want to come into our city. Another word for this is ministerial. Again, I know it's a scary word, but ministerial processing is a zone clearance. When we're not circumventing environmental review, we're just expediting the overall process. And so for ministerial, I know we started with housing, but I think it would be good to start looking at other areas within our zoning ordinance where we could discuss how ministerial could be used as an economic development tool for businesses, for future business attraction. And then we don't include any money for the Chamber's MAID conference. Is that correct? I think we did previously.
The Food Expo, is that what you're talking about? It didn't happen last year. I don't think that it's happening this year.
Yes, they did not. Are you talking about MAID Central California?
Yes.
Yeah, they didn't have it last year, if I remember correctly.
No.
Okay. There hasn't been an ask thus far to support
I've not
anything
seen
moving
anything,
forward?
Mayor. Have you seen anything? No.
All right. And your department is small but mighty, and I have reached out to folks too, and they've always been extremely helpful. And so, Director, you're coming into a position where your support staff is going to help you shine. And so, congratulations on the new position, and look forward to getting to know you a little better.
Thank you very much, Council Member. Council President, if it's okay, I have neglected to acknowledge Will and Lauren from Fresno County EDC here with us, who are...
I can't see him. Will, can you stand? No, it's good to see you, Will. Thank you.
Very, very valuable partners,
Yes, he
and
is.
really looking forward to developing that partnership even more.
No, and I'd love to see the collaboration between your two departments. This is great. Yeah, we love Will. So, Council Member, does that conclude your comments? Thank you. We have Council Vice President, followed by Council Member Bang.
Just one question. In January of 23, the city announced Starbucks would be arriving to Southwest Fresno in 2024, and we're in 2025 now. What's the status?
I will have to double check on that for you and let you know. I don't know off the top of my head.
All right, I haven't seen any construction on site, so
Yeah.
do we know? City Manager, do we know what the status is of that Starbucks?
I believe it has something to do with the improvements on, what's that street in front?
MLK?
And I believe that is stuck in the PG&E section, but we will get, we'll check with Scott Mosier and get back to you. I believe, but I'm not 100% sure, so let us get back to you.
Great, thank you. I just don't want to be blamed, have permitting or planning blamed for it if it's a PG&E or a street improvement, obstacle. Thank you.
Oh, just one last comment. There are 2 Taco Bells in operation in D5, and I just wanted to note that on the record. One is at the corner of Maple and Cesar Chavez, and the other is near the corner of Willow and Cesar Chavez. So there are still 2 Taco Bells in operation in D5. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. I don't have any other council members punched up. I do have some comments and observations. Any other council members wishing to go? Okay. First off, what are we doing to attract cannabis labs and testing facilities? Now, I'm not a big fan of cannabis in general for recreational use, but the reality is those are 6-figure jobs. Is there anything that we are doing to capture those facilities out here that service cannabis that goes to retail legal businesses? Has there been any talk about that at all? Cliff, you're new, but I'm sorry. No. I'm asking that question.
Council President, I would defer to Kelly, but in my time here, I have not heard that subject come up. It's certainly something we could take a look at if that's a wish of the council.
Sure.
I believe it's part of the kind of the licensing, like when we, are able to issue, that's one of the categories, right? We always focus on the retail locations, but we can get an update from Jennifer, but I believe that goes through a different process because they have to have like a special type of license, but we'll confirm on that.
Okay.
I could be wrong. You might know more about that than I do.
No, I don't. Not at all. I would like. I know nothing about that. I just saw. Oh my gosh, those salaries are pretty high. If we attract those, because they would be testing for not just Fresno, for other places too.
Right.
If they open a facility here, that's tax dollars we can capture.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. So I know there was a comment made earlier about the council and our level of support for commerce and things like that. I just want to be clear. The winds are changing in the state of California. Even the governor has come forward calling for serious CEQA reform. You look at the Costco in Northwest Fresno, it should have opened in December, and it's not because of, in my opinion, a very frivolous lawsuit where they're using CEQA to block it. And think of all the families that depend on those jobs and all the families that would shop and that would come from, I'm going to say it, Madera County into Fresno to spend their dollars here. And we have the potential of losing that. There are 2 bills sponsored by Democrats, AB 609 and SB 607. If they pass, we're going to do a lot more to increase housing and hopefully increase economic development. I have requested a memo from an RFI regarding how that could potentially help. I think that's been routed to the city attorney's office, so that's correct. So maybe we can include that in our discussions in the budget. So I just want to say, to encourage the work you're doing, and that I think it's safe to say, when it comes to reducing inflation, when it comes to increasing housing supply, when it comes to increasing good quality jobs for our working families, I think you will find a council that is actually very supportive and willing to push back. Because I don't want people coming to me that don't create any jobs or any housing and complain when we have people that desperately need those jobs and want to be able to afford their rents and their mortgages. So that's my little soapbox speech, but thank you. I want to talk about sister cities a little bit. I am a person who's gone on one of those trips. I've learned a lot from sister cities, and I want to say we get a lot more out of it than we put into it. Let's talk about Germany itself. Now, going to Germany, that experience, going one time, they've been here 4 times. They've had international summits here in Fresno, meaning they get people from other countries and other cities to come to Fresno, use our convention center, partner with Fresno State, and talk all about policy. And some of the policies they've recommended, we've actually implemented when it comes to road safety and safety of our bicyclists and pedestrians, because believe it or not, we're not too great at that here in California. We have a lot of unnecessary collisions that result in death. So, and when you go to other countries like Mexico, I know that we have relations with Guadalajara, for example. They may not have the fancy budgets we have, but they have large staffs for their international economic relations, and they do focus heavily on commerce and how to expand their economy by partnering with other countries. That's what we're doing. A lot of other cities do that, but the fact that we have European countries and countries south of the border that take that more seriously than we do is alarming. So I'm really, really thrilled that we have that federal grant. And that will actually save money, because when you have that coordination, we have these events and we have all this momentum. That momentum dies unless we have staff that's actually keeping things rolling. And we've been able to do that with the Germany group. I know my colleagues want to do that with their cities as well, because there is a lot to benefit, whether it's focusing on how to cut costs, have better policies to increase road safety, or just get people to come to Fresno and spend their money. We're always happy to take that. So thank you for your work. That is very, very welcome news. Last, I want to give praise to Kelly Trevino. You've kept the ship together, and thank you so much for all you've done. We're really, really proud of you. And you know, your department, you're silent warriors. You're quietly doing what you have to do behind the scenes, but you're very visible out there. When we have business openings in my district, there was one called Rejuvenate, which is a woman-owned business. Janae was there. You guys, and they even said how helpful you were in the process to take their concept and make it a reality, and they're still in business, and that was about 6 months ago. So that's terrific. That is what you do, and that creates revenue so we can support police and fire and parks and all those things that we need, and you're helping a family, you know, move up in the world. And this is a wonderful thing. So those are the great things that you do, and I'm very grateful, and Kelly, great job. So don't lose her. Don't do it. And welcome. It's good to see you again. I enjoyed meeting with you before, and I wish you all the best of luck in what you're doing.
Thank you, Mr. President. Appreciate your support.
Council President,
Yes.
I have update on cannabis testing. Cannabis testing permits are available with no limit on the number of the permits. We have not had any move forward, but we've had a few incomplete applications.
Okay. And again, this isn't for sales. This is for testing sites,
Correct.
and those are high dollar jobs that we can capture. Okay, great. Well, if there's any updates on that, I'd love to hear about it.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay. I have no one else punched up. I think that does it for economic development. We're going to move on to planning and development, please.
Good morning. Jennifer Clark. Wow, this is, I think, the first time I've had to lower the podium. All right, there we go. Oh, sorry, darn. I was trying to help you out, Santino. Okay, so thank you. Good morning. Jennifer Clark, Director of Planning and Development. First, before I get started, I'd like to recognize all of our team members who worked really hard this year to evaluate and prepare for this budget proposal and presentation. The department's budget is comprised of general fund and grant funds. More than 80% of the total budget comes from grants, with only 18.1% in the general fund. The primary drivers in budget levels revolve around grants, including the closeout of COVID programming this year. Grants will be discussed in future slides. The general fund appropriations are $56.8 million, which is a decrease of $4.7 million. The breakdown can be found on page B158 of the budget book, and the general fund appropriations are decreasing by about $56,000. The department is proposing to add a team to the parking division for self-management of the city's downtown parking garages and surface lots. These positions are anticipated to be filled in January to coincide with the closeout of the ACE contract. I'll be discussing that in a minute. One position is proposed to support grant management for homeless activities, and it is shown as 0.75. We anticipate filling that position in October. So let's talk about how the department achieves savings and additional resources that are being requested in this year's budget. During budget preparation, the department took a close look at every line item and operation to determine where modifications could be made, which resulted in cost savings, but had limited impact on customers and residents. Every division has contributed to the operational reduction of $1.3 million. Before I get into the major operational shift for parking, there are 3 funding requests totaling $350,000 in this budget. The first is a one-time request for funding to complete an EIR for the required climate adaptation and environmental justice element to the general plan. It is required by state law and required by the housing element to be initiated this year. The second is to prepare for the 2025 update to the California Building Code, which will be effective in January 2026. The last request is the initial startup for the Building Appeals Commission, which was approved by City Council last council meeting. All 3 requests are essential for ongoing city operations. In reference to parking and downtown parking operations, the department has been preparing for the expiration of the ACE contract for parking operations, which will conclude in January 2026. After evaluating the costs incurred by utilizing a private management company, as well as considering the fiscal needs of the city, the department put together a proposal to bring management back in-house. This effort would not be possible without the City Council's investment in automation of the garages, which will be complete by early 2026. Initial evaluation shows a 1-year net neutral result for parking operations with an expected ongoing operational savings of $500,000 annually beginning in FY27. The next 2 slides show the department's grant portfolio. This slide, slide 5, identifies federal grants. Since this budget's printing, the city was awarded an additional $1.25 million in brownfield funding, so we would ask for an additional appropriations be made in the form of a motion for FY26 brownfield assessment and revolving loan fund activities, or we will bring back an AAR in FY26.
Director,
yeah.
Can you provide us a written motion that you desire?
Sure, we can do that. Additionally, the department administers a number of state programs aimed at affordable housing and homeless assistance. State funding is approximately 40% higher than federal funding for these activities. Lastly, some of the key initiatives of the department will include community outreach. This includes annual engagement for our HUD programming, updates to the climate adaptation and environmental justice element of the general plan and its associated EIR, and specific plans scheduled for adoption this year, ongoing community input on development proposals. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Director. I first have Councilmember Maxwell punched up.
Good morning, Director Clark.
Good morning.
I was just hoping you could shed some insight into CDBG and HAP dollars. I've heard that those could be jeopardized moving forward. In relation to CDBG, can you remind me, is that formulaic? Is it competitive? What's the contingency plan if we don't continue to get the same allocation moving forward? And then if you could just talk a little bit about HAP and what the plan with those dollars are.
Sure, and I'll defer some of this to Assistant Director Phil Sky. Sure. Community Development Program and the Home Program are part of the federal block grants from HUD, right? So CDBG ESG, HOPWA, and HOME. CDBG and HOME have been threatened with the current presidential budget that has been presented to Congress for consideration. That would be effective for us in FY27, not in our current fiscal year. So we follow the federal fiscal year in terms of our dollars that were awarded from HUD, and those are all formulaic based on a pretty intense formula, but it really is about poverty, population, and other factors related to housing, homeless, percentage of housing units that are standard, et cetera.
So it's formulaic, but the proposed federal budget just includes less money overall for those programs.
So CDBG is zeroed out in the federal the federal fiscal year 26, which is our fiscal, would be effective in fiscal year 27. That was proposed in the last time President Trump was in office. It was effectively defeated by a consortium of mayors and governors who know that it's one of the longest lasting programs. It's been around since 1965, and it supported community development activities across the country for a really long time.
Do we know, maybe this is a better question for the mayor, have we talked to like our federal lobbyists? Do we have any sort of insight how this is going to play out during the budget process in DC? Do we have hope?
Yeah, U.S. Conference of Mayors has been very active in fighting for both CDBG and home dollars. They have been threatened. We feel fairly confident on the CDBG dollars, as stated before. Even President Trump at one time has made some positive comments about it. But we're heavily reliant, as you know, on the CDBG dollars because we did a 108 approval, 108 loan with CDBG.
Right.
For our senior center for $20 million. And that was, I think, the allocation payment each year would have been about $2 million. So to lose that would have a significant general fund impact on for our senior center. The home dollars,
Real quick, Mayor, when
Sure.
you say you're hopeful about the CDBG, are we hopeful that it gets restored to its previous commitments in the budget, or just that something gets included in there and hopefully we get a little bit of CDBG?
Well, what we've asked for is a complete restoration. When I say we, the U.S. Conference of Mayors, that there be no reduction in that. In fact, in an ideal world, we do want to increase allocation because it's so effective. And it's dollars that have been so flexible over the years with us that they've, I think jurisdictions across the country have used them very, very effectively. So we're hopeful. Home dollars, I'd like to be optimistic as well. Those dollars are the ones that we rely heavily on for a lot of our subsidies for affordable housing projects. So we need both of those.
Thank you.
And I can talk about HAP in a little bit when you have it.
Sure. I'm happy to talk about that now, Director.
So Phil Sky, Assistant Director of Plan Development. The HAP allocation is a state source, as you indicated, Council Member. We have currently received our HAP 6, so HAP Round 6 allocation.
When was that allocated?
Approximately $9 million.
No, when?
Oh, just recently.
Okay.
Yeah, we received the allocation.
Sure.
Are
we thinking that's the last allocation?
Well, we're not certain. So, currently I know that, and this again will be, Mayor can come up and speak to HAP Round 7. I know that currently it's kind of a high topic for conversation at the state level as to whether or not, Round 7 will be included in the final budget that's adopted at the state level.
Why are those dollars being singled out at the state level? Is there any particular reason why HAP dollars are being jeopardized?
The HAP dollars every year they've been a political football between the governor and the legislature. And the fact is that the governor knows if he doesn't put it in the budget, and we as mayors put enough pressure on the legislators, that they will want it in and he'll be able to trade for it. That's it.
Hasn't the governor put the onus of solving homelessness onto the municipalities, though? How does he expect it to get resolved?
100% right. And Governor has become, I think, very frustrated with the lack of what he sees as effectiveness and is dealing with the homeless population in California because of the increases. But the reality is we rely heavily on the HAP dollars. In fact, I got a text message last night. The big city mayors are mobilizing right now to get support letters from all of our nonprofits across the state to encourage our legislators and the governor to be able to put that $1 billion of HAP money back in the budget. The governor did not propose it in his May revise, and Senator, our Assembly Member Haney, initially put in $500 million, but upped it to $1 billion. And so that's what we're fighting for right now is the $1 billion. And I know Kelly is working to get letters of support for our legislators.
Appreciate it. Thank you. And that was really the extent of my question. I don't know if you wanted to add anything to that,
No.
Director. I was just kind
That's
of
great.
curious what the status of those were.
Yeah.
Thank you for
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Great. Councilmember Perea, followed by Councilmember Vang.
Thank you, Council President. Hi, Director. Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you talk a little bit about what the definition of permitted by right means in the zoning ordinance?
Yeah, so in the city of Fresno, we only have a couple of categories of applications that are permitted by right, which would mean providing an entitlement, a land use permission, with as long as it meets all of the objective criteria in the code, we are required to issue that entitlement, and then it can go directly to building permit or operational status. So by right development, we have by right development in downtown Fresno in terms of housing. Housing downtown is by right. And a single-family home on a single-family property in an established neighborhood is also a by right application. Those are only by right application. That word is actually used 2 times in our development code. We do have other ministerial actions which would allow us to pre-build the environmental requirements into the code, and that includes our zone clearance.
Okay, thank you. And so we don't have any permitted by right uses that require a development permit?
We do not. Well, a site plan review or a development permit for a single family home, yes. A development permit for downtown housing, yes. So those are by right ministerial application of the code, yes.
And a development permit is a discretionary action?
It is, with the exception of those 2 types of entitlements, yes.
Okay. What's the status of our VMT program?
So vehicle miles traveled, the council adopted its thresholds per state law a number of years ago. The city has been working on a program which would allow us to establish a fee which creates capital improvements that would reduce and lower our overall VMT for the city as a whole to meet the state thresholds that were established for us and that we adopted into our general plan. The VMT program right now is on track to come back to the city council later this summer. We anticipate releasing the environmental document mid-summer and coming back to council late summer with the actual program for adoption.
Okay. And then what about the Tower District specific plan?
Tower District specific plan is anticipated to come back to the council also later this fall for adoption of the update.
And was that one of the documents that got tied up in the PEIR lawsuit?
Yes, almost all of our specific plans were tied up in that lawsuit and required additional environmental analysis and funding to complete. So coming back before council later this year includes the Tower District specific plan update, the Central Southeast specific plan, the West Area Neighborhood specific plan, and Southeast Development Area specific plan. Those are 4 coming back later this year.
Thank you. Okay. And then parking services is, one of the biggest problems I have west of the 99 are the big semi trucks that park in residential neighborhoods or on vacant parcels of land on dirt. What do you need from the council to proactively tackle that? Because otherwise we're reactively just sort of pushing these semis from one neighborhood to the next.
So currently, the way we address any complaint really is through Fresgo and through the Fresgo app. We do have a number of area assigned personnel that go out and respond not just to Fresgo's, but identify proactively complaints that they or violations that they see in the neighborhoods. What I would say would be the best for us as a department would be to have council members identify a specific location that they would like for us to proactively survey and analyze on a regular basis. So every Friday night, this is where we see vehicles, or every Saturday morning, or whatever that specific time frame is, so that we can proactively assign our resources.
Okay. We will keep that in mind. Thank you. Do we have any programs or any funding dedicated to homeowner down payment assistance?
We do. I'm going to let Assistant Director.
Good morning.
Good morning, Council Member. We do. So we have, through our permanent local housing allocation from the state of California, we have the Mortgage Assistance Program. The program currently doesn't have any funding at the moment. We are in the process of receiving our standard agreement from the state for our next round of allocation. In our last round, we helped 41 homeowners with loans up to $100,000, which are forgivable if they stay in their home for a period of 10 years. And then with this latest round, once we have those dollars in hand, we will reopen the program and be receiving applications once again.
So these are down payments to assist in buying a home, or this is just mortgage assistance for anyone that currently owns a home?
Great question. Councilmember, to clarify, it is for down payment assistance to acquire or purchase a home.
Okay. And then it's currently in our budget, but there's no funding attached to it. Is that correct?
Well, until we receive those dollars from the state of California.
From the state, and how much money is that?
It'll end up being, I think, approximately $1.7 million in this latest allocation.
And each person is eligible for up to $100,000?
That's correct.
Okay, okay. And then Assistant Director, while you're up there, do we have MOUs with, this is in regards to HART, do we have MOUs with agencies like the state or FID that allows us easy access to one of their properties to clear an encampment?
We do in some instances, and in other instances we do not. In all instances, we have the necessary cooperation to be able to address the matter. What I will say is that we have been really quite consistent with requiring other jurisdictions to address encampments on their own property, of course, and always. We coordinate and we support in every way that is needed. In other words, we haven't taken over their jurisdictions in that way.
Okay, so if we do not have an MOU with a specific agency, it doesn't impede upon our ability to access that site and properly address any issues on that site?
Yeah, I mean, the only issue, so to speak, or let me say it this way, the only thing that's required, as is also true with any private property owner, is we just need their consent. It's that simple. And so we receive that via text message, phone call, email. The mayor was just asking me to address, currently, we are working on a delegated maintenance agreement with Caltrans. So that's in the works. We are hopeful that we'll be able to get that dialed in, and that would, if approved, would allow us the opportunity to conduct enforcement on all freeways and highways in our city.
Phil, but I do want to touch on private property. We do need to, like, from a funding perspective, so we need to make sure that we're going through a process to be able to recover the costs, because obviously we are not budgeted at a level to go out and clean up private property.
City Manager, you're correct. In the example of I can offer one example, but this is always the case with the railroads as an example. We bill them and receive full cost recovery for our services when we provide cleanup services. That happens through DPU.
Councilmember, also with regard to FID, I know that there still are some challenging locations, but I do want to acknowledge how far FID has come with their canal embankments. I've talked with their general manager, and between them and their board, if you would have told them 5 years ago how much they would be spending on canal cleanup and security, they would have told you there's no way we'll ever do that. So I do want to acknowledge their efforts and give them credit for stepping up to the plate and being good partners, which we've come a long way in that relationship, and I feel it's important to acknowledge their efforts.
Yeah, understood. Thank you for highlighting that. Did you say the railroads reimburse us?
For work that we do,
You can get them to reimburse us?
we have specifically now it's by railroads, that's not every railroad. San Joaquin Valley Railroad, we have that arrangement. With Union Pacific Railroad, we do not at this time.
Okay.
So it is private property. They are responsible for their own cleanup. We obviously conduct enforcement, but they have to conduct the cleanup.
Okay. And you said each time there's, let's say, high-speed rail, for example, each time we have an issue where we need to access their site and remove an encampment, we have to ask for permission each time?
That's correct.
Are there any agreements where we can just do like a blanket agreement? That way we don't have to keep asking for permission. We can just more efficiently and quickly go on to a site because we already have their pre-approval?
Councilmember, it is possible. We do that with other private property owners, just as an individual, right? So an individual property owner, private citizen, grants us that opportunity. It's something that is done through the police department, and we utilize that to our benefit to address these encampments on private property, but it is at the discretion of the private property owner. We cannot require it.
Understood. You get quite a few calls for service, the HEART team. Do you feel like you have the adequate staffing to appropriately address these calls in a timely fashion?
Sure. Great question, Councilmember. I mean, with mayor and city managers, support and the support of this council, I feel like, is our estimation based upon what we're seeing in terms of the number of people experiencing unsheltered homelessness in our city, that we do have, the necessary resources. I mean, it's kind of the perennial question, right? Can anyone use more resource? Of course. But I think that we're doing a really good job. Steve Montez and the HEART team, police department, Sergeant Hawkes, our outreach team with Poverello House, collectively, I think, do a marvelous job using the resources they have to get results in a relatively quick fashion.
Understood, and I've seen them in action, and they're impressive, the work they do. So thank you to you, Assistant Director, and to you, Director, for all the work you guys do.
Thank you, Councilmember.
That concludes my questions, Council President.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next up is Councilmember Vang, followed by Councilmember Esparza.
Thank you very much, Council President Karbasi, and good morning, Director Clark. Just a few questions. Page 4, number 3, Building Appeals Commission. That stuck out to me. Can you explain to me what that commission is?
Yeah, so in the Fresno Municipal Code, there is a requirement for a Building Appeals Commission to hear appeals of the interpretation of the building code. It is also required by the California Building Code that we have this commission. Recently, over the past several years, it has been inactive. And so we brought a resolution to modify the municipal code to be consistent with state law and to reestablish the Building Appeals Commission. So we will be reestablishing that, utilizing existing personnel in our department. But we are requesting approximately $25,000 to get all of the resources that will be necessary. In that first year, we anticipate we're going to be standing up new processes. There will be an actual commission that will meet. They will have stipends. We will have noticing that we will need to do. We will be working collaboratively with code enforcement when they have a case where someone that they are working with to try to bring their property into compliance with city code or building code, or appealing our interpretation of the building code. That's when this commission would be called upon. So it's a little different than the hearing officer.
Is it similar to the planning commission then?
No, it would be, well, it would, in the sense that it's a commission, yes. And it would be served by the department, and we would post notices, and we would post meeting information online. Aside from that, their work would be completely different.
You mentioned about perhaps, having this commission be active. Is there a particular timeline? Do you have a timeline of 1 year, 2 years, et cetera, that this commission will be active?
We hope to bring back appointments to this council later this month and have them be active beginning July 1st, and then continue. We anticipate at least 2 meetings a month.
2 meetings per month.
Yes, based on what we're understanding from code enforcement in terms of the number of appeals that we would need to hear.
Okay, thank you. And the next part of my question is, with respect to city taking on the operations of parking garages versus outsourcing, how far into the future are we anticipating that we will save, let's say, $500,000?
So, it's hard to predict the future, but what I will say is our evaluation, if we had a full year of operations, is that in that first year we would save approximately $500,000. There could be larger savings in the future. It really would depend on the number of personnel that are assigned downtown. It would depend on the capital investments, that perhaps the council would like additional capital investments in our parking facilities, that kind of thing.
And that begs the next question. Are there any active residential parking in District 5?
There are not, council member. There used to be one around UMC Hospital, but there is no longer any active parking districts in District 5.
That's what I thought, because I anticipated where is it in District 5. There is one, and I can't think of any. Now, with regards to the CDBG Community Development Block Grant projects, I know that my colleagues has touched upon that, and so I'm not going to dwell deep into that. Again, with regards to District 5, are there any community development block grant projects that is currently in D5?
I think it would be better if we got you a memo on that as to where those specific projects are, because we have a wide range of activities that we fund, from parks to public infrastructure like sidewalks to...
Correct. So can I get a request for information or a memo on that?
Yes, we can provide a memo on that. The annual action plan is coming before the City Council next week on June 12th for consideration, which lists all of next year's projects that would be funded.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
So I have Council President.
Thank you, Council Member. We have Council Member Esparza, followed by Council Member Richardson.
Hello, Director.
Good morning.
Where do I start? Infill incentives. What amount do we have allocated for infill incentives this fiscal year?
So infill incentives would be part of the Public Works budget. So the incentives program are not housed here in our department.
Oh, okay.
But I believe the mayor put $1 million in for the infill housing incentive program, but we can get more into that when we do Public Works.
That's, I think, next. It is next. Okay, great. We'll move into that. What are the updates on the South Central specific plan?
The council tabled that, and the council would need to appoint a subcommittee to move that project forward.
Okay, so no progress right now, based on our lack of direction.
Yes, but I have been having some conversations with people who have approached us as to what they are interested and what their goals are for moving forward. which we can, if the council doesn't want to do a subcommittee, then the staff can work on some recommendations and with some input that we've received.
I think there's probably still interest in a subcommittee. Council President? Yeah, a few of us, I think, would be more than happy to serve on that. With the ACE contract expiring, what is our, do we have a detailed plan going forward?
We do. Thank you, council members. So the ACE contract expires at the end of January. We anticipate being able to stand up our program, including hiring a team of a parking supervisor, a parking lead, and then parking enforcement officers, and an internal accountant to manage our program. That team would start not until January, so our goal would be to actually cross over for about a month. But the big difference is that with the automation project, right now ACE mans all of the booths. That's not something that we could necessarily do with our staff. It would be much more challenging, but because of automation, we'll be able to go gateless on all of our parking facilities. Earlier this year, the council heard a presentation on gated versus gateless. So we're moving forward with a gateless concept, which would allow parkers to go into each of the facilities, use a pay on foot station or their Park Mobile app to pay. That's all tied back to that license plate that's identified when they go in the garage. And then our team downtown would be able to evaluate each of those parking garages, and it keeps lots of eyes in our garages, right, for maintenance, for security, to ensure that we have good, clean parking facilities.
Great. How much revenue is our parking division bringing in right now?
So currently our parking division is bringing in over $6 million annually. It was budgeted a little over $5 million, but because of additional parking contracts that we've received downtown, so bulk rate as well as lease agreements, primarily driven by kind of the return to office environment, we have increased our revenue in parking substantially.
Okay, great. Currently our city parking facilities charging only during special events?
Our parking facilities charge on 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday, and then during special events. So at night or on the weekend, it's generally free unless there is a special event that is occurring downtown.
That's at an increased rate sometimes?
And it can be an increased rate. It depends on what's being charged at the various parking facilities. So if the convention center is using the convention center garage and they're charging a higher rate, we're going to match that rate in the surrounding parking for that particular event. Same with the Spiral. If the Grizzlies or the stadium has an event and they have an escalated parking rate for that event, we'll be matching that rate in our event zone.
Great, okay. Thank you for the updates on parking. This is an issue I think we had discussed in the past. Has there been any progress to recruit more firms to develop CEQA documents without going through a three-party agreement?
Yeah, so we've been actually working on that with the city attorney's office help for the last several months. We actually did an RFQ. We identified nearly a dozen firms to work with. We are finalizing the details of that specific agreement and how it would work to try to minimize that impact on not only those firms, but the applicant as well, to try to eliminate the requirement for that three-party agreement if the firm is on our selected list.
Okay, great. We have a timeline?
I would anticipate, I'm hoping in the next 3 to 4 months that we would be able to bring that to council. So essentially what we would bring to council would be the list and then of essentially an approved list with a maximum of allowance for each one, but not an appropriation because the applicant is actually paying directly for that work. So it wouldn't be an appropriation from the city. It would be a pass-through in a trust account.
Authorization.
How many of those firms are local off the top of your head?
I'd need to go back and talk to staff, but I would say five to six, maybe half.
Almost half. Okay, that's pretty good. And you'll narrow it down, obviously, to about a quarter of that total list, roughly.
Currently, we have 3 approved consultants. Was that your question? It's
In terms of the dozen additional.
yeah. So that would include. So this is a new recruitment. So the 3 that we currently have would be rolling off. I think 2 of them would be in the new pool.
I see. Got it. Okay. Thank you for that update. Looking forward to that. I think a lot of folks.
I think we all are.
Yeah, a lot of folks would be. Switching gears to a couple of just kind of issues we heard from some of the public commenters, and the mobile home parks deal. Some of I know they're all over the city. These are typically located on private property, yes?
So yes, a mobile home park is generally private property. I don't know of any that are public property, right? So they're all owned by either the individual homeowner of the mobile home or by the park itself. And I can have Assistant Director kind of talk a little bit more about our mobile home repair program that we have and what some of those limitations are.
Sure.
Good morning, council member. Our mobile home repair program, as our director was just referencing, is active. We've completed a couple of projects recently. We've got more in the pipeline. I think we have about 5 applications right now we're reviewing. Public comment we received earlier, we made contact with the individual. They indicated, and we're confirming it, but they indicated that they had applied previously. They unfortunately did not meet the criteria of the program. In other words, specifically based upon what they shared with me in the back of chambers earlier this morning, the home that they own is pre-1980, and our program only provides resources for homes that are were built in 1980 or more recently. The reason for that is because the cost replacement just doesn't make sense. And so what I will say is that, it was a good conversation, we're going to meet with this family in the coming weeks, trying to understand their needs better, and then see if we can identify whether it's through this program revision in the future or whether it's other resources, just an opportunity that we might be able to serve the needs of this family and others in similar situations.
Is there funding in this budget to continue that program?
Again, funded with permanent local housing allocation, so these are state dollars. We do have, we have round 4, which we are in the process of receiving right now from the state, as I mentioned, with regard to the mortgage assistance program question from Councilmember Perea. Same funding source, just, and then hopefully round 5 we'll be able to also access as part of the state budget.
Great, yeah, I hope so as well. Thank you, Phil.
Thank you.
And then, Director, you and I had a conversation just briefly last week. I had asked you a question about tenants' first right of refusal and how and where that's incorporated into our general plan. Can you clarify for the benefit of the public where that language is and what its role is?
So tenant opportunity to purchase is a program that would allow a tenant first right of refusal if their landlord was selling the property. So essentially they would have an opportunity to purchase that first because they are currently the resident. Our housing element says that we will evaluate and consider that and bring it back for consideration for the council. I'm looking for Sophia. Which year? By the end of this year or by the end of 26? I think it's by the end of 26 that we would bring back the program for your consideration with kind of the pros and cons and how it could potentially roll out.
Yeah, and I mean, this is just the beginning of the conversation, but would love to kind of troubleshoot that offline. Sounds like something that could be very beneficial for residents, but also, really be somewhat concerned about market impacts and how it impacts timeline for sellers and such. So would love to get input kind of from all around, all stakeholders. But that's good to know the timeline, by about a year and a half or so.
Yeah.
Maximum. Okay. That's all my questions for you. I want to circle back to the council, and I'll express my interest in being on the subcommittee for the South Central Specific Plan. Anyone else interested in one or two other members moving forward? Council President? Okay, that's two. All right. It only takes two to tango. You don't need three. So we'll connect offline. Ad hoc, by the way.
Okay. Next, we have Councilmember Richardson.
All right. Good morning still, Director.
Good morning.
A couple of things. First, I wanted to go through the budget. Thank you very much. Notes from my friend. No, those are just for you, unless, including a Punjabi one if you want that. Okay, sorry. To the budget. With the attrition savings, you guys dropped $350,000 from your budget from 2025, and all while still adding 3 positions. So I commend you guys on your savings there. Big on monetary savings. I don't really see in your presentation where those are manifested and where that money came from, but wherever they came from, good job, I suppose. The Senior Center HUD, I'm guessing that's all pass-through money, that $19.3 million that came through under special projects?
Correct. As the mayor referenced earlier, the loan, the Section 108 loan from our CDBG dollars, so Section 108 allows us to borrow against future allocations, and then that would result in a payment that would come out of our CDBG dollars. So it is all pass-through.
Okay, copy, understood. The HAP state grant, we're looking at just over $17 million. I'm guessing that's based on some sort of eligibility as a municipality to qualify for that?
Yeah, I'm going to let Assistant Director.
Councilmember, HAP is again a formula grant that comes from the state of California. The $17 million, please note, I want to be clear about this. This is part of our FY26 budget, meaning cash on hand. We are constantly managing multiple rounds of HAP every year as we spend those dollars down, primarily and fundamentally for our shelter operations. I don't want you to be under the impression that we received $17 million in round 6. We did not. We received a $9 million allocation, but we have prior rounds still on hand that we are spending as part of contracts that this council has approved.
Okay, and those rounds are chronologically based on fiscal year, on how many times we've applied for it. What's round 6? What's the significance of that?
So it's annual. You're correct.
Okay.
And the state utilizes loosely the pit count by jurisdiction to disperse those dollars.
Okay, thank you. And before I go back to Director Clark, what's your biggest takeaway from the pit results from this year?
Yeah, I think Mayor said it well. You know, I think that a couple of things, you know, when we conduct informal counts on a quarterly basis, Steve Montez, our team, we are seeing, and I think that we hear this from, you know, from this council and, you know, certainly from our administration, it is our observation that unsheltered homelessness is decreasing in our city. The pit count, as Mayor has mentioned, is a point in time. People move from one jurisdiction to another, meaning from city to county, from county to city. It is merely a point in time. What we feel is we feel like we are making tremendous inroads. We are having great outcomes. We know that 1 in every 2 people that we make contact with is exiting homelessness permanently. As Mayor, you've heard him say this many times. 2 years after exiting homelessness and finding permanent housing, they are 95% people are still remaining permanently housed. So we feel very good about our efforts. One of the challenges around homelessness that is not new is that this is a community problem that we're trying to solve not only in the city of Fresno, but also in partnership with the county of Fresno, city of Madera, county Madera, city of Clovis. And so it is just something that we're working on very diligently, and again, feel good about our efforts and our outcomes.
Okay, thank you. This may be for you, maybe for Director Clark. I'm guessing the home key grants for Ambassador, Villa, you name it, the list goes on. I'm guessing those qualify for the home key eligibility for use 3 of 7, which is the conversion of units from non-residential to residential, but those are transient, those qualify as non-residential, being that they're, you know, motels or sleep-ins?
So the home key dollars that you see in our budget, council member, are from prior awards. So these are not new awards, and you can see that the amounts themselves are, in the scheme of housing, right, they're relatively small. And the reason is because those dollars that we still have are for operating subsidies. We've already spent the capital dollars when we acquired those motels, when we rehab those motels. And so what we have remaining are dollars that we use to subsidize the operation over, you know, a 2 or 3 year period.
Here's the reason I ask, and I'll be concise. There were propositions brought before this council to talk about the conversion of non-residential to residential in a lot of different instances, be they built or unbuilt as of yet. And I'm curious as to whether or not that's the same eligibility requirement for those home key dollars that would be going to those conversions as they are with these.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, council member, the conversion of any lodging to dwelling is going to be applicable to us as the city if it's our property and we're converting it, or if it's for a private developer.
Okay.
I don't know if that's the question you were asking, but
more or less.
Is that helpful?
Yeah. You may want to just talk about the plan to convert.
Yeah, Mayor was just wanting me to make sure that I mentioned that we are actively working to convert our shelters into permanent affordable and permanent supportive housing. We have 2 applications into the state currently for Home Key Plus, so that's a new round of Home Key. And then we have other plans, some of which are through the Housing Authority, the County of Fresno, and also a nonprofit developer.
Okay. With the $5.5 million, that is a drop, almost a 50% drop from last year's encampment resolution fund. What do you predict that's going to look like in practice? No need to go too granular on this, just out of curiosity. What does it look like in the implementation of that $5.5 million?
Yeah, so we're waiting right now. So the state of California, these are state dollars, it's a competitive grant. The state of California was set to release their NOFA, which we would have responded to seek those dollars much earlier this year. The state delayed the release of that NOFA. It's supposed to have, it still hasn't been released yet. We're expecting it this summer. That's what the state has told us. This will be round 4. We're working currently with the administration on a proposal. What I do want to make sure that you are aware of, council member, is that the Encampment Resolution Fund grant is always for a very specific encampment area. In other words, it's not intended to be utilized citywide. So that is why the conversation with the administration on the plan and the scope of that grant proposal, which again, we're working on now, waiting for the state to release the NOFA.
Copy. And I'm guessing some of those are pre-identified locations and some of those are allowing a little bit of buffer for spots that haven't popped up yet for us to resolve the encampments there?
Typically, we draw a boundary around an encampment area, and it is based upon concentration, need, history, et cetera.
Okay. All right. Then any other questions I have from, well, this one actually applies to you as well. With the removing encampments from private property, we spoke about the permission needed, and I know I've talked to a few business owners in the district, in and out of the district, about having difficulty getting some of these encampments removed because after hours, no one's present at the location, and it's tough to get in there and get the permission to remove folks from there. Do you need, as a department, is there something that we can be doing to help you? Is there an information campaign? Should we be reaching out to these businesses to have them initiate contact with either the police department, with HART, with code enforcement, with whomever, to make sure that that pre-established permission exists so we can get in there and do the city's work as quick as possible and get these folks plugged into resources and off the private property?
I'd absolutely recommend that, council member, and I would, while the police department would be, I'm certain, be happy to respond and provide that guidance. Really, frankly, I'd encourage you to have those business owners contact our department because we'll coordinate and make sure they have all the information needed and everything on file that's necessary.
Okay, then this isn't necessarily an RFI for the administration or anyone else, but if you can get, especially me and my staff, and anyone else, I suppose, who wants it, information as concise and as easy to digest as possible, marine proof, if you will, that we can send out to these business owners to initiate this contact and essentially get a broad swath of these businesses ready to be, I guess, ready to be inspected, ready to be defended against the threats to their business that come sometimes with these encampments, that would be really appreciated.
We can absolutely do that, and I want to just, credit this council for the FMC amendment that you made earlier this year, actually toward the end of last year, I believe, that has enabled your business owners and the police department to work together on trespassing issues. That's been very helpful.
That was this year. Don't worry about that. Finally, actually, one last thing for you before I let you sit down. One of the mobile home parks in District 6, I won't use the word predatory, but the management company there has been using, at the minimum, some exploitative practices that I have received repeated complaints about from the residents there. I'm planning to schedule a meeting with the management company. Would you or someone from your staff be willing to come with me to provide some background from the city side?
As it relates to homelessness, yes. As it relates to planning or zoning land use, of course, we would be willing to support that as well. It sounds like it may be a code enforcement issue, which, if that were the case, that would fall under the city attorney's office.
Okay, I just want a little physical backup for that one. And then finally, and that's actually all I had for you, Assistant Director. Thank you so much. And then Director Clark, last question.
Councilmember, we will provide the information you requested with regard to business owners. Okay.
Appreciate it. Are we going to run into any issues with the gateless parking scenario with parking validation? The reason I bring this up, we just had this whole conversation with the Parks Department. We've got issues in Woodward Park with some volunteers showing up and being ticketed when they shouldn't be. I know sometimes with the codes and the exchanging the codes and the updating of the days, working with the Parking Go Mobile system, that there's been a little bit of friction there. Are we anticipating any issues with parking validation, with volunteers, free parking, things like that?
So the parking validation codes that are provided by departments, so sometimes departments will buy in bulk a parking validation code, and then we'll interdepartmental charge them for those operations. It is really critical that volunteer, whatever, enter in their license plate number correctly. That's really important for all of us to remember when we use Park Mobile or Pay on Foot stations, whether it's here or Pismo or somewhere else, right? If I type in my license plate wrong, the system's not going to pick it up correctly. However, because we do know that there have been challenges with coordination and the systems talking to each other, so Park Mobile as well as on our Pay on Foot stations, we are working to try to resolve those issues, but we're also requiring that our employees in the field check each system individually and independently to ensure that before they issue a ticket, that they know that car does or does not have a valid code.
Okay, we've got a lot of operators in the city that are non-governmental. Are they going to have some way, some sort of expedited, easy access to get in there and be able to validate parking in this gateless system like they would otherwise?
I'm sorry, can you...
Yes, if there's a business downtown
right.
that wants to offer validated parking
yes.
for someone else, are they going to have some system?
Coupon code. Yes, that's my favorite thing. It's a coupon code. So yes, we actually have worked with Park Mobile and have identified how we can provide that coupon. So essentially, the user would initiate their Park Mobile session. They would go into a business. The business says, "Oh, I can validate your parking, or I will pay for your parking, or you can get a reduced rate." They will provide that information. The customer can enter it in, and then it will reduce their overall bill that comes either through their credit card or however they're paying.
Fantastic. That's what I wanted to hear. Thank you.
Yeah.
Does that conclude your comments?
That's all I had.
Thank you. So I want to appreciate council and staff for their patience. It's now 12:03. What we're going to do is we're going to break for lunch. However, we do have several council members still punched up. So we're going to come back to planning and development. And as a reminder, there is a 2 p.m., as early as 2 p.m. special meeting, special closed session meeting. Thank you, Director. We'll be back with you at 1:30. Thank you. 1:30 p.m. Thank you.
139.
Jennifer, you ready?
Yeah, sorry. I was distracted. My fault.
That's Director Clark.
So sorry.
All right. Council colleagues, any further questions from the rest of the body?
You were next, I think.
All right, let's go then. Then I'll continue. Director, I'm going to keep my questions brief, but not too brief, so that to give the council president time to come back. I think he had some questions too. Can you walk us through your parking department? Revenue in the parking department are clear on the document, but what I want to know is how much of that revenue is coming from fees versus fines?
Yeah. I'm so glad you asked, and I'm so glad that I printed this in a size that I could read. Over the past year, we projected that we would collect about $5.8 million in the parking revenue. And that's net after we give over revenue to the convention center. So anything that's collected in the convention center garage is remitted to the convention center. Of that, we anticipated that penalties would be about $1.7 million. So our anticipation was that penalties would be about a quarter of the overall budget. And that the remainder would be in our meters, our leases, other revenue mechanisms. Revenue to date has been about $6.4 million, so we're already above what our projected budget was at the end of last year. And of that, penalties was just under 1.6 million, so it's a little less than that quarter. So probably about 20% of our overall revenue comes from penalties. And so the majority is coming from, and we're seeing a biggest increase in our permit parking, whether those are leases, our bulk rate, or meters.
Historically speaking, is that consistent? Is that the sweet spot, 20 to 25%? Coming from fines versus revenue?
I would say in the past, we, pre-COVID, right? So I really, that hit a big change for us. So pre-COVID, we had a much higher percentage in penalties. So we actually have our downtown your first parking oopsie downtown. We provide hey, this is just a warning. Thank you for coming to downtown, but here's how you pay for parking. And since we initiated that about a year and a half ago, we've had over $1 million that we've waived that would have been collected in penalties. So you can see that, the majority of not majority, but a larger percentage, 30 to 40%, was in penalties previously, and now it's more in customers paying for parking.
And city manager and director, I know in the past there wasn't enough parking revenue put into deferred maintenance bucket, so that we had to come up with one-time money to go make improvements on these structural garages that are very expensive. We, if I recall, put one-time American Rescue funds into some structural integrity improvement projects of the garages. So my question is, in your proposed budget, how much of your parking revenue is remaining in a deferred maintenance fund specifically to be spent on the garages that earn the income?
So, council member, and I welcome the city manager to jump in as well. There are no new capital expenditures in our current fiscal year budget. We're finishing the
I understand that.
The prior. Let me finish, because we're finishing the prior assessment. We have a new assessment that's ongoing. We anticipate that will come to us in August or September, that we could bring back either to the city manager or to the council to say, hey, do we want to adjust some of our rates? Do we want to look at appropriating different dollars? I couldn't say how much I should put into that fund at this point in time until we have that updated report.
So of the 6.5 in revenue that parking is generating, if that's the number, how much of it is being expended in parking versus
Jennifer,
how
I'm
much is
almost
going to the
positive
general fund?
I believe all of it because parking is currently subsidized by the general fund.
To what amount?
So our parking division total that what is anticipated to be expended before the end of the year is about $10.7 million.
So the general fund is subsidizing around $4 million to the parking division?
Yes. And,
Which is far better than it used to be, because it was at least double that, I think, in prior administrations. But we've gotten much stricter on parking, as far as getting contracts, getting agreements, and enforcing that everybody pays for parking.
Yeah. When we do this, so parking, to be clear, is a net negative. It's a net negative for the general fund.
Currently, yes.
Approximately $4 million.
Correct, and we're hoping that with the parking division taking on the management of the garages for a savings, it will be less negative.
Correct. So I want to now pivot to this whole arrangement that we have with concert promoters, with Grizzlies. Essentially, when they host a concert and bring people to downtown, our agreement allows them to keep the parking revenue.
That would be, it's not the city, it's the city's agreement with the Grizzlies for the stadium and for the parking garage.
Correct.
That's part of the lease agreement with the Grizzlies.
But it's also for other venues outside the parking garage.
No, so we have an agreement with the Grizzlies. So if the stadium has, when they have specific events, they have the right to use the Spiral garage. The convention center has the right to use the convention center garage.
So let me describe it this way. This last month there was, what was it, Tequila Fest, I think it was?
Yes.
And we had parking, metered parking, all the way down the corridor, beyond the garages. All managed, operated by ACE, I'm assuming.
No, so when the stadium has an event, they set a parking rate for the garage. That event rate is then translated, they let us know what that rate's going to be, and we translate that onto our meters.
So we manage meters, ACE does not manage meters.
I understand that. So, but in this case, the complaints I got were that we were charging for parking lot entrances all the way down Fulton in the CVS parking lot, and that it was ACE Parking doing the enforcement of those parking lots.
No, so ACE does not.
You said lots, which depends which lots you're referring to. I thought you said meters a second ago.
I said parking. I don't know.
Okay.
I know we control the meters, and we try to adjust the meter rate compared to what's being charged by the promoter, right? So that people don't go to meters versus garages.
Right. So ACE, if ACE does manage, do they manage any of our surface lots?
They do manage our surface lots as well. So we do have some surface parking lots, but it's only city-owned parking lots that they would be garages and lots that ACE would be doing that collection as people drive onto the parking lot.
And ACE does also manage the old kidney lot there on Broadway that used to be ours, but High Speed Rail has it now. So anyway, the ACE manage, a lot of people think that's a city lot, but it's not. ACE manages that for High Speed Rail.
So in your typical special events at the stadium, how much are they allowed to charge for parking, and how much of that are we capturing as a city? What is the split?
The only thing that the stadium keeps is the Spiral garage revenue. Nothing else goes to the stadium, unless it's another lot not owned by the city.
So the parking garage right adjacent to the stadium, they don't keep any of the revenue?
So that would be the Congo garage, right?
I think they do.
Tulare.
I believe they do have the one on Tulare.
On Tulare? Van Ness.
Hold on, I'm going to pull up the lease.
As city manager, we don't have to do it on the dais.
Okay.
If you can just provide me a memo or some responses to what is the lease agreement of Convention Center and Pardini's, Soundrina? What do they call for in terms of split? What do they keep? What facilities do they keep? How much of the split do they keep versus us? Because what I'm trying to figure out is if parking is a $4 million impact to a general fund, why aren't we capturing more of that money? In some concerts, they've charged $50, $75 for parking. So folks, and there's also other folks who have empty lots near the stadium and the facilities that are charging for parking. So why aren't we somehow trying to get more of the split? And I do know, Director, that the convention center is, I think, expiring that agreement there, City Manager?
You're correct. You'll be
Right.
before you on Thursday.
Correct.
Yes, Thursday.
So I'd like to know that information so that if we have to make adjustments to that lease agreement to capture more of the split in the parking revenue, then we do that. The Grizzlies have continuously come back to us multiple times asking for, reduction in rent, for us to pick up the utilities, for us to pick up the cost of signage and billboard and audio and video and new grass and the whole thing. But we've never revisited whether we should be capturing a bigger portion of the parking split. So I'd like to understand what we currently have per the contract and whether it's in our interest to revisit and renegotiate that contract provision to try and close this general fund gap around the parking division. Because what I don't want to do is set the next council up for what we got set up for, which was a deteriorating, structurally compromised garage. We have to find one-time money to fix it immediately, knowing that we should have been putting money aside all this time. Secondly, what I don't want to do is go back and say raise rates to make up the significant need for improvements. Because if the garages are not safe structurally, if they're not clean, if they're not maintained, people won't use them. So from my perspective, I think it's fair that these vendors that always come to us for bigger bailouts and changes, that we now look at the parking split. And the parking split should not be something that costs them, because it only comes into play when they're making money versus, charging them a higher rent fee for the use of our facility. So if you can get us that information, that would be helpful. On transitioning to your world around housing, can we get a memo with the total amount of housing funds received with where they've been allocated to, project specific? If there is money that we've received that has not been allocated, just indicate so to be determined. But I'd like to see a breakdown I know you provided us a breakdown of all the different state and federal funding sources, but it's not correlated to a project. So I'd like to know if we have $100 million in state and federal housing funds, 70% of that is already called for or may not be called for. Does that make sense?
Are you talking about just for FY26?
Yes.
Just what's listed in the budget? Okay.
Everything that's included in the budget. Money that we have received, not money that we anticipate. Does that make sense? So your sixth round of housing funds, maybe not CDBG because we have not yet received that allocation. I don't know if we have yet.
We did receive an allocation.
Okay, so I'd like to see a full scope of all the housing funds received and whether they've been allocated to a project.
So hold on, because we did get a response out to you.
I read that. And
okay,
it
but you
wasn't
want
clear.
it, so you're wanting it prospectively for future, like what specific projects? I'm sorry.
No, I want to know all the housing funds already received to date, irrespective of what the funding source is, and whether those funds have been allocated to a specific project already. Is that what you guys sent?
I thought that's what we gave you. Could you go back and take another look at
Is that
number
updated
7?
from the sixth round and CDBG?
So CDBG would have been, let me see. This would not have been included because CDBG, first of all, and you'll see this in the consolidated plan before you on the 12th, the community has not established a priority for land acquisition for future affordable housing for CDBG, so that won't be included here.
So that's what I was trying to get at, Director, is I know you've given us update on there's money coming, and at some point we receive the money. So I just want that memo to be updated with what we've actually received thus far and whether it's been allocated to a specific project.
And Council Vice President, I would say that that's what this memo is reflecting. So it's dollars received, what projects they went to specifically, and then on the page 2, it references when we anticipate certain dollars, such as home, which is part of the HUD allocation we just received. So I think
Does that include the round 6 that you referenced earlier?
That was round 6 I was referencing was HAP, so HAP. We use those dollars for shelter operations only, not for housing, not for permanent housing.
So I guess I'm not being clear.
Clearly.
Yes, clearly. When I say housing, I also mean all the funds that we use to shelter the homeless. That's housing funds, not just the dollars that we use to re-award to build a housing project. I mean everything.
Okay.
Right? Because shelter is housing.
Is that clear as mud for you, Phil? Are you clear on what the council member's asking for?
We'll take another stab at it, and I mean, we'll get there.
Does that make sense, Phil?
Sure. Yeah.
Seriously,
Sort of.
if not, I can confuse us more.
We'll work on something, Council Vice President.
Yeah. And let me tell you what my intention is. I've tried to be very clear with the public that the funds for housing the homeless are coming to an end and they're running out. And I want to be clear about what we have received and what's already committed. So as we get requests from the public to spend $3 million on mobile home parks or spend $5 million on something else, we know whether we even have money on hand to consider that or whether we don't. So for me, housing funds means all funds meant for housing the unhoused as well.
Okay. Yeah, I think the only thing missing from this memo would be those homeless dollars that we're using for shelter operations.
Great.
So we'll.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Speaking of unhoused, warming and cooling centers, there's a proposed budget plan for the same level of services last year?
Yes, those are in our office and the emergency operations office, and they are funded at the same level as last year.
I know we discussed centralizing warming cooling center in the city, picking one versus using community centers. Does a proposed budget include funds for that purpose?
No.
All right, thank you. Housing Trust Director, what's the total amount in the Housing Trust Fund?
Local Housing Trust Fund, again, this is in the memo provided to you recently, is $5 million. We anticipate receiving. I want to note that some of those dollars referenced, again, are anticipated based upon grant awards that we submitted to the state of California.
None of which would potentially be at risk given our pro-housing designation laws?
It's our belief that they are not at risk, but we're waiting to confirm.
But it's not the bird in hand quite yet.
It's not bird in hand quite yet. That's correct.
Okay. HART, who can answer questions related to HART?
Yeah,
Would
I
that
can.
be you?
Sure.
Are you proposing to fund HART at the same level as the previous year?
In the mayor's budget is status quo.
Status quo. Do we not need any additional funds for the amount of tonnage of trash being picked up and dumping fees?
Yeah, so that would be a question for DPU, or maybe the city manager would like to speak to that. So Mayor just said that we're seeing tonnage decrease.
Okay, great. Thank you. Those are all my questions, Director. Thank you again for your patience. And my only other request is that you made a reference to my colleagues around the West Area Plan and the Tower Specific Plan. I am hopeful that we see those prior to SADA being brought back. I think those two plans for infill development within our existing city have quite a bit of support, and they've been in the queue for quite some time. I recognize the PEIR challenges, but I am hopeful that you would bring those to us, in advance of any SADA conversation. Those are my questions. Thank you.
I have Councilmember Perea punched up from earlier. Okay. So any other council members wishing to comment on planning and development? Okay. Director, thank you so much. I'm going to get on my soapbox for a second and say, this is my 6th budget. And I talk a lot about public works. I talk a lot about public safety. I realize now, in retrospect, the importance of your department, and I mean that sincerely. Yes, when you repave someone's road or fix their sidewalk, it's a very quick fix, and they can see that instant gratification. Or when an officer responds to 911, you see they provide support for a family. But, when someone gets their permit for solar, and it goes through, and they can hopefully reduce costs by signing up for solar, or someone gets their first key or their card to their first affordable unit that your work has provided them, that what you and Phil and your department has done, that's a really big deal. It does make a difference, and I'm sorry it took me so long to realize that. We don't always see eye to eye because we have priorities as council members, but council members come and go, your department stays. And I really do believe this. When we do budget, I think what goes into our minds, there's twofold. One, our obligation to the residents in terms of priorities, but also, especially when there's more austere times, how we worry about our employees, the people that provide services. We can't pay their salaries or provide benefits without income, and income is very much tied to the hard work of your department, because people that live here and work here pay their taxes here, and we are funded by the people. So I sincerely thank you for your work. I have some requests for information. I'll submit that. We don't have to worry about that now. It's just two requests. I do have a parking question, though.
Oh, good.
Okay. So let me get my notes together. I'm sorry. So I do have an EV. I'm very lucky that I get the technology of that car is good enough to where I can charge at home and bring it here. But some employees rely on municipal charging or a charging station. And as of last year, I don't know if it's changed, but 1 in 4 cars, new cars sold in California, are EVs. So for people that maybe work in downtown, especially our city employees, how does it work when they need to charge their EV? Like at a charger other than the ones that are in the promenade lot? Because we do have some chargers in city lots throughout. So how does that typically work?
Do you want to address that? How do the chargers work?
Yeah, let's say I have an EV, I'm a city employee, and other than the promenade, where else can we charge that's a city lot or a city charger in downtown?
Are you talking about in a city vehicle or a private vehicle?
Private vehicle.
So you're asking...
Like first, if I'm a city employee and I have an electric vehicle.
Right.
And I can't charge at home.
Right.
Where would they charge?
Oh, specifically in downtown Fresno?
Yes,
okay.
that we have, because we have some charging stations throughout. And by the way, you guys have done a much better job. They used to get vandalized. It's much better now. I haven't heard anyone complain about that.
Yeah, those blue cabinets around, which was, I'm going to take credit that we invented them.
Good job.
Here in the city of Fresno, and they really have helped.
I've not received any complaints about that in a year at least, so good job.
So, good afternoon, Melissa Almaguer, Parking Division for the Planning and Development Department. So we have several locations. We have 87 located throughout the city. We have a few locations downtown. The majority of them are located in the promenade lot, in the underground garage. We currently do have EV charging stations located at Congo and at the Spiral. However, because they were placed in an area that was not on ground level, the wiring had to be strung like throughout the garage. And when people came and vandalized them to steal the copper wiring, they also managed to steal the wiring throughout the garage. So we have not repaired those, simply because the cost is significant. Okay. Additionally, we need to, much like we did with the steel cabinets, we need to come up with some sort of anti-vandalism, outside of the box thinking in order to protect those before we do that. So if you were a city employee and you worked at City Hall, I would say that your best bet would be the promenade lot. If you worked around the courthouse park, I'd say the underground garage would be your best bet. If you work near the convention center would be your best bet.
So this is all very helpful. So if I'm a city employee and the promenade lot has only so many spots and they're full.
Correct.
Whether it's just someone with a non-city vehicle or a city vehicle. My question would be, where should they charge? And then if they charge, do they have to pay a fee for the meter? Are those exempt spots or are they metered spots?
No, it's still a metered lot, so that in addition to charging, you're expected to pay for the lot.
Okay. Now, I believe when, I haven't done this in a long time, but if it's a ChargePoint, is that the company?
Correct.
Okay, if they use ChargePoint, there is a fixed cost they pay, and they pay per kilowatt hour or based on the time and how much power they draw, is that correct?
I don't own an EV vehicle.
I've been told that, that's why I'm asking.
I wouldn't be a subject matter expert on it.
The reason, and Phil, feel free to comment. The reason why I ask that is I think it gets a little confusing, and I'm wondering if it's clearly marked, because we are charging that, I think it's $1, and then on top of the $1, they're paying the fee to charge by time and how much power they draw. And my concern is, one, is it clearly marked? And number two, can we consider maybe exempting those spots if you're charging an EV and hopefully reducing greenhouse gas emissions? Maybe like we have the HOV lanes on the roads. Maybe we have a way of exempting them from having to pay the metered fee. Maybe that's a policy call, I don't know. Yes, but if you can answer it,
Yeah, I'll speak to the charging component of your question, Council President. It is indicated what the fees are, either because the private citizens utilizing their phone, which has an app on it, and the fees are indicated in the app before they start charging, or it's on the screen itself. If you're not using an app and just paying by card, again, the fee is indicated on the screen, and both in the app and on the screen, it is a running total, and so you can see at any given point how much you're being charged.
The app makes a lot of sense. It's been a while for me because I don't use the charge point, doesn't work for my car, but I believe sometimes the screens are hard to read. I don't know if it was our screens or other screens, I don't remember. But why the $1? Why charge them up front? I mean, shouldn't that include parking? I feel like from what I've heard from employees, it's a bit confusing for them. And what would the danger be of exempting those spots?
So the ones on the promenade lot, I mean,
I'm
city
assuming those are
employee-
full.
Huh?
Yeah, let's say those are full. There's only so many. Let's say those are full, and then a city employee has to go charge somewhere else by the water tower, let's say.
Okay.
I'm wondering, would it be helpful? That's from what I'm getting at.
Got it, got it.
And is
So
it
you're worried about they're paying double for parking because they may have their promenade pass, but if the promenade charger is busy, then they have to go to the water tower.
The nail on the head.
And their promenade pass doesn't work at the water
You
tower.
hit the
Is
nail on
that
the
kind
head.
of what you're thinking?
That's exactly what I'm getting at, yes.
So I would say currently, that's not our policy. You're required to pay for parking, as evidenced by you weren't here when I said we're still subsidizing parking, by the general fund, but we've gotten better because we make sure that everybody pays for parking.
Yes.
But I mean, it's something we could look at and look at how other cities handle it. We do like to compare to some of our, sort of comparable cities and downtowns to kind of see how they handle things. That's something we certainly can investigate.
Okay. I don't want to waste time with it. You have enough RFIs out there. Is this something that you can just work on and just let me know? I don't think we need to do a full-on RFI for that.
Sure. I mean, we can make a couple. I mean, we always talk to Sacramento. They're always ones that we learn a lot from.
The mayor's looking at me. He's saying, we're better than Sacramento.
Well, yeah. I think they just
No, I
have more
understand.
parking in downtown than
I
we do.
understand.
Of course, they're not better than us, Mayor. Anyway, but we can make some calls and kind of see how they handle the situation, kind of get an idea.
That would be helpful. I mean, and if they don't, if they do now, even the council members, we all pay for parking. That would be very clear about that. Even if they charge for parking in addition to charging, maybe that's something we want to lead the way on. Let's just consider that. It's only a handful of spots, but I figure we only have so many EV charging stations available in the promenade. Is it 4? About 4? Or no, they were down
10.
for a while. There's 10? Okay, there's 10. So.
And I would not suggest that. I would want to be cautious because we do want those chargers to turn over. So we wouldn't want someone to park there all day because they're at work all day and they're charging their car all day.
I think ChargePoint, well, at least Tesla does this. They charge you a fee if you leave your car there.
Oh, okay. I don't know about ChargePoint. We'd have to look at that, but we would want to make sure, we would want to encourage turnover at the chargers.
That's a very good point. So, okay. That's my only parking question. Otherwise, you guys do great, and I do appreciate it. Thank you. And then, Director, can we just get in general update on ag land mitigation? That may have been mentioned earlier. I apologize if I missed that. But where are we at? Have there been, a few folks have mentioned ag land mitigation being concerned. Any thoughts on that whatsoever? Any context you can provide would be great.
Yeah, so the general plan requires 1-for-1 mitigation. So for every acre of prime farmland, statewide importance, there's one more unique, I think, requires a 1-for-1 mitigation. That means we have to, or the project proponent has to secure an acre of farmland with some kind of conservation easement for each one they take out of active production that is listed on the state. So we have planned on doing a program for quite some time. We're in the process of developing that program. It would need to have environmental clearance in and of itself, but essentially like the VMT program, it would create a fee or a mitigation bank that would allow development to pay into the bank rather than finding the conservation easement themselves.
Okay. That helps me a lot. Now, when we talk about 1-for-1, that's like quality land because not all ag land's the same. It has to be of similar
Correct.
quality?
Yes.
Okay.
That's identified by the state.
Okay, helpful. Now, would a mitigation program that includes more than just purchasing 1-for-1 land, could that potentially, and this is not a loaded question, I'm actually asking, could that potentially help spur more growth and development of housing in Fresno? Or is that really an impediment that the development community has?
So we have heard that Visalia has a very good program.
I've heard that as well. Okay.
And we're looking at that program kind of as a model for what we're developing. We have heard that it is hard to identify willing property owners who are willing to sell those easements because it's a permanent easement that you're placing on someone's land. And so there have been challenges on identifying willing sellers of those easements. And I think having a bank where the bank could actually create that opportunity for long-term purchases of easements or land would be easier for developers than the current system where they're required to go find it on their own.
Okay, great. That's very helpful. That's the only other question I have. But thank you so much for everything you do.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yep. I think we're going to have a lot of battles ahead, right? So, okay. That's all we have for planning and development. Great job. And thank you again for doing the whole split process. Now, before we go to public works, we're going to keep the suspense going. We actually are going to break for closed session. So, City Attorney, or Brandon, if you wouldn't mind reading the closed session item into the record, and we will come back from closed session and resume the remainder of the meeting with public works. Thank you.
Today in closed session, we have conference with legal counsel regarding anticipated litigation, one potential case. And there may be announcements after closed session.
questions. Thank you, staff. It's 2:53, and is there, you know what, we have to wait for the attorneys to come back, I'm sorry. We're, my apologies. We're going to take a 2-minute break. City Attorney, is there anything to report at a closed session?
No, nothing to report.
Great. Thank you very much. So we're going to resume with Public Works, my favorite. Don't tell Chief Castro or Chief Alcorn I said that. How you doing, Scott?
All right. Good afternoon.
Good to see you, sir.
All right, good afternoon, Council President, Council members. Scott Mosier with Public Works Department, and pleased to present to you today our proposed budget for fiscal year 2026. All right, and I'll go ahead and dive right in. So as Public Works all together, first, just as we've done with the other city departments, we'll walk through personnel. We see a very slight increase that reflects contractual obligations, MOUs with the bargaining units, in general, salary increases there. On the non-personnel line, you can see a slight decrease from 25 to 26, and this largely has to do with projects that were in our operating budget that are rolling off. We had some dollars in the ARPA funds and through council budget motions that had boosted fiscal year 2025 to a higher amount than we typically would have seen within the department's operating budget. So we see some decrease there, and then interdepartmental, some slight increases there from the other departments, typical fleet, facilities, ISD and other departments, just general cost increases with inflation. On the capital side, you can see, Council, you can see a dramatic increase, and as we go through the rest of the presentation, you'll see some of the highlighted projects that drive that higher dollar amount for capital. And as noted in other presentations, this does include the personnel attrition rate of 6.18%. All right, in terms of budgeted positions, for most of the department is essentially a status quo budget. I'll go over one new position that's proposed, but the largest adjustment between divisions is, of course, in landscape maintenance. We have in the current fiscal year, 157 full-time equivalents. Landscape maintenance, of course, handling everything from median island maintenance, trails, forestry, community facilities districts, and park maintenance and irrigation. The proposed budget would shift the park maintenance and irrigation functions to the Parks Department, and also transfer 3 park equipment mechanics to General Services Department Fleet Management Division. All right, in terms of other positions, there is some slight shifting between some of our City Hall divisions with allocation of staff, but no net changes with some were noted about PCNs due to staff allocation adjustments. I want to mention point number 2 on this slide, our one new proposed position is a new projects administrator for the Community Facilities District Administration. That deals with both tracking of cost, planning of the multi-year projects that deal with our reserve funds, things like future repaving of streets, slurry seal of streets in the CFD neighborhoods. All in all, the CFD and LLMD program comprises 540 distinct financial business units. So in each of those 540 entities, whether that's a subdivision that was annexed into the district, a commercial industrial parcel map, anything like that, the dollars cannot move between them, and each has their own unique features that are maintained, their own rates and assessments. Typically each council meeting, we have one or more developments that continue to annex. So that program's grown over the years. Some years we've had anywhere from 10 to 30 staff. That's not necessary this year, but we are proposing the one projects administrator to lead that effort on administration. Again, street maintenance, landscape maintenance, no additions. And then also Sustainable Fresno. The council, you'll note in the proposal we had 3 full-time equivalent positions. One of those is proposed to transfer that position over to transportation planning. We have a larger amount of grant-funded work in that area, and our team in sustainability is doing great with the 2 staff. It makes more sense to shift that 3rd over to transportation planning for our grants-funded effort. In terms of operational impacts, largely status quo type budget, but some items to highlight. Number 1, the full cost of the project's administrator, including the position, normal technology, equipment, indirect, all the cost, $154,000 to add. No general fund involved in that. That'd be fully funded through the CFD program. Number 2, highlight on new and replaced vehicles. We are in need of replacing an older model hot patch truck. That's part of the pothole program. That's really on its last legs. That's at $503,700. And that dollar amount does include also replacing one of our Ford F-150 trucks with a Ford Lightning to comply with the CARB requirements, which is a 1-for-1, 50% of the fleet. So with each purchase of an internal combustion engine, then there's a need to have one essentially zero-emission type vehicle to go with it. Then lastly, number 3, in terms of 25 to 26 operational impacts, again, as other departments have presented, Public Works also includes a reduction in cost. That's the $768,100 in the general fund. And I want to highlight what's in that number. One is we are able to save some cost in our development processing. We'd had a consultant contract to help with some of the final maps, the technical review of those for technical correctness, things like closures of the lots and all the calculations. And thankfully, our team was able to handle that fully in-house this year. We plan to continue that. That created a savings of about $240,000. On the tree trimming program, we were able to shift some of those costs to the gas tax funds, $331,000. And so all told, that totaled up to the $768,000 we were able to achieve for general fund savings. Moving on, of course, this Public Works. I know the council is very familiar with the high volume of grant-funded projects. That's really the bread and butter for the city, both federal, state, and then Measure C, regional grant funding. So this is just a snapshot and overview. Of course, the council has the full capital budget within the document. That's far too much to go over line by line, but my staff and I will be able to address any questions. But big picture, this slide shows federal and state grants. The grand total is $144 million, and a number of the key projects are highlighted here. Certainly the largest that shows up on the state side is the Blackstone-McKinley Railroad grade separation at $80 million out of that total. On terms of Measure C, so there are Measure C dollars that flow directly to the city, formula money for street maintenance and operations. But what this slide shows are the competitive grants that we've been able to obtain and those regional projects that are included in the ballot measure way back in 2006. So all told, this adds up to $80 million. And Council, you can see a number of the projects listed in there. The budget as proposed before you includes continuing work on Peach Avenue, the Veterans Boulevard final wrap-up, a very large project, Herndon widening from Polk to Milburn, a large investment in Cesar Chavez Boulevard and Southwest Fresno. The design work would continue. And then this also includes our competitive grants through transit-oriented development, the Measure C, the New Tech program, and of course, Blackstone-McKinley Railroad grade separation. Some other projects, program highlights. Of course, number one, the largest single investment proposed, as shown in our budget, is in the mayor's proposed budget, is $100 million on the Pave More Now program. That would be financed by bond proceeds. In addition, with just some of the discretionary funds the city has available, pothole repair program that would continue in its present form, $2.1 million, both with the hot patch breakout crew and then the dedicated traditional pothole teams. The concrete repair program, which includes 6 crews, all of the 7-week program, the SB1 crews, the ADA curb ramp crew, and the strike team, that all totals $5.8 million. So a very significant effort ongoing. The budget proposes $1.1 million in slurry seal. And I know yesterday there was some discussion on tree trimming. So the budget does propose $2.8 million, which would give us a 12-year trim cycle at this point, out of all the street trees, median trees, everything in the right-of-way. Wanted to touch on the tree planting program. The budget proposes $950,000 of Measure P, Category 5, in the street beautification category towards that. We believe that this $950,000 investment plus the other city capital improvement projects that are in the pipeline would meet or exceed that 1,000-tree goal, the initiative that council has established. I'm very pleased to share, again, that we've been able to hit that goal every single year, and we believe this is a budget that will achieve that goal once again. And these are net new trees, correct. Thank you, Mayor. Other highlights, Blackstone-McKinley Railroad grade separation. This figure here, $139.8 million, That's the sum total of the state grants and the Measure C Railroad Grade Separation Program funds. I mentioned on the previous slide, really our last Herndon Avenue project of the entire regional Tier 1 program over the 20 years is Herndon Polk to Milburn. And this has now become the bottleneck on the corridor. We've done over the past 20 years really the more low-hanging fruit, and finally we saved the most expensive one for the end, which is the structure widening. Today also, as you drive that area, this bridge that was originally built by Fresno County when there was not a whole lot out there. It does not have any pedestrian facilities, no bike facilities. That project, as council's approved on agreements with the FCTA before, that project will not only include a 4 to 6 lane widening, but it includes the multi-purpose trail on the north side to really connect east and west and improve safety in the area. Blackstone Smart Mobility wanted to highlight the grant through the REAP program, a Regional Early Action Program. And I know council had approved our agreement for the project previously, but just again to highlight $9 million for that 180 to Pine, which is just south of McKinley, that project to deliver the 6 to 4 lane reduction, class 4 protected bike lanes, and implement that vision that the council previously adopted. Lastly, council district infrastructure at $4.5 million. That includes a sum total of $2.1 million for new funding, $300,000 per district, the 7 districts, plus the carryover funding from the current fiscal year. All right, lots of things to highlight. And in closing, I wanted to talk briefly about community outreach highlights for the coming year. And of course, every single project that we do in coordination with the community, make sure we have that notification, coordinating with the council district offices. So that will continue. And then specifically, I mentioned about grants, and we pulled one position from our sustainability division group over to transportation planning, and that's for projects like these. Just want to highlight again that work this year on the Vision Zero Safety Action Plan and the Active Transportation Plan update. We hope to be able to bring both of those before the council in the coming fiscal year for consideration and adoption. And with that, there's, again, a lot more in the budget with the programs and the projects, but my staff and I were available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director. Very thorough presentation. First, we have punched up Councilmember Richardson, followed by Councilmember Maxwell.
All right, Director Mosier, just one question for you. Just verify, I think I heard this, but please verify it for me. With the reduction in personnel, the 55.25 in FTE that came out of landscape maintenance, of those with the switch over to the Parks Department, there were no actual loss of jobs in that. It was just a reduction of FTE or a moving of that to Parks. Is that correct?
That is correct. No loss of jobs, no loss of positions. The staff who are doing that work today in park maintenance and park irrigation repairs would essentially transfer to the Parks Department.
Fantastic. All I had. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Maxwell, you have the floor, followed by Councilmember Vang.
Good afternoon, Director. Just wanted to start off by giving you some praise. You and Parks are probably the 2 departments I work the most closely with and have probably made the biggest impact in my district the last 4 years. You're very easy and fair director to work with. You always have been. I always appreciate your professionalism, even if there's sometimes things that we have to work through. You've always been willing to meet me at the table and come up with creative solutions to help my families and businesses. I want to thank Brian, Jill, Scott, Vince, and Ann, and everybody else with Public Works. I mean, I deal with you guys on such a regular basis, and just really appreciate all the good work that you guys do. It's been very noticeable in District 4. We've really prioritized Public Works, concrete and asphalt, obviously, but also tree plantings, which I think has been the biggest and most noticeable difference the last couple of years. We've really upped our game. And so just thank you to all of you. I really appreciate what you guys do. I mean that from the bottom of my heart.
Thank you, Council Member.
Director, this is a question, I suppose, for you and also City Manager, because this is a, sorry, Georgianne, this is a conversation that we've been having back and forth for a couple years, and it's never really come to fruition. I'm not really sure where it stands. We've talked about ways that we could potentially expedite public works projects, and one of the ways to do that would be to initiate a night team, a night crew. What's the biggest obstacle stopping us from doing that right now? Is it a financial one?
In terms of a night crew, the largest obstacle would indeed be financial. One thing to keep in mind on that is how segregated all of the funding sources are. For example, within Measure C, there's a street maintenance funding source that allows you to do pavement maintenance, but we can't do bridge maintenance. We can't do concrete repairs. We can't fix streetlights. So, for example, if we had just this plethora of paving dollars and wanted to add that during the paving season, one of the biggest challenges becomes what happens outside of the paving season when paving dollars are not eligible.
What is the work that is done?
Right, and we would have to carry them through the winter. Things like emergency street maintenance, winter storm response. We do quite a bit of our winter maintenance. That all has to be funded in our current budget because we don't have any general fund for that. Those activities are all funded out of the gas tax, the old pre-1990 and what's called Prop 111 special gas tax. Those take care of all those needs.
And why couldn't you use those at nighttime as opposed to daytime?
Those dollars could be used at nighttime, the challenge being that the current operating budget of the department really exhausts those funding sources. So to add the cost of staff throughout the entire calendar year would involve a combination of two things. One, if there are projects, say paving projects to be done, that takes care of the paving season, but then there's a cost of the winter. Essentially, when paving stops until it starts again, there's that full cost to bear for the employees.
And seasonal positions wouldn't make sense for this type of work?
Currently, we've attempted to hire temporary employees and have been unsuccessful with that.
How long have you been trying to do that for, Director?
Really, we've been unsuccessful in street maintenance with seasonal employees ever since the adoption of the Affordable Care Act and the requirements to then have insurance. If we're going to have people that are short-term for that duration, then it would involve the city providing full health and welfare benefits to them. Alternatively, for full-time employees, we only have a 4-month window.
Do we have an estimated price tag then, what it would take? I'm sure it's a lot. What would it take to create that night crew, Director, given all those considerations?
The staff that if that's the request, that could be prepared as a memo.
Has
just
this
to
not
thoroughly
come up
evaluate.
before the price tag?
I don't think we've gone that far. I think I think instead we went down the path of obviously doing the requirements contract for paving to kind of outsource what couldn't be handled by the department for self-performing. But we could certainly look into, look into that.
And I'd also want to add just a second challenge would be on equipment. Currently we have one paving machine and one milling machine. They are now both several years old, and currently even on our current paving operation, our self-perform program, we've had both pieces of equipment down for periods of time. We've had scheduled work, and then the milling machine goes down, and then we're 1 to 2 weeks without that, and the same with the paver. We're without that, and when we last purchased them, both pieces of equipment were in the range of $600,000 to $750,000. Now fast forward several years post-pandemic pricing.
Understood.
And as staff, we have not looked into the price of current equipment, but I would anticipate well north of $1 million for each piece of equipment. So I would add that we'd have some vulnerabilities, and at night, when the equipment goes down, what do those full crews, what do they do? What work do we have available to them? when the equipment's down.
What is our current paving season, Director?
Typically, that will range from anywhere as early as the beginning of March to beginning of April for startup work, depending upon temperature and rain. And then generally, we can go up to about Thanksgiving.
What would be the cost of extending that to the full year?
The cost extending paving season to full year, really twofold. We can look into that cost, but if we continue that full year with the crew, the challenge becomes how does the city accomplish its winter maintenance activities other than paving? Currently, when the paving season stops, that's our window to accomplish all the winter maintenance, general street maintenance and repairs.
You would need additional personnel is what you're saying?
That is correct.
Okay. I'd be more interested to know the dollar tag on that than the night crew. I mean, the night crew is something I'm interested in, but it sounds, for all intents and purposes, unfeasible. I won't ask for a price tag on that, but I would be interested to know what it would take to pave year-round. If we could get a memo on that, please, Director.
We can do that.
Okay. I do have a few other questions for you. Can you remind me, this body did adopt the urban forestry management plan provided to us by DUDEC, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
And this is
That's
the
it. Yeah,
cover of that. The document is posted on the city website as well, the adopted plan.
Are there any goals or objectives identified in that management plan that are funded in your proposed budget that had not been funded prior to us receiving that management plan? Any additional or new initiatives that are being funded from your department?
The proposed budget, it does fund a couple of changes that the council made in the tree program policies. One was some expanded noticing, the distance if a tree is to be removed. That
was Councilmember Arias's initiative you're referring to?
This was, it was 3 council offices had partnered together. I believe your office, Councilmember Arias, I want to say Councilmember Esparza. And so that policy so expanded the noticing to give more opportunity to a neighborhood to know of a street tree being removed. So that
Would
is
you say that's the largest investment that we've made towards?
No.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilmember. Just going through one by
Sure.
one. So that's included. And then also the council did adopt a policy of if street trees are removed, that there's always a mitigation, that replacement 1-for-1. So that's really in addition to the urban forest management plan to make that strict requirement. If the homeowner wants it, that's great if they're willing to water and care for it. But if not, our staff is tracking those, putting it on a list, and we then need to make that up somewhere.
I think the language we adopted gave some flexibility there, right? Where it said the general vicinity, so it didn't have to be in front of the house.
Council, that is correct.
Okay, gotcha. Okay. In terms of median islands and buffer islands, what is the schedule of cleanup in those areas? The reason I ask is a lot of the areas that we've beautified the last couple of years look really good in terms of foliage, but I've noticed a lot of the median islands in my district are becoming quite littered. I'm wondering what the process there is, what it would cost to do more frequent cleanups in those areas.
And Council, so currently the median island maintenance schedule, so it depends if it is of course, let me start with the easy one. If it is a CFD maintained median island.
I don't have any CFDs in my district, so we could skip that conversation.
Very good. Those are 30-day cycles.
Sure.
But non-CFD citywide maintenance, that is currently a 90-day maintenance cycle, so every 3 months. And of course, things can happen within that 3-month period. So that's a 90-day cycle.
What does that service entail? There's somebody going out there collecting all the litter in those islands, whether that's a buffer island or a median island?
Yes, that's not only litter, but that's also weed abatement on the island. So we have a crew of several employees. That's where you can see the cone zones set up, traffic control, close the lanes, and we'll go through and basically remove any weeds, We will do, generally we'll do trimming of shrubs where appropriate within our resources, within our means, and then of course litter pickup as well. If there are larger items that pop up in between those cycles, then we do work either, if there are smaller items, our crews will pick those up. If there are large items dumped, we'll work with the Public Utilities Department on the illegal dumping and that removal.
Do you know what it would cost to bring the non-CFD areas onto a 2-month cycle as opposed to a 3-month?
Off the top of my head, I do not. The department has developed those estimates in years past, and we could refresh those for the council.
Okay. Do you have a ballpark? Do you think it'd be hundreds of thousands or more in terms of millions of dollars?
90-day to 60-day, we don't have a number off the top of our head, but I would anticipate that would be several $100,000 to do that. I would be remiss if I did not note, again, the budget does not propose any new positions, but we are adding facilities. The Midtown Trail will be completed, and also the Southwest Trail being added.
Meaning that your staff is going to be stretched even more thin?
Yes, the staff will be stretched thinner, or as was said yesterday, the peanut butter is being spread a little thinner in that area.
Okay. One of my growing concerns, it's been a concern since day one, and I hate having to talk about trees all the time. I don't like being known as the tree guy. I feel like it plays into the Berkeley stereotype. But seeing a growing trend, at least in my neighborhoods, and I'm sure in others, where our team has done a phenomenal job with our corridors. I mean, night to day over the last 4 years in terms of median islands, buffer islands, looking beautiful, a lot more beautiful than they did a few years ago. The growing concern is inside the neighborhoods. Ever since we went to the metering system when it came to water, most people just decide to let their own front lawns die. And there's not a lot we could do about that. We do have a lawn to garden rebate, which we're trying to beef up and get into the public eye more. But in terms of the public right-of-way, the Mo Strip or the Park Strip, whatever you want to call it, I'm noticing a lot of my neighborhoods on the south end, closer to McKinley or Dakota, Clinton, going a little further north, there's just a complete decimation of any trees in those areas. Is there any sort of incentive that we could give as a city for folks to keep trees in that area? Do we have a cost estimate, what it takes on average to water somebody's median island on an annual basis?
I feel like we talked about this at some point. Does any of this sound familiar to anybody? I remember we talked.
It was very low.
Okay, and we talked about, and I think when we came down to how much water a tree needs, according to our watering schedule, it literally was like 2 cents or something.
It wasn't a lot.
It was just a teeny tiny amount, and I just remember whoever I was talking to, it was like, oh, that's not even worth it. Because if it was only like a 5-cent discount on somebody's water bill, was it really worth it? We can go back and look at it again, though.
Theoretically, could we subsidize somebody's water bill with non-ratepayer dollars in a dollar amount that we saw fit?
With just whatever amount we wanted?
Correct. Is that theoretically feasible?
I believe theoretically it is if it's non-ratepayer money. We can dig into that a little bit more.
Okay.
And I would add, Council, when we looked into that, the cost of the water for those trees was very, very low. But the greater cost of something like that would potentially be staff cost for validation of that. Right? What's to stop if someone is being untruthful and saying I'm watering that, but I'm not. I just want to get a little discount. The cost to verify that. I assume
we don't meter that separately, right? There's no way to tell whether that's being watered as opposed to the front yard or the backyard.
Exactly. It's a single meter for the home.
Yeah, that's a good point. Okay, so you were in that meeting. I knew I had this meeting with somebody, so yeah, that's true. Like somebody could say, oh yes, I'm going to take this whatever X dollar credit to water my trees, and then we'd have to make sure that they were actually watering the trees.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like this is something I've been racking my brain on for the last 4 years. I've not come up with a viable solution. Mayor, I know a big thing for you is curb appeal. It's something that you've championed since day one. I don't know, I just want to sound the alarm because I feel like it's extremely depressing in these neighborhoods. You've walked my neighborhoods 5 years ago. You've seen the difference between what some neighborhoods look like in some parts of our city versus others. And I could tell you a lot of the neighborhoods that I represent, I mean, people are just taking out trees left and right, which I guess on the surface level is nowhere near our top priority as a city, which is fine. We have bigger priorities. But it leads to a lot of unintended consequences. The neighborhoods are warmer. PG&E bills are probably a little bit higher in those neighborhoods. There's no beautification whatsoever. I think one tree coming down is not a big deal, but when you have entire blocks of trees coming down, I would say property values also go down. It leads to a lot of slum type of environments and a domino effect when it comes to blight in those neighborhoods. I don't know what a long-term solution is, but I feel like our city desperately needs one because some of these neighborhoods really look like they're being left behind. And so I'm not looking for a response there. I just sounding the alarm, I suppose, yet again.
Thank you. And Council, my Assistant Director, Brian Russell, and his team managed that effort, and he was quick to point out it was noted in the Urban Forest Management Plan, and it was approximately $2 per year for the watering of a street tree. So a very low cost.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I understand that. I think a lot of folks probably don't understand that. Since we went live with the metering system, what was that, 2010? What year was that?
That sounds about right, 2010.
I feel like, huh?
I don't remember.
Late 2000s.
So it was 2010. My first year of college, I believe it was.
How about we come at it, and I don't know, I mean, it's worth it, but maybe we go out on a little bit of a like trying to educate. We could do utility billing stuffers of saying, hey, you know, it only costs pennies to water your trees. Don't turn them off. And, you know, it's worth something, right? You know, at least to educate people who may think that it's costing them a lot more to water than it is. I just throw that out there just as an idea.
I'd be interested in consulting maybe professional organization when it comes to the messaging. I'm open to ideas.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. I think that is it in terms of my questions. I'll wait on those two memos about the year-round maintenance and the cost to bring us to a 60-day cycle for the non-CFD. I do have an additional question. We have $400,000 set aside for DPW, right? And $100,000 goes to the council and $300 stays in your department?
300,000 within the department, correct.
And the other 100 comes to this council side, right?
Yes, Scott's not aware of what's in your budget, but yes, 300,000 in his budget, 100,000 in yours.
And are those general fund dollars?
Those are general fund dollars.
Okay. I'd like to make 3 motions at this time. The first one is District 4 specific for an additional $50,000 from your pot to my pot. The second one would be $25,000 to finish the Shaw beautification project that we started last year. Weren't able to finish 100%. And the last motion is $300,000 for new District 4 beautification. These are the median island projects that we've done every year that I've been in office. And that'll conclude my remarks. Thank you, Council President. Thank you, Director.
Okay, thank you, Director. Next, we have Councilmember Vang. He will be followed up by Councilmember Esparza.
Thank you very much, Council President Karbasi. Good afternoon, Director Mosier.
Good afternoon.
It's good to have here. You mentioned a few public works projects already, but I'm going to reiterate a couple of them that is in the works or has been in the works in D5. From Peach Avenue to Butler Avenue to Florence and Florence to Jensen, the Venture Creek Trail from Clovis to Fowler Avenue, and along Cesar Chavez Boulevard, or also known as Ventura, from 7th to 8th Street, along the affordable housing street improvements. These are the ongoing, some of the ongoing public works project that you mentioned in your presentation. And additionally, The Public Works project, I believe, equals, again, my colleague has stated, beautification and safety. Again, trees and the projects equate safety, which in turn creates healthy neighborhood. And so prior to you coming to the podium, I just got a notification from my team, and we are operating on real time, that the lights on Temperance and I believe Butler Avenue is in operation. So I can scratch that off my list in terms of mitigating safety at that corner. So thank you very much for the Public Works Department for making that operational as of today. Going back to tree planting program, $950,000 is allocated for fiscal year 2026. And this concern and the following concern that I will present to you is directly from the constituents. Along Clovis Avenue, south of, I believe, California and McMillan Avenue to Butler Avenue, I believe that is city/county property, if not city jurisdiction mostly. A few residents have voiced concern about planting trees in the medium. I know this is just a few blocks. There are many, many blocks and miles in District 5 that needs beautification along the medium and on the sidewalk of our streets, not only in D5, but in the city of Fresno. So I just wanted to make a request for information to see the feasibility of getting trees in the medium on Clovis Avenue between California Avenue and Butler Avenue. So if you can get that that note to me or the memo to me, that'd be greatly appreciated, Director.
Our team will be glad to put that together. And you know, it's usually not the trees themselves that's the biggest challenge. It's the cost of the irrigation to get dedicated water to them. So we'll be glad to evaluate that.
Correct. And as you mentioned, it costs what, $2 per year per tree? So yeah.
Not on medians.
No, not in the median.
No.
Oh, so that, is it more in the median versus on the sidewalk then?
Typically, so it's the irrigation system. So if we don't have water to them, typically then we're into, you know, the tens or sometimes hundreds of thousands of dollars to basically tap the water main, extend it, and then get all the equipment that's needed in there. Things like a backflow preventer. You typically will see the cages that sit out on a median island that include a controller or timer, right, with the programming of that system, backflow preventer. There will typically then be trenching out in the street, right, trenching, traffic control, and all the work involved in that. Sometimes we have median islands where there is no DPU water main in the area, and so a project, the most expensive projects could even involve extending a city water main just to reach and service that area. So, but we'll be glad to evaluate that and cost it out.
Thank you. And all of those will be in your memo, and my office will review and submit the appropriate requests in a timely manner. The other concern that I do have is directly, again, from constituents who have voiced their concerns to me regarding safety. And this is regarding the California corridor from Fowler Avenue to Clovis Avenue. It is a 2-lane each direction, and there's a stop at Sunnyside, which is about halfway between this corridor. There has been a few accidents where kids would race at night on these 2 lanes going each direction, and I have personally observed 2 accidents where cars racing have hit walls next to these streets, and it presents a safety issue. And the constituents there have used the term road diet, meaning a reduction in lane, I believe. Could you explain to me what the criteria is used to determine that a road diet is needed in terms, in this case, reducing 2 lanes into 1 lane to prevent late night streetcar racing going each direction?
Absolutely. If I may, I'd like to welcome my Assistant Director, Jill Gormley, to come up and just talk a little bit about that, how we could evaluate and what some possible tools we could use for that corridor.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Jill Gormley, Assistant Director with Public Works Department. For road diets, we are typically looking at the volume along the roads. There's thresholds that we look at to make sure that operations still operate, or the road still operates functionally. We are looking at intersections to making sure that we are not narrowing the roads so much and we have big intersections or vice versa and we're creating bottlenecks. So we will look at what the volumes are and the demand for those additional lanes.
There's a similar stretch of road. It's about a quarter of a mile northeast of that. It's Hamilton Avenue from Fowler to Temperance Avenue. And in terms of size, it's very similar. But Hamilton has one lane each direction. And again, the residents have used Hamilton as a comparison to reduce the 2 lanes on California Avenue to 1 lane to limit, at the very least, discouraged drag racing or race car for California Avenue. And so if I can, again, get a memo to study the feasibility of reducing 2 lanes on California Avenue from Fowler Avenue to Clovis Avenue to 1 lane. Again, the safety issues, the accidents, if it's reported, it should be on record. And again, this is coming directly from the residents in that area, that safety has been and will continue to be an issue. At the very least, if we could mitigate this safety by this road diet, I guess reducing 2 lanes into 1. And if I can get a memo on that, I'd really appreciate it. Thank you. And that's my question, Council President.
Thank you. I did want to highlight two efforts this council has approved that Jill Gormley's team is managing. One is the Vision Zero Safety Action Plan. The other is the Active Transportation Plan update. And in both cases, the consultants and the teams, there's a lot of community engagement happening. They're getting input just like this. And the team is working on solutions to think corridors just like that one. Glad to put a memo together.
Thank you, Director.
Next, we have Councilmember Esparza, followed by Councilmember Perea.
Good afternoon, Director.
Good afternoon.
Maybe I missed this in the presentation, but can you tell us what our current level of deferred maintenance is altogether on roads, curbs, sidewalks, gutters collectively?
Council, we have performed an update, and please recall the council received a presentation about a little over 3 years ago. And at the time, it was just over $500 million of deferred maintenance. We've seen post-pandemic cost increases in construction, and currently we forecast our pavement deferred maintenance at $1.2 billion. And we estimate our tree damaged, curb gutter, sidewalk repair deferred maintenance at roughly $300 million. So about $1.5 billion combined between the two.
I don't get surprised a lot, but that is higher than I thought it would be. So what, 1.5 total. So obviously we've seen that increase over the last several years, probably primarily due to inflation. I mean, we've been chipping away. I mean, we've been doing about 50 to 70 miles every fiscal year. Is that about correct?
That's about right. And back when the council received that presentation before, what we were seeing was that kind of the status quo investment level would cause our pavement conditions to continue to deteriorate. And then with that in mind, the goal again of things like the Pave More Now initiative is to react to that, make a large investment now to address those conditions before they get worse, because there's kind of the pavement degradation. It looks kind of like a roller coaster of initially brand new neighborhoods. We see it just slowly degrade. We can catch it with a slurry seal at about year 10. But if we don't do that, then they start to degrade, and eventually we wind up with very expensive repair and reconstruction.
Sure. Can you provide another 69.1 miles of the street overlay and the paving in this budget? Just request for information if you could provide a memo stating what streets will make up those 69.1 miles.
Absolutely. Glad to provide that.
Thank you. On separate but related notes, to your point about the Pave Now, Pay Later, the mayor's program, when will our districts have an office be receiving the requested revised estimates for the projects proposed in our district? How about now? How about our request for information right now?
Council, for the balance of those, they'll all be provided via budget response memos. So those are in the works, and we'd expect those should be to council just in a matter of days.
Great. Yeah, I mean, it's we've done a lot of investment. We've rebuilt Fresno in a lot of ways, even though that number has kept increasing from a financial perspective. But it feels in a lot of ways, because of the funding drying up, that this may be one of our last opportunities here in the near future to make some big investments. So we want to make sure we get it right, use it as optimally as possible. So we'll look forward to seeing those lists. Shifting gears a little bit, does this budget include funding for the continuation of the speed bump program?
Council, so this budget, it does not include any new funding. However, the council previously approved a contract, and those dollars are encumbered. So where we are on that is we have roughly a $160,000 balance on that contract. The locations that were approved through this last year's cycle, the call for basically petitions, applications through the community, that's going to use up roughly about 110,000 of that. So where we stand is we'll have roughly $50,000 left at the end of what's installed throughout this calendar year.
How much does a set of bumps cost? I mean, how far is that 160 going to go? I mean, they're pretty cheap, right? On a relative basis. It's about $10,000 each.
Per speed hump. Okay, we believe that's $12,500 for each location. So thus far, we've been able to fund all of the requests each year based upon what council's put into that program in the past. So for fiscal year 26, we would be okay to finish out what's already been approved. Hypothetically, if the demand from the community is larger than we've seen, what would happen is we would have about almost 50,000 to complete a portion of those, and then we would have to work on the remaining dollars for the fiscal year 27 budget for that cycle. But at the moment, given other priorities and the general fund challenges, that no new dollars were proposed in the budget for the speed hump program.
But given our public works budgets that are set aside for each council district, you could always oblige if we wanted to spend, $60,000 on 5 new projects.
Council, absolutely. That has been the case. Thankfully, we haven't had to get there because there's been enough money in the program compared to community interest levels. But yes, that's always an option.
Well, I think when we passed the policy, right, I mean, there was enthusiasm for moving forward, but we did so in a very cautious way. And as a result of the process that residents have to go through, I think there's a balance there of, we're not going to proliferate the entire city arbitrarily with speed bumps. But we found this kind of sweet spot. So it makes sense why we've kind of been able to stretch that existing funding.
Thank you.
Council President, Council President had a request of me. I'm going to hand it off to him.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember. We'll come back to you in a moment. Councilmember Prey, you have the floor.
Thank you, Council President. Hi, Director.
Good afternoon.
Just wanted to ask a couple questions related to the Tower District. One being Median Island maintenance. When we had some maintenance issues, I think it was last year, Councilmember Arias and I split the cost to maintain the median islands. And so how does a median island become eligible to dip into this $9.1 million of maintenance monies?
So the Median Island Maintenance Program, so that really funds the cost of the crews, any pre-emergent, our water bills, power bills for the year, and medians like Olive Avenue, for example, they are on that cycle. What I believe, Councilmember, you're referencing is we had some of the plant material that had not made it. Just due to, for example, with irrigation issues, if we're in the heat of summer, we have an irrigation issue, and then we have shrubs that die. Or, for example, in the tower, great walkable area. Unfortunately, sometimes we have pedestrians cutting through the planter areas, trampling plant material. So where we were short is that our current budget and the one that's proposed does not have funding, whether we're on Olive Avenue or Blackstone or Herndon Avenue, wherever it may be, we do not have funding in median island maintenance for the replacement of shrubs and plant material. That has only happened through one-time capital allocations.
So if any of our median islands experience irrigation issues, we are responsible to repair those ourselves as far as funding?
Not necessarily as an individual council office. Certainly infrastructure funding is an option, but really that replacement of plant material or refurbishment either needs to be in a capital improvement project or infrastructure dollars.
Okay. I think Councilmember Esparza and I split the cost to repair the irrigation lines for the Van Ness median island. Is that considered a median island, the green strip along Van Ness?
That is within our median maintenance program. That's correct.
Okay. So we will maintain islands, but if something needs to be replaced, whether it be irrigation lines or shrubbery, we are responsible for paying for that out of our own infrastructure funds?
Irrigation repairs are within our budget. Those repairs will be made. But again, if we lose plant material, typically that's not something that there's sufficient dollars within the budget operating budget to come back and replace a lot of the plant material. We've been very successful with that through, for example, Measure C, the street beautification projects. We've had some exciting work, I know, on, for example, West Avenue, Cesar Chavez Boulevard, a number of median islands citywide that have been able to accomplish that. But as far as the day-to-day crews, they're really moving. They're moving quickly on their route to try to keep that 90-day cycle.
Are bulb outs considered a median island, or how do we maintain funding for bulb outs?
And yes, to clarify, so on the dollars within the median island maintenance program, so that includes center medians. Some locations in the city have frontage road median islands. That's part of that program. The Olive Avenue, Tower District, the Planters, they're serviced through that. The Fulton Street Planters. So we have a number of downtown, Tower District, and then citywide medians. On a handful of locations, we do have some of the buffers that are not part of a community facilities district. They're not part of the older landscape maintenance district. So some of those do fall to that median program. And then lastly, that funding also includes some of the PG&E greenways that the city has. For example, like Corona, Emerson, and those areas are serviced through the median island maintenance program.
If I may, just one follow-up question. Mosier, you indicated that there isn't money to replace the greenery, correct? Or the plants? That means somebody has to pay for it, but it's not within your budget.
Typically, that's correct. And not only greenery, we also periodically we will lose trees on some of our arterials to traffic accidents.
So my next question is, do members of the public need permission from the city to go and replace those plants that are missing, died off for whatever reason, are not there no more? Do they need permission to go spend a Saturday just replacing the greenery? Or can that only be done by you guys? And is it a labor issue? What limitations exist for us to organize some people to go to Lowe's, pick a bunch of plants and replace them in Tower? Because them coming out of infrastructure budget doesn't seem to be the fairest thing. If the public wanted to help, is there any limitations for them doing it?
There are two possible ways to do that. Most common would be through some type of volunteer effort, either in partnership with the council district office and or Beautify Fresno. We've done tree planting projects. We've done spreading of wood chips. Those typically will have kind of like a volunteer form, like a hold harmless type form. The volunteers all fill out. We will have a staff member on site for those and have kind of an organized volunteer event. We're glad to talk about those. Second option would be more of an official, like a street work permit, if we had some private entity who wanted to do that. But more commonly, it's the volunteer
Within
event.
those two options, if it's volunteers, you have to send public works staff to supervise. If you get a private permit, aren't those two things cost more money than just spending the $10 on plants and replacing them yourself?
So again, I want to go back, Council, just to the maintenance cycles. The challenge is just that, well, we've had in the past through, for example, Measure P, major street beautification funds. Those have been able to address those corridors. But as far as just the regular maintenance crew that's running its 90-day cycle, that's I'd respectfully say that's not the right crew to install those. Somewhat similar to even kind of a private landscape, private gardener who's on a cycle. If they're mowing a certain number of lawns, they're servicing a number of areas. That typically is not the crew who's going to spend a lot of time on their route replanting. We really would do that as a follow-up effort. We'll typically refer to that as an enhancement crew. We do have an enhancement crew, for example, with council infrastructure projects, CFD projects, who can undertake that effort. But as far as do we have dollars in the operating budget for enhancement crew to come out and replant medians just wherever the shrubs die, wherever the trees are taken out? No. We do not have that in our current budget or in the proposed 26 budget.
Okay, so Councilmember Pereira, you have the floor.
Thank you. Last question is the Tower District litter abatement and pressure washing. That's not having the visual cleanliness impact that I thought it was going to. It looks like we're budgeting $284,000, and what that's getting us is litter spot treatment every day, but only in certain parts of the Tower District each day. Is that correct? So one day it's Olive, another day it's Van Ness.
Council, I'd like to ask my Assistant Director, Brian Russell, to come up and speak to specifics on Tower District litter control pressure washing.
Good afternoon, Council. Brian Russell, Public Works. I got to tell you that the pressure is high there. There is the crews will go through, do the litter cleanup, and then sometimes moments after they leave, there's more litter being dumped out. Currently, the contract, they're required to go through 4 times a week. Scrub Can currently has the contract. What they are doing, because of the type of complaint that is continually coming in, we've had a challenge of which 4 day of the week do we choose, right? And what they are actually doing is servicing it daily. So they're going above the contract minimum and out there 7 days a week. And the spot check component is what they'll do is as they're pulling in to service the area, if they see an area that's got a heavy litter load right at a local location, even though they serviced it yesterday, they'll go ahead and pick that up. But contractually, that's above and beyond what we actually pay them to do. So I would say that the pressure is high. It seems like even though they're going through and doing the cleanup to our satisfaction, it's right back again. For comparison, this year so far, we have removed over 80,000 pounds of trash out of just that tower area that they cover. So it's a staggering amount of material that's coming out of there. I think removing those trash cans has been a good step in the right direction. We see a decrease in the trash being dumped since those have been removed. But yeah, it's just a lot of pressure.
You've seen an increase?
Decrease.
Decrease.
Yeah, less trash. Yeah.
Who's responsible for picking up trash on our city parking lot behind the Tower Theater?
That's in that contract as well for the Tower Theater parking lot. That is included in the scrub can contract. Yep.
Okay. And then remind me the total footprint of scrub can's contract.
You know, we have a map that we can provide. It's probably a little easier to do that than try to explain it, but
I'll just do an information request for the current boundary scrub can is servicing, and then which days of the week they're servicing which parts of the Tower District.
Sure.
Please.
Yep, we can do that.
Thank you, Assistant Director. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. We're going to go back to Councilmember Esparza. You have the floor, sir. And then followed by Councilmember Richardson.
All right, Director, back to our regularly scheduled programming. Where was I? Some of the schools in my district have expressed traffic concerns, and it's probably not unusual. I suspect the same happens throughout the entire city. How often are speeds and traffic signals and crosswalks evaluated around campuses?
Council, we have staff every day who are handling exactly those types of requests. All we really need to do, whether it's from the school district, members of the public, or council district offices, refer those to our team in traffic operations. And we're glad to take a look and see, is there an issue? What measures can be implemented? Glad to work with your office on any concerns.
Great. Yeah, we've got quite a few campuses. It's just constant ongoing issues, which is natural given the amount of traffic. Scott, what's the status of the ITS traffic installations across the city?
The ITS program is still going strong. So we have some projects underway in construction at the moment. For example, Clovis Avenue is due to be upgraded. Council's awarded that contract for adaptive traffic synchronization. It'll take it to that next level. So we have that. We have the Jensen corridor currently wrapping up. And then on top of that, we have some projects in the design phase as well. And as we speak, we're waiting for results through the Fresno COG call for projects and those scoring committees to see if we're able to have one or two additional traffic synchronization ITS projects funded.
Does the ITS implementation use any general funds?
It does not use any general fund dollars. So the capital projects have all been grant funded, sometimes 100% funded, other times with a match through Measure C, flexible program dollars. And the operation of our Traffic Operations Center is 100% capital project funded and Measure C.
Okay, great.
No general fund.
Are the pocket parks maintained through Public Works?
So pocket parks, they currently really all parks and pocket parks, say for example in the CFD, they're all maintained by Public Works Landscape Maintenance Division.
What amount of money are we spending on maintaining pocket parks?
As far as council, more specifically CFD funded pocket parks or general fund, Measure P types of
Be
pocket
general
parks.
fund, yeah. It's parsing out the CFD, given the funding
I would
source.
need, as far as the cost on general fund Measure P, our staff, we could run
Sure.
numbers on that.
That'd be great.
To see what our pocket park maintenance costs have been for this year.
Okay, yeah, I'll wait for that and we can go from there. Earlier I had asked Jennifer, I'm directed at you now. The residential infill program is under Public Works. Can you provide a memo on the status of the residential infill incentive of that program? How many applicants are in the queue? How much funding remains? And off the top of your head, do you know how much funding remains in the residential infill incentive?
I do, and council will be glad to provide that memo. Currently, there's $1.1 million that are available, but the number of applications that have been approved are over $2 million. It is a first-come, first-served program, so when the developer actually comes in and moves forward to final occupancy, it is at that time that incentive is applied. So there's money available for developers. Some projects are moving and some are not that have had their applications approved.
Obviously, it's possible for all of it to kind of come to a head at once and for the fund to be depleted. And thinking over the last several fiscal years, you have some institutional memory. How frequently have we depleted all at once before the fiscal year ends?
And thankfully, Council, we have never to date depleted that such that an applicant was told no, that we don't have funding available. The mayor's proposed budget does include $1 million of new funding to augment what we have, so that will enable, as staff would anticipate, for all of those projects to continue moving forward to incentivize that residential infill.
So the million in this budget is on top of 1.1 rollover? So
that's correct.
Okay, so the 2.1 that we'll have July 1, assuming we pass this budget, is sufficient for what's currently approved in the pipeline right now?
Yes, Council, it's sufficient for what's approved in the pipeline. It does not take into account some other potentially pending projects where they've not formally been applied for, but we are aware of them.
Anticipating.
Yes. But some of those, given the timeline for a developer to bring forth an architect, engineered site plan, and really be ready for permits and to apply those dollars, we'd see some of that being in 27.
Sure. Okay.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Councilmember Esparza, but Scott, isn't there also a chance that some of the projects that have been approved don't actually come to fruition?
Absolutely.
Always, yeah.
And yes, we've, to our assistant city manager's point, we've had some projects where, yes, they are approved. They got to the end of the fiscal year and we needed to send them a notification just that their application had now had lapsed, and we encouraged them to reapply.
Well, that's not the energy we're bringing here. What do the kids say? We're going to manifest these. Yeah, I forget how they say it. We're going to speak them into existence. All these great projects. Okay, well that's good news. With the million, it sounds like we'll be sufficiently funded at least for the near future, and then kind of see how things develop through FY26 in terms of approved projects. A few more requests. Got a little list here. Can you provide a memo with cost estimates for the following projects? And for all these estimates, my staff should be listening and emailing them over. But the following projects are construction of a left turn phasing at Van Ness and Clinton intersection. Construction costs for the repaving of Clinton Avenue from Clopas Avenue to Fowler. Potential traffic safety improvements with estimates for the Olive Avenue and 9th Street intersection, Olive and 9th. And construction costs for the installation of speed radar signs and high visibility stop signs, as well as the repainting of school pedestrian crosswalks at all schools within District 7. So we'll be sending that over, but just a long memo of cost estimates.
Very good. Thank you.
Thanks, Director.
I think I'm up next.
Yep, Councilmember Richardson, you have the floor.
All right, good afternoon again. Sorry, Director, when you mentioned Vision Zero, it reminded me. Bernie, can I get the camera, please? Thank you. A couple things. So we've discussed, you and I personally, your staff and my staff, which also thanks to Jill Ayala, who's not here currently. We've discussed the traffic and the considerations, especially as pertain to water at Champlain and Perrin. We've discussed the turn signal that needs to go in at Millbrook and Alluvial, but I feel like especially with recent history, we have to bring some attention to the intersection of Friant and Shepherd. Heard about the ITS system. It's fantastic. I know you guys are doing great work, but I am not here to come out with all the motions to spend more money, but if we don't have safety, we don't have anything. So I'd like to ask, at least for now, I know my staff sent over to your staff last week some more proposals for ideas, ways that we can get creative. We have to start getting creative, particularly with the accident we saw a couple weeks ago. There are some things that are just going to happen, right? There was nothing that would have stopped that accident the other day. However, with the majority of these that are caught on camera, very public, very dangerous, we have to start getting creative. So I'd like to officially make a motion for $25,000 directly, which would be matched by my office to go specifically into safety measures to be used at that intersection of Friant and Shepherd. If we can pursue more via Measure C, we will, but at this point, that's what I'd like to make a motion for.
Councilmember, I'm sorry, I do need to respond, and I want to caution that intersection meets all public works standards for safety. So saying that something is dangerous, while it maybe people think that, but when it comes to the regulations and how intersections are designed, and from a liability perspective, we can always look and see how we can make improvements to have traffic flow differently, but that intersection is not dangerous. I hear what you're saying. I understand your concern. We did a pretty thorough study on this a couple years ago, and almost all of those accidents were as a result of drivers. But we can look, we already made improvements to that intersection, but saying something is dangerous when it meets all of the standards within Public Works, we have to be very cautious about that. But I hear what you're saying. We'll continue to look to see how we can make improvements, but saying it's dangerous, I need to make sure that I put that on the record.
Okay, record noted. Ramifications aside, it's results-based. And I know it's not due to a lack of effort, not due to a lack of ingenuity, not due to a lack of creativity or funding. I understand that we're meeting the requirements federally and locally and state mandated, totally understand that. And my point is not that we haven't done enough work there. My point is let's continue getting creative, and I'm here to expand those boundaries, look outside the lines, look outside the box, and work integrally with your staff to implement some more solutions to make it even safer, right? This is not a condemnation. Yeah, that's good correction. Point stands for the motion. I think that makes sense. I know we've had conversations about this, so I'd appreciate working together with you on that. That being said, I would also like to, and I'm sure my staff caught that as well, I'd also like to request or make an RFI here for, I saw last week a traffic study that had come out for one particular intersection we had discussed along Cedar at El Paso for a stop sign, and the research that had gone into that as to volume of traffic, miles traveled, miles per hour per vehicle that was studied. That was fantastic. I would like to see within 1 year, we'll say the last fiscal year 25, of all of the traffic studies that have been conducted in District 6 by the Public Works Department, just so I can see them. This isn't to generate any more on your part. I want to know where they've been done. That way we can alleviate coming to you with any requests for things that have already been accomplished, if that makes sense. So if we can get a batch of those, that'd be fantastic. I can go to residents and I can show them, I understand that you want this sort of traffic control device, a stop sign, a speed bump, whatever else. The study has been done and this was the result. So I would appreciate that for my staff, and I can follow up with you after that and send that RFI.
And Councilmember Richardson, our team will be glad to provide that.
Thank you very much. That's all I had, sir.
Councilmember Richardson, you make a motion. For the record, I second the motion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, council members. Next, we have Council Vice President.
Director, do you need a break?
I'm good.
You're good? All right. Just make sure you don't faint on us.
Council Vice President.
Because you get cramped up. I made a note of your budget. Is it accurate that you're only that you're not allocating any additional money for new alley gates in the city?
Council, the proposed budget for FY26 is really the same as the initial budget proposal for 25. So $0 for new alley gates, but the budget does include $25,000 for repair of existing alley gates.
So is your assumption that that would be a responsibility of the council infrastructure budgets if we have requests for new alley gates?
It could either be council infrastructure, or although I know this would be rare, it could be a neighborhood initiation as well. Although I have not seen the neighborhood actually say they'd like to spend the money, but they could.
I could theoretically come out of the mayor's salary too, but I've never seen that either. So that's not, and we won't. Okay, I do intend to make a motion to put money for new alley gates. I think you guys have, the proposed budget has a very minimal for council infrastructure budgets, and those are continuing to come. Additionally, speed bumps. Did I understand you that you're not adding money for additional speed bumps? The speed bumps you have in queue will be done, and then that would leave about $50,000, correct?
Correct. So the
for new speed bumps.
Humps that were applied for, reviewed, and approved in calendar year 2024, correct. Those total about $110,000. So those are all green light. We have dollars in place. Those can all happen. So the community will continue to see them installed, through summer, fall.
Yep.
Those will happen. And we have, we estimate about $49,000 left on that contract for whatever may come through the application cycle that's open right now that closes October 31st.
Just my office alone already has 5 applications through the queue, so that would absorb all the leftover funds for the year in your proposed budget, and that would mean that no other council office would get any new speed bumps if we don't make that adjustment. So also expect a motion from me to add more money for new speed bumps to ensure that my office alone doesn't eat up all the dollars that are remaining, because it is on a first-come, first-served basis, and our residents are pretty clear that they want traffic slowed down in the residential neighborhoods. I do want to thank you, though, on that front. The speed bumps that you guys have installed have been done so well with quite a bit of support. You guys have, I think, got that down to a science. You're always very good about listening to residents, because everybody wants a speed bump in their neighborhood. They just don't want it in front of their house. And to hear the noise of people leaving their mufflers behind and things of that nature. So I do appreciate you guys always taking that into account, as it's one of those balancing acts. As a council member, I've learned everyone wants us to slow traffic down in their neighborhood and speed it up in somebody else's, so they can get to work and school faster, but at the same time put a ton of stop signs and speed bumps in my own neighborhood. Additionally, on trees, as Member Maxwell noted, I think he's become the tree guy, and I've become the dead tree guy, as he plants a bunch of new trees in medium islands in the Cedar Corridor, which, by the way, completely impressed by that. Whenever I drop off my kiddo at daycare, I get to see all the amazing new trees on Cedar growing and flourishing. But when I go to my neighborhood park, which is Roding, I get to see the 37 dead trees that are at Roding alone. I'm also seeing that across all the parks in my district. What is the plan to proactively remove all the dead trees in city parks, not anywhere else, and replace them? Is there such a plan in this proposed budget?
And Council, I'll need to defer to Parks Department Director Aguirre on that. Currently we work very closely with Director Aguirre and his team on that for any dollars that are made available within the Parks Department budget. And then we work with our vendor, West Coast Arborist, on prioritizing those locations. However, just looking at the numbers, what's been available in the parks budget for tree trimming and removals, is less than has been made available for the street trees. Street trees were on that 12-year trim cycle. Within parks, we haven't gotten to that point. You know, I think trimming, in terms of pure trimming, we've been really less than 1% of the total inventory each year. But let me defer
before you
to,
come up, Director, I don't want to debate this to death. Here's what I simply want. I intend to make a motion to establish a tree maintenance plan in the Parks Department for city parks. I'd like to give you guys an opportunity to tell me what the cost would be to remove all the dead trees this year from all existing parks and replace them all. In addition to that, a recommended trim cycle for all city park trees. Just the way we have a trim cycle for the street trees, I want a trim cycle for the city parks trees. So I will withhold my motion, but I do intend to make it, and it should be appropriately funded through Measure P. But I don't want to just simply say $5 million. I want to give you guys an opportunity to give me a really good estimate on what you anticipate would cost. But I do recognize that you guys are the hired help, and you can't do it unless there's money allocated. And you've proven to be able to do it effectively on city street trees, to your credit, but there's been no coordinated effort, in my view, in city parks to do it proactively. And I recognize that the Parks Commission has made a lot of motions for a lot of amenities, but in my view, the trees are the most basic amenity in a city park. And so far, I've not seen any motions or urgency or prioritization for the Parks Commission or anyone else to start taking care of that canopy. And it has been a huge problem. Additionally, I'd like to point out that some of these trees are now falling in huge limbs, and they become a huge legal liability to the city. There's a lot of trees. We're making a lot of improvements, putting new playgrounds. More kids are showing up to parks. And the last thing we need is a big branch falling on them. So if you can get back to me on a memo before the budget cycle is done, so I can make a motion to address it. Director, you pointed out $1.5 billion in outstanding infrastructure needs, correct? Sidewalks, $300 million. Streets or roads, $1.2 billion. Can I get from staff, maybe risk management, a list with cost of all the lawsuits that we have settled as it relates to broken public infrastructure in the city of Fresno in the last 5 years? Being very specific. Sidewalks that were broken, that we had a claim, whether we paid the claim $5,000, curb and gutter, where we had a claim, we might have paid $700,000 on it. I like to understand. It's one thing to say we have deferred maintenance issues. Is another thing to start paying significant settlement amounts on that broken infrastructure. When I got on the council 6 years ago, it was rare that we would see a settlement for broken infrastructure. Now I'm almost seeing it at every council meeting where there's some settlement being requested related to infrastructure. So I'd like to get that information for the last 5 years as it relates to public infrastructure. Additionally, Director, your proposal to keep the freeways clean, am I reading your budget correctly to indicate that you're proposing to maintain 180, 99, 41 twice a week or twice a month?
Correct. That is the budget submission, although we have some good news also it was not known at the time of budget release. This budget includes $400,000 total, $200,000 from Caltrans, $100 from Measure C, litter abatement program, and $100 of Measure P to match. Caltrans has notified us. They have an additional $200,000 available. That would bump that cycle up. So we'll need to then incorporate that into the budget to be able to make that happen.
Okay, so from my understanding, going forward, you do anticipate twice a week or twice a month?
We're going forward for this year, so we would anticipate, again, subject to council approval, of appropriating the additional $200,000 from Caltrans. That would be a total of $600,000 for the program. We would be able to achieve weekly service once again on the 41. we could get to weekly service on the 99 corridor. But as far as 180 and 168, those would be at a lower level. We've typically found that twice a month was workable on the 180 and even monthly on the 168. The amount of volume of litter, it was a lot lower in that corridor.
The old 99 Golden State, we're technically the owners of that, correct?
Yes, Golden State Boulevard was relinquished decades and decades ago from Caltrans.
Do we have
yes.
any money set aside for the cleanup of that corridor?
As far as Golden State's concerned, so that'd be twofold for cleanup. One would be through just our regular median island maintenance program. But in addition, through DPU, there are the quad crews for those efforts, and we've been able to partner with the team in DPU, with Jim Veros and his team, to be able to make that happen and to kind of attack some of the hot spots for cleanup.
Okay. Speaking of cleanup, Member Perea mentioned the scrub cam contract in Tower. Here's what I'm experiencing, and so is the neighborhood. It's a lot of money that we've awarded, and I recognize they're probably doing more than what they're contracted to do. But ultimately, what we try to achieve is simply this. We know that Tower is an entertainment corridor, that the nightclubs and the restaurants are open in the evenings till late at night, and that activity creates trash. We also know that the next morning, restaurants open up at 8 o'clock in the morning. That's a different constituency, a different clientele. We wanted to make sure that the folks who show up at 8 in the morning with their kids and grandkids and their spouses don't have to walk through trash. That's not taking place. That's not happening. We're having them walk through trash. The trash that I have observed is literally related to the night before. It's the containers, it's the styrofoam from all the food vending, from all the restaurants the night before. It's not the typical stuff. On top of that, we have homeless encampments to the galore in that Tower corridor that have gone worse. We've dealt with the police captain there. We've met with the police captain, the police chief. Now the captain is having his folks stop by and have things addressed. The HART team has been very responsive. But the fact is, I still see police vehicles drive by, huge encampments. I do see the city responding to clean up the encampments when we call, when our respective offices call, they're there pretty quickly, and they clean it up, only for it to return. So I feel like we've already removed a lot of trash cans to try and mitigate that. But I'm still not seeing the level of cleanliness compared to the amount of resources that we are focusing in that area.
Councilmember, did I hear you say that you're seeing trash from the food vendors and from the businesses?
Mm-hmm.
Call me dumb, but how about a level of responsibility that we impart on the part of food vendors and the businesses whose trash is outside?
So we are going there. We have started enforcing the food vending.
Okay.
The code enforcement team is out there Friday night and Saturday night.
Okay.
As a matter of fact, I think this upcoming weekend, they're partnering up with the county public health department to start taking a more aggressive step, So we've already made citations of $1,000 and $500 to food vendors who don't have a license or aren't following the rules of bringing their own trash bins.
Okay.
We've dealt with all the restaurants in that area. They turn around and blame it on the food vendors. Then they turn around and blame it on the unhoused who are emptying the trash cans. There's a whole variety of reasons why it's taking place. That's why for us, having a trash company pick up the trash by 7 a.m. so that people don't have to walk through all that trash when they're going to Irene's on Saturday and Sunday morning, that was the solution. But we're looking at 10 in the morning on Saturday and Sunday, and the trash is all there, and it's from the night before. So I don't know what the schedule is for the contractor, but my assumption was by outsourcing it, they would be able to respond at the times that they were needed and at the strategic times. I have not seen that executed in that way. So all that to say that I don't know whether we have to revisit, whether we continue contracting out, or whether we do something in-house. I don't know what the answer to that is. I just know at $300,000, we're starting to find vendors. We're starting to hold restaurant businesses also accountable for operating without permits and doing things in their patios that they're not permitted to do. All that is part of that situation there. But something as simple as a city parking lot is becoming the center of trash, which, as I mentioned to you today, the landscape that you all planted on Olive Corridor is all flourishing, except the one in front of the city property, which is Sequoia. That's the only one that's completely bare. It's the only one that has a damaged tree. So the visual is that the city, as the anchor tenant now, and that corridor isn't doing its part, which is not the case given the amount of resources we have invested there. So I want us to figure out how to revisit that. Lastly, on your budget, Director, I remember when I arrived here in 2019, we were debating an updated version of No Neighborhood Left Behind. At that time, folks told me it was a really bad idea because it made us pay for decades a bill for a short-term infrastructure. No Neighborhood Left Behind was essentially, bonding out to fix sidewalks in areas that the city didn't have the means to fix them at that magnitude. And I think that bond was for 20 years. How long was that? I think we just finished paying that bond, right? Maybe 2 years ago, that fell off.
That sound right, guys?
NNLB.
No Neighborhood Left Behind? Did it fall off 2 years ago?
Yes, it's fallen off. It was 20 years.
So it was a 20-year bond to fix sidewalks. And everything that I've heard from these walls were it was a really bad strategy to deal with broken infrastructure because it committed general fund money for 20 years to make these payments on infrastructure that by the time it was paid off would need to be replaced again. I don't see the difference between that and pave now, pay later. Same concept.
Nope.
We borrow money
Nope.
to build
Yes.
infrastructure, right?
Yes.
Isn't
Nope,
that
yes,
the same thing?
no. Big
What's the
difference
difference?
now.
What's the difference?
Big difference now.
Cement versus asphalt?
No, the difference is where we are in the economy now and the cost of infrastructure and inflation. And I think what we've covered in a number of questions, the degradation of our infrastructure and the difference in the cost of going from minor rehab to complete rebuilding. And we're going to go over this. We can go over this on Thursday when we do the budget presentation. But we cannot, we've gone from $500 million to $1.2 billion, and that's because our pavement is degrading at a much faster level than it has in the past. Given where we are with the level of inflation that we're seeing in construction costs, we actually have looked at the numbers, and the financing, you would think normally like financing cost, it's almost, the interest and the financing cost would eat up any of the cost-benefit analysis. That is not the case right now. Even with the financing costs built in by taking a bigger bite out of the deferred maintenance, similar to what Councilmember Esparza was saying of how many miles of road we're able to do in a year. That number is going to be getting less and less because it's more expensive and more expensive because our roads are getting to the point of no return. Used to be a slurry, used to be something minor. Now they're complete rebuilding of rebuilding of the roads. So that is why we've looked at the approach, $1.2 billion of deferred infrastructure, the cost to finance to take a big chunk so we can take that out of our deferred maintenance and then focus the regular city dollars that we spend every year on the rest. If we don't start taking a big chunk out, that 1.2 will become 1.5. Then it's going to become 1.7.
I fully understand that concept, but the same concept, exact same concept is on No Neighborhood Left Behind.
And so who were you saying said that was a bad idea?
Every department manager, every department director, and city manager said it was a bad idea and that we shouldn't do it again. In 2019 and 2020, this council was looking at a second version of No Neighborhood Left Behind.
Okay, I can't speak to that.
And I know you can't, so I'm not asking you to.
But the administration at that time, throughout this whole process about the amount of interest we're going to pay, the amount of general fund that we would have to commit to for 20 years for the short-term gain of X amount. So what would be helpful for me as we prepare for this pay now, pay later discussion is for you guys to pull up the no neighborhood left behind information. How much money did we end up borrowing? I don't know if it was 7 million or 14 million. How much did we pay in total interest payments over the 20 years? Just to give us an idea of how that worked then and how it may work now. Because
Right.
I do recognize it's cheaper to do things today than it is to do them 15 years from now. And the worse the roads get, the more expensive they become to fix. But the same thing applies to sidewalks. A minor maintenance of trees today could avoid a replacement of a sidewalk tomorrow. I fully understand that. I just want to also understand whether paving streets at that magnitude also makes sense for repairing sidewalks or curbs and gutters, which is another thing that we have $300 million of deferred maintenance that we could potentially also tackle if we have the additional bonding capacity and the will of this body.
Okay, well, that's a different comment. We can certainly get you that information. And one thing that's different in this point of time now is this is being structured for our payments to come at a time where another debt is rolling off of our
That makes
general
sense.
fund. So it's not, it's, I'll do the Clovis Unified School Bond line. It's not raising, it's just continuing.
Yes.
So it is different. I would argue it is far more different this time than last time, but I'll let you continue
And
with the
additionally,
comments.
what I'm also considering in this equation is back then, I don't recall the conversation about the amount of money that the city was paying in lawsuit settlements. Today, we are seeing a lot more lawsuit settlements that could have been avoided if we simply fixed the infrastructure. So for me, that's an additional reason to fix the infrastructure today is to avoid litigation settlement tomorrow. But that also applies to sidewalks, curbs, and gutters as much as it does to roads. Mayor?
Yeah, thank you. Every year since I've been the mayor, one of the calls that come into my office, just like all of yours, is the street repair. And I think no matter where we go in the community, we hear folks talk about the potholes, we hear people talk about the degradation of the roads. Every single year when we have our council meetings, what motions are made the most? Street repair. And in some cases, it's been $80, $100 million in motions made to repair our streets. And last year and the year before, we utilized some of our American Rescue funds to offset some of those costs, and we had the ability to fix some of our streets. We're out of American Rescue funds. And so in anticipation of this budget, knowing that we had to cut $50 million in order to bring it into balance, knowing that there would be concerns on this council from your constituents about improving our streets, a decision was made to go out and bond. And we did it in a way, I think, or we're going to do it in a way, hopefully, with this council's support, that will not use general fund dollars right now, but wait till the pension obligation bonds roll off. The question was asked of me earlier, do you think it's irresponsible as a mayor to leave future administrations indebted with a bond? And my answer is no, I think it's irresponsible for me as a mayor to leave future administrations and generations in our community with increasing deferred maintenance of our streets. If it's $1.2 billion today, pre-pandemic, I believe it was $500 million. So it's increased in the last 5 or 6 years by $700 million, more than doubled. And if we wait another 5 or 6 years, it's going to be $2.5 billion. We will never get out of this mess. So I believe the responsible thing to do as a council and as my administration is to pave more now and pay later, because we're going to pay less today than we will next year and the year after. So, and the option for me as a mayor, to do nothing.
Do we still accumulate interest, in
Sure.
those years leading up until the pension obligation rolling off?
Pardon me?
does the interest still accumulate in those years until the pension's
Yes,
obligated?
and I think that will be part of our workshop on Thursday. I wish the pension obligation bonds were rolling off this year, but they're not. But whenever they do roll off, we'll be able to transition those right into the bond payment.
And you're not suggesting paying the interest between now and then?
Not unless this council decides to.
And what is the rate that we've been given?
I think it's premature. I'll wait. I don't want to get ahead of them on Thursday, but I think it's going to depend on whatever rate. And the other thing that allows this body, I think the timing is good. We have the highest rating of any time in our history right now, which allows us to borrow money at a cheaper rate than we would, say, 2 years ago. A good example is when we borrowed money for the airports, based on our increased rating, we were able to save $4 million on that project. So it's better to borrow money now and at a better rate than it would be if we had a lower rate. Lower bond rating, rather.
Thank you, Mayor. And for Thursday's conversation, from my understanding, borrowing and bonding now is essentially the city and the public's credit card. So I want to have a very clear understanding about what is our maximum credit and capacity to borrow, and what's being proposed, what percentage of that is being suggested we essentially put on the credit card. So I want to know that, not so much for our benefit, but for the future benefit of future councils and administrations about what wiggle room they'll have. Lastly, a point for me is Measure C and the renewal of Measure C. The mayor has been working on the renewal as well as other folks in bringing one measure together. Director Mosier, does Measure C currently allow us to use the money for sidewalk improvements?
Council, on Measure C, the flexible allocation would allow for use for sidewalk improvements. However, there are no Measure C flexible dollars within the street maintenance division budget. The Measure C flexible, is the only one that's eligible, but it's fully consumed with federal, state, grant matches, and operating costs within the rest of the department.
So, okay, that's fair enough. So the other variable here is if Measure C is renewed, it would give this city a ton of additional money to commit towards, replacement of pavement and streets. The current measure, if I recollect correctly, doesn't allow us to bond against those revenues, correct?
The city could bond, however, with Measure C timing out in June 2027. My understanding as well is that the city could not effectively bond, unless you had a bond that was
like 2 years.
Yeah, 2-year bond.
Yeah.
There's no prohibition in Measure C like there is in Measure P.
Really?
Yes, we can do it.
We've never bonded it before?
We could, but obviously, right now, as Scott said, we only have a year left, no bond, nobody's going to buy bond, we don't have a guaranteed repayment stream.
The city has implemented loans with Measure C. So one example was the citywide LED street light upgrade, the retrofit project. So that was on-bill financing through PG&E. Effectively, it's a loan, and the project was all done up front. And then Measure C was the repayment for that. Gas tax does not allow that. Measure P does not allow it. Measure C does. It's simply that we only have 2 years left.
So it would be a provision that we won't want to keep in the next measure if we renew a measure.
I would suggest yes.
Okay. And confirm for me the amount of money that we give for pavement maintenance for Measure C annually.
Measure C street maintenance category has typically, depending upon sales tax, between 7 and 8 million per year.
And approximately how much do we give from Measure C for sidewalk improvements?
Measure C for sidewalk, $0 are utilized from Measure C for sidewalk improvements. Our concrete repairs happen through SB1, the Prop 111 special gas tax, and then also any capital improvement projects to add sidewalks.
Your 7-week sidewalk program, is that general fund?
7-week concrete repair, that is funded through SB1.
Gas tax?
Yes.
Okay. Director, thank you again, and I really do appreciate your department. You guys, I have no complaints in terms of your quality of work. You guys have done a fabulous job, especially with the construction and installation of new landscape. My only ongoing consternation is the sustainability of replacing landscape once we put it in. In this summer heat, with some of the outhouse community and the vandalism, we have to figure out how to sustain and replace, or else, it's kind of becomes a waste of public funds. But thank you again for your work.
Understood, and thank you for the positive feedback. We'll be sure to share with the team.
Thank you, Director, for all your responses to the questions by the council members. I do have some questions I'll email over, but I think, you know how I feel about your department. I think the best thing I can do is say, you've all had a long day. I'm going to reserve my questions for Friday, and I'll email everything I have, but thank you for all you've done, and I'm sure we'll be in touch.
All right. Thank you, Council President, Council, and thanks to our department leadership
Absolutely.
and budget team
Thank you guys.
for all the work. Thank you.
Great job. Thank you. Lots of good things in District 2 happening among the rest of the city. Thank you. Lastly is the Animal Center Department. Alma, floor is yours. You know, Alma, if you had brought some dogs and cats, that might have got you some votes right now.
You know, I thought about it.
Did you really?
I did. I thought maybe I'll distract them with kitties and puppies.
Alma, I'm disappointed in you. Puppies and kitties, last budget hearing of the day. Come on, I thought I taught you better than this.
Well, I've been here since the morning.
Okay,
so.
okay, you're okay, you're okay.
Where you came from, they just bite over here.
Oh, God. Yeah. Oh, say that into the mic. I'm kidding. That was great. Okay, thank you. You have the floor.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Council. Alma Torres, Director for the Fresno Animal Center. So as you all know, 18 months and 2 days ago, the city began operating the Fresno Animal Center as an internal department to carry out the state-mandated animal control functions. As a refresher, our core responsibilities include maintaining an impound system and a rabies control program with the goal of public safety, enforcement of local and state animal laws, investigations of complaints regarding bites, animal neglect, and cruelty, emergency response, including assistance to fire and police, as well as emergency disasters, and public education on animal laws, responsible pet ownership, and resources available. I don't know that I'm doing this right. There we go. Okay. So for fiscal year 2026, the proposed personnel budget is $6,691,400 and includes the 6.8% attrition rate, or $428,000. The non-personnel budget is $1,684,600, and the interdepartmental charges are $912,000. Some of the significant variances from fiscal year 24 actuals include that the payments in 24 included 7 months to the outside contractor, while fiscal year 2025 is our first full year of in-house operation. Fiscal year 2026 actually includes many of the charges that are now being allocated, such as internal services, to the department. Okay. For our staffing during the fiscal year 2025 budget, 2 animal resource officers were added to support the enforcement of the breeding ordinance. This year, the positions are being made whole, bringing our total FTE count to 78.4. We currently have 9 vacant positions, and we do have a veterinarian position still vacant. For fiscal year 2026, some of the operational impacts include a reduction of $193,500 in non-personnel appropriations. Those impacts include a reduction to outside veterinary services of $108,500. We are going to be transitioning some of the emergency medical care to in-house. The remaining savings are anticipated to be achieved by a contract for food with Hill Science Diet for a discount of nearly 75%, as well as other smaller operational reductions. So we continue to be at critical capacity at the shelter and continue to be on a triage intake. Thus, the majority of animals that are coming in or that are accepted at the shelter are either sick or injured. And for this, veterinary care is expensive, so the majority of our non-personnel budget is slated for lab and medical supplies. For fiscal year 26, we will also continue to prioritize free microchipping, which helps us reunite pets with their owners. Additionally, we have reallocated funds in the Regreso a Casa grant to a mobile spay-neuter unit that we anticipate will increase sterilization participation in disadvantaged neighborhoods. We will also continue to focus on providing resources to foster families that help us keep animals out of the shelter and in homes while they wait to find their forever home. Since our operation is just 18 months old, so we're still toddlers, we have highlighted some of our successes to set the benchmark goals for next year. Over the last year, we have accepted 7,100 animals in the shelter. We adopted fee-free 2,653 animals into homes. We reunited 717 pets with their owners, and we transferred 1,920 dogs and cats to adoption partners. Additionally, we have updated our dog licensing system, and over the past 6 months, we have issued 1,360 dog licenses. For context, in 2023, only 923 licenses were issued for the year. We have sterilized nearly 7,000 animals in-house and through veterinary partnerships. We have hosted 3 vaccine clinics, yielding nearly 2,900 vaccines to animals here in the city and the county of Fresno. We have implanted almost 3,000 microchips. We continue to prioritize the immense amount of calls for services that we receive throughout the year. Additionally, for the first quarter of 2024, our combined intake of animals was 1,300, of which 33% were euthanized. Comparatively, in the first quarter of 2025, our combined intake has increased about 50% above that. So we took in 1,924 animals, and our euthanasia rate has dropped to 23%. I think these statistics truly reflect the critical overpopulation challenges in this community. This is also a reflection of the hard work that our team, our adoption partners, and most importantly, our community play in these life-saving efforts. So before I go into questions, I just want to take the time to thank the passionate and dedicated staff who work tirelessly to find positive outcomes for every animal, including the management team here. I would also like to take the time to thank our in-house veterinarian, Dr. Candace Kreider. We are absolutely fortunate to be able to have a veterinarian on staff. Currently, there are over 200 vacancies in the state of California for shelter veterinarians. So, despite consistently being overwhelmed, she continues to deliver high-quality surgical and medical services to all of the pets that enter our shelter. So, thank you. And also to our countless volunteers, foster rescue organizations, the UC Davis Corey Shelter Program, the San Francisco SPCA, who have been critical in our achievements, to the mayor, city manager, and Assistant City Manager TJ Miller for entrusting me with this incredibly difficult but purposeful mission. And lastly, to you for your patience as we continue to create the systems, the structures, and the policies that are allowing the Animal Center the ability to deliver resources to this community and helping us navigate through a very, very difficult time in animal welfare. So this concludes my presentation, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you very much. And we're going to start with Councilmember Maxwell, followed by Councilmember Esparza.
Good afternoon, Director.
Hello.
I forget, is this your first or second budget as the official director?
As official, it's my first.
First? Congratulations. Yeah. I know it was an assignment kind of tossed to you because you were around at the time, but also competent. But I think it was clear when you were doing this on top of all of your other duties how much you actually cared about the mission. And
I think sometimes we're placed in places that we're meant to be, and I love doing this.
I agree. I think there's a plan for all of us, and I think you're in the right spot. I'm trying to recall a conversation that you, the city manager, and I had in 2023. It was a resolution or ordinance that you brought forward. I think the whole council supported it, and I think it was supposed to be a temporary measure saying that we were going to accept less animals into the center that were ill or dying. Is that?
It's December 7th, 2023.
Yeah, it was the intake.
Okay, is that what it did? I'm trying to remember exactly the intention behind that. It was the intake of sick and dying animals, correct?
Yeah, if you recall, at the time that the city of Fresno took over the operation, the shelter was at above critical capacity. There was over 500 dogs and over 200 cats, I believe, and we did not have the staffing available, so it was important that in order to give every animal the best chance, that we limit the amount of animals coming in. So,
are we at a place now that we could rescind that resolution?
Hold on a minute, though. I just want to correct. It wasn't about not taking sick or injured. It was about taking healthy animals in. So we still are taking sick, injured animals in. We're required to. It was about taking healthy animals in.
Got it
Just
inverted, but
yeah.
Given our capacity now, are we at a place that we could rescind that? Because it's been a year and a half now, and it was intended to be a temporary measure.
So things that have to be considered is capacity for care. If we accept every animal coming in, that means that other animals will have to be euthanized in order for space capacity. Things that are important and critical, one is the housing, how many kennels are available. Also, how many staffing we have available to take care of these animals. There are requirements for animals to be in our shelter, as well as how many positive outcomes we can find. So, if we were to open up intake, that would certainly mean that we would be euthanizing more animals. As I stated earlier, we're actually taking in over 50% more over the last quarter.
What steps are you currently actively taking to meet the capacity that will allow us to rescind that resolution?
So if we were to take every animal in, so currently what we do is we're offering our community, technically we're asking our community to be part of the solution by being a satellite shelter for us. So when an animal comes in that is absolutely healthy, its coat is shiny, what we tell them is typically that most animals that don't look like they're in need of our assistance are possibly within a mile from their home. Statistically speaking, most animals are within a mile of their home. So for most of the community that comes in with an animal that does not meet our intake criteria, we offer them food, we offer them crates, we offer them even free spay-neuter to help us find a positive outcome for this animal. We provide them with, list of local shelters. We provide them with, we may even be the ones that are conducting some of the finding a rescue that might take it. We connect with outside organizations. We transfer animals out of state. So we're really trying to be able to manage the number of animals coming into the center, because if we were to accept every animal, that means that we would have to absolutely continue to increase the amount of euthanasia for space.
Or increase capacity in some other means.
Yes, I mean, and that's how we're increasing capacity, right? By asking our community to be part of the solution. If we were to increase capacity, we would also need to increase staffing. So that would also be a requirement. So currently, we're operating within our fiscal capacity as well.
I know when we talked a while back, Director, that we were outsourcing some of our vet services to Valley Animal Center.
Mm-hmm.
Is that still the case, or have we figured out a way to get all the vet services that we need in-house?
We do not have the capacity to provide all of the vet services in-house yet. We do have a second veterinary position that has been posted.
2 full-time vets?
That's correct.
One of them is filled?
One of them, yes.
That's been the case for a while, hasn't it?
Yes, it has.
How long has that been the case?
A year since we opened.
And I think we had this conversation last budget, and I don't think we acted on it, but we talked about incentives to get folks to be vets in the city of Fresno. And I think we talked about a program that would allow some college debt to be repaid by the city of Fresno if they worked with us for a certain amount of time. Did that ever come up in conversation again after the last budget? An incentive program to get a vet in-house, second vet?
I apologize. I'm drawing a blank on that. Must have, I don't remember. So I haven't done anything on that. I believe you, but I just didn't do anything on it if I was supposed to.
I think the conversation was somewhere along the lines of these veterinary professionals being somewhere on the lower pay scale of medical professionals in general, and that was kind of an added incentive, help pay down some of that higher ed debt.
Yes. Okay.
I mean, it's the vet shortage is California. It's obviously not just Fresno. Everybody.
But we got to make ourselves attractive somehow because of that reason, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Do we have a goal euthanization rate within our department? We're at 25% now. I mean, I think the goal probably is obviously 0, but is there a realistic goal that we're striving towards?
So in the industry, there is a goal of 90% live outcome. We have not necessarily been so focused on that goal. We have been focused on providing the animals that come into our shelter the appropriate care. For some of them, euthanasia is the best outcome. So, for us, we are really trying to dedicate our resources for those animals that need our help. So it would be wonderful if we could achieve 100% live outcome, but there's a lot of supply, and the demand for these animals is not aligned. Additionally, sometimes it's discouraging to our community that they may not be taking an animal that is in perfect condition, so that they may have to be incurring some potential expense associated with some of the animals that come out of the shelter.
What are we currently advertising in terms of a salary for a vet?
It's equivalent to a director, so it tops off at, I believe.
What's the scale?
It tops off at like 226 to.
It's I think it's at is it at the director level?
Yeah.
It's at the director level. I can look it up for you. Hold on.
Okay, sure.
And for context, it's one of the best paid for shelter medicine. So for municipal shelters.
One of the best paid in
terms of California.
Yeah, there's a difference between private sector vets and shelter vets. Oh, go ahead.
A couple of things that are important to know is in private medicine, a lot of the private veterinarians are going corporate. So in some instances, it's very difficult to compete. So we also find ourselves competing with that.
Is it a personnel issue if I ask how much our current vet makes?
No, I think she has a contract, right?
It's in the works.
Could you share that information with me?
I think it's 186.
We can look that up too. Hold on. You've got us with the specific questions today. Hold on.
Councilmember Maxwell, the range for the veterinarian currently in the salary resolution is a minimum of $11,958 a month to $19,445.
Do we know what that is annually, City Manager?
Yes.
19.
Can somebody times 12 on their calculator for me?
233,340, and that tops out for all of our directors.
And what was the lower range on an annual basis?
Would you say, TJ, 11 what?
11,958.
143,496.
Okay, so 143 to 233. range with our current one making 186. How long has our current vet been there for?
She started in January of 2024.
Okay, are they in the audience? Okay, I keep talking to them as if they're not here, sorry. Okay. Is there an appetite from this council to put together some sort of incentive fund to help us draw in a second vet and work on the logistics?
I would agree, yes, I would agree.
Economists love incentives.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know what an amount would be, so I'll do $25,000 towards an incentive program to be determined what the logistics.
It'd be
look like.
$30,000. They live in my district, but no, I'm kidding. That's second that.
$25,000.
City Attorney, can I have you look at that? Because I'm not sure that that would be complying with the Transparency Act. So if we do, we'd have to look at maybe revising the Transparency Act as well.
Can you repeat that again? What was the issue?
They want to do an incentive program for hiring a vent.
Yes, okay, we'll look at that.
Or if you want to.
What would be the issue with the Transparency Act there?
We're not allowed to do just like any sorts of pay. We are limited on how we can pay people, and it could be considered as like a bonus.
Yeah,
and
no signing bonuses, that kind of thing. We've advised
But if we
against
were
that.
to talk about student loan repayment after a certain amount of years, would that be something that'd be more eligible, City Attorney?
I would like to very much look at that and not advise.
Okay, well, then I will leave it in the hopper for now, and then I'll ask your office for a memo on that, City Attorney.
You got it.
And then when we vote on this next Tuesday, we could have more information.
Yeah, this isn't bonus gate. We're trying to save animal lives.
Correct. Okay. Finally, I would be remiss if I did not call Georgianne the Pound Master at least once during today's conversation.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I wear that proudly.
She's a Pound Master first, City Manager second. Thank you, Director.
Before we go to Councilmember Esparza, I'm just going to piggyback off one thing that he said. I already submitted the request for information. I think you'd find an appetite, even though we have to do some belt tightening to find more money for staff. But you're right, the public has a responsibility too. At some point, it's just more animals and more intake. But I do think I'd like the department to explore the potential for bungalows or modular buildings or something so we can temporarily deal with the influx. Because yes, we want to have more animals to come in. We don't want to euthanize if we don't have to. It's easy for me to sit up here and say that, but it's something that I'd like you guys to explore.
We have prepared a response for you already.
Thank you so much. And then moving on to Councilmember Esparza.
Thank you, Council President. Director, thank you for your service. It's a tough department you run. It's a very nascent stage you are still in. However, 18 months is still 10 and a half years old in dog years. So things are moving quick, right? And to residents who are dealing with these animal issues, is you hear from my office all the time, right? It feels like dog years to them in terms of us trying to pull it together. And this was an issue long before we had our own department. We've certainly improved. So we are having patience, but at some point, right, the residents and their patience eventually will kind of run out. But at every single town hall, it's just sort of like, hey, we're going to do what we can to alleviate some of these issues. It's just we've never done this before internally, and we're piecing it together with the help of some experts and your leadership. So, how many pets received the spay-neuter services from our animal center last year or this last fiscal year?
How many were sterilized?
Yes, that's what he's, yeah.
I think it was the 2,000, about 2,600.
Yeah. How much of that was through grant funding versus general funds?
Most of it was in-house. So our veterinarian focuses mainly on only, shelter animals.
Great. One thing that stood out was it looks like we're receiving donations. I'm assuming these are like small donations. Are we chasing them, or is it just sort of what residually comes in at a natural rate?
So we may ask on occasion, if anybody's willing to donate. We do have the website up for donations, but most of them are fairly small. People will actually come in and, drop off money, or a lot of the donations come in through pet food supplies that we then redistribute out into our community.
Yeah, we have a lot of folks with very big hearts in the city and want to help, and we do appreciate it. But just wondering, sort of what the balance was there.
You already addressed the vacancies. I don't know if you said this, but what's our timeline for filling those vacancies?
I think we have 2 in the works, and actually 3 with job offers already. And the other ones, we will have to do some recruitment.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll keep it very, very short. Again, a kudos, but also an encouragement and reminder of the dog years. That really is how it feels for the residents. So, but thank you. Thank you.
But it is humans running it, not the dogs.
Said it feels like it. It feels like dog years.
Are those your questions, Councilmember?
Yeah, I'm keeping it short.
All right, thank you. I think I was up next, Director. Kudos to you as a person who has 3 Chihuahua rescues and 1 rescue cat. I can tell you that some of us have done more than our part, but there's still quite a bit of people that haven't done theirs. So I'm waiting for everyone else to adopt an animal. Don't shy away from making eye contact and signing up, council colleagues. It is not easy, but is worthy of the task. I do have a couple of concerns. One is I want to be very clear for your benefit that I am fully supportive of revoking the resolution that we adopted and allowing us now to take healthy animals. From my experience, we did that in an emergency situation to buy you and your team some time. One of the unintended consequences of that action is that we have a lot of healthy stray dogs. And as you know, healthy stray dogs end up becoming a pack at times that becomes violent pack of dogs. We've seen a lot more incidents than in my tenure in the last year of packs of dogs biting kids, postmen, UPS, Amazon delivery folks. So one of the unintended consequences of not picking up healthy animals is that they're in the streets and they reproduce at alarming rates, and we've now created a much bigger problem. I do recognize the trade-off of such a policy revision, which would be probably a higher euthanasia rate or expanding physical man hours and physical space in the shelter. I think those 2 things are frankly the trade-offs, but what we've seen in the neighborhoods is that some of these packs of dogs are taking over walking trails, routes to schools, city parks, neighborhoods, and that is the opposite of what we intended when we made such a huge investment in your operations. And so I think we're ready to go back to picking up healthy animals and letting the public know that if you continue not to be responsible, your dog gets loose, they're not chipped, they'll be picked up. And one of the consequences may be euthanasia. And I recognize that. I don't think any of us animal lovers have a goal of increasing euthanasia rates, but I also want to be crystal clear. We're not the source of the problem. It's residents who are responsible, who are breeding animals, who are not keeping their animals within their homes and their properties, and who are not getting them spayed and neuters, who are ultimately responsible for their dogs becoming a threat and potentially being euthanized. I think you guys have done a significant amount of work, but I do think it's time for us to shift back, because unfortunately, the amount of public education that we've done, the amount of intervention, the amount of support, at some point is just not registering with some people. And I don't envy your position. I know you've had to deal with some very complicated cases. I mean, your department can easily use several full-time detectives to track down, irresponsible owners and to hold them accountable. But when we're looking at that constituency, you can fine them thousands of dollars. They're not going to pay. So simply allowing their animals to roam free because they're technically healthy is only leading to significant breeding in the neighborhood. So that's kind of my concern. I want to be very direct with you because I think I owe it to the public and to everyone to be very clear that I think we've done the most we can without going into increasing euthanasia rates.
Secondly, I appreciate your contribution towards managing the budget expectations and your reduction of $193,000. I'd like to understand how you concluded or found those savings. Where did the savings come from?
So as I stated earlier, $108,000 are going to be reduced from our contract veterinary services. So it's taken us a while to fill all of our positions. Our last animal resource officer was hired about 2 months ago. Now that they have gone through training and that we have full staffing, we are converting an additional one of the positions into a veterinary technician, as well as having our animal resource staff be available at the center to accept injured animals that are found without their owners.
Are you still closing shop 1 day a week?
We do accept animals that are injured during that day, but we are not open to the public. It's the 1 day that we are able to do deep cleans.
Is that Thursdays?
That's correct.
If this council was to provide you additional resources, where would you spend the additional $150,000?
$150,000 you would give me? Well, there's certainly a lot of opportunities. If the goal is to increase intake, we would need to have discussions as to what this council and what this
The goal is for you to determine what you think is best. I think you build enough trust amongst us in your leadership of this department that I don't want to set an artificial goal. I want to be thoughtful from my perspective, and if we were to grant you additional resources, could you come forward before the budget hearings are concluded with the plan for the additional resources?
Yes.
Okay. So I intend to make a motion to restore $150,000 to your budget. So if we can get some proposals from you between now and the budget hearings on how you would utilize those funds, that would be helpful.
Okay. I just want to respond to one of the comments that you made. We actually are taking in packs. As I stated earlier, it's over 50% intake that has increased. We respond to packs. So whether they're healthy or whether they're owned, if it's a pack, we will accept it.
And I'm fully aware that you respond to packs when you're called, right? But the packs are created because we're leaving healthy animals in the streets.
Are they strays? I thought the packs were predominantly owned animals, Alma.
So
they're both, but yeah, but if you see a healthy animal that's owned, you still don't pick it up.
So most of the bites are predominantly owned animals.
Yeah.
Most of the animals that we have had issues that are chasing cats, that are killing cats, or that have bitten somebody are owned animals.
Right.
But we are picking up strays.
Right. Well, I think Councilmember Arias said that because we're leaving strays on the streets, they're banding together and forming packs. And so I just want to make sure that it's clear that the packs that we're seeing that are terrorizing neighborhoods are owned.
It's my use of language. For me, a stray is also an owned animal whose owner is not keeping them in the property.
Okay, I understand. That's not, so just so you know, from the technical perspective, a stray is an unowned animal. Got it.
For me, it's a healthy animal that's not at the property is a stray. The stray might be owned.
Got it.
But in my experience too, a lot of these owned animals in the streets are not chipped, and it's not like you can get it back to the owner quickly. So, yeah. But thank you again. You took on this task at the urging of the city manager. It is the most difficult job outside of being the police chief, in my experience. There's two groups that you don't want to be confronted with, and one of them is animal advocates, because they will completely tear you up online and social media for, in their view, not doing enough. And you tend to take all those hits, and when they really belong on the owners of these animals who are not being responsible and who we now have to care for. So thank you for your work, and I look forward to your presentation of what you would do with the additional resources.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next up is Councilmember Vang.
Thank you, Council President Kerbasi, and good afternoon, Director Flores, and good afternoon to the staff from Animal Center. And thank you to all the staff being here late. It's 17 after 5 p.m. today. Thank you very much for staying with us. Where is the location of the Animal Center?
We're located at 5277 East Airways Boulevard, just north of the airport.
Okay, and what are your hours of operations?
Well, we have staff available 24/7. However, we are open to the public every day except Thursday from 10 to 4.
Okay, thank you. And you mentioned the mobile sterilization surgery trailer. Part of your presentation, you mentioned the word disadvantaged, and including there is high activity areas. Can you define what criteria falls under the disadvantage and or high activity areas to have the mobile sterilization surgery trailer be present at the location?
Sure. You know, we're looking to work with our planning and development department to see which areas within the city are considered, you know, financially disadvantaged. But from our perspective, we're also looking at our data to see where we're receiving the majority of the calls, where we're finding animals that are being hit by cars, which means that animals are, you know, straying from their home, to determine what those locations will be. At this point, we have not yet received the trailer, but that is going to be our purpose. We did, the initial intent of the grant was to technically walk the neighborhoods and offer resources to our community. We did a portion of that, and what we found is that we were showing up without resources. So some people do want, you know, the help, but they, one, are unable to travel and take their animal to the center. So the idea is that something that we can continue to deliver long lasting is taking the mobile spay neuter clinics to the areas, including homeless encampments.
So as of now, you have not identified a location or locations in the city that meets the criteria of disadvantaged or high activity areas?
We have identified some, but we have not identified them to deploy the spay neuter because we don't have the trailer here yet.
Okay. Are any of these locations located in D5?
Some.
Can you, at the top of your head, tell me where they are in terms of location?
Yeah, mainly 93702 zip codes.
93702.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You have some in the Kings Canyon and Chestnut area.
Okay. I just wanted to note that there were 8,782 hours of people who volunteer for this center. And that translates to roughly about $170,000 if they were paid at $20 an hour. That's huge. And thank you to the community for volunteering. There were also 2,989 chips installed free of charge. What is the market value for each chip if they were to go to, let's say, the average vet and get that chip installed?
We're paying about $8 per chip. That's just
is that the market
material.
value?
No, the market value. If they were going to go to a vet.
Okay, that would be between $15 to $25, sometimes $30, depending on the veterinarian.
Again, that's an additional savings from the owners of these animals who has been chipped, $20 per chip. Okay. And I just have a question. Are chickens allowed in the city?
I have to come back to you with that one.
I know we had this conversation
Yes,
in the past, but it's not as easy as the question I posed. And so there are a lot of obstacles to go through to even determine whether or not chickens are allowed in the city of Fresno.
That's a code question, right?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, they're not allowed unless you make it one of your support animals, and we're going to have to vet the letter and all that.
So there's an asterisk to that question to see if it's an emotional support animal. And how do you come to the conclusion that it is deemed emotional support by a person?
It's
do not eat by a vet or a doctor.
We'll have the doctor, psychologist, whoever it is, and we'll see if it's a real person. Yeah, okay. Gary Bredefeld, I guess I'll refer those to him.
For the record, I did not mention Supervisor Bredefeld's name. No, and again, thank you very much for the presentation. I really appreciate it. I thought that was a simple question with a simple answer, but it appears that it's not. And like your line of work, it is not as simple as it seems. So thank you very much for being here today. Thank you.
But we do receive a lot of chickens at the animal center.
That's great. Thank you.
Chickens are good in the county.
Yeah. There's no ordinance in the city against peacocks. I will add that.
We need to get a
Good to know.
support peacock
Thank
from
you.
the city council.
Thank you.
Those are all the speakers punched up. Director, I just want to say, I want to reiterate what the Vice President said. It's a very frustrating job. I don't want you to think it's a thankless job because we do thank you and your staff for what you do. You do matter and you do make a difference. So, and you've really, I remember when I don't want to go too much in detail, but when you first started, we were also happy about you and the city manager chose the right person and you've really just grown into this position. You are the department. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, that concludes today's items. We'll come back tomorrow, and the fax item has been moved to Thursday. Thank you, council, and thank you, staff, for everyone for your patience. And thank you to the officer back there keeping us safe. Appreciate you. Thank you.
Is that Dr. Kreider in the audience there? On site? It's the one over here on your right.